Hi, beautiful souls. Dr. Sandra Marie here. I wanted to take this time to promote Jim Sells from Mastering Alchemy's Project Park Bench. We frequently discuss how there's so many different paths, so many different roads to get to consciousness, and Mastering Alchemy has been one of mine. I'm feeling really passionate about this project of world service. It is free, and it's our opportunity to be a creator in moving humanity forward. I've engaged in previous park bench projects with Mastering Alchemy. If you're not able to attend the live sessions, they're all recorded for your convenience, and the recordings are just as powerful. It's our opportunity to influence and make a difference. Enjoy this promotional video. See you on the other side. A physical park bench is optional.
The world is changing. It is transitioning. The game of domination and greed of the few, creating isolation, loneliness, fear, and lack for the many, is coming to an end. It appears to be getting worse, but it is coming to a completion. And simultaneously, a new light, a new realm of consciousness, a realm unlike that which is falling away, is now appearing. A new world built upon agreement, opportunity, oneness, respect, is now coming into form. Not as hope, but as a physical experience of possibility. This creation is about you, about each of us. This is why we came here. This is why you are here at this time. We as spiritual beings came to bring into physical consciousness a new architecture, one without fear, one that has been dreamt for many, many eons of time, a landscape that is built upon respect, appreciation, laughter, co-creation, and well-being. We're inviting you to join us to sit with thousands of others once again on the park bench, all in agreement, not as a hopeful meditation, but as an intentional, conscious co-creation. No longer as just a thought, but as a tangible experience that we all have always known is possible. So please, come create with us in this project, where two or more are gathered in service to humanity and the earth.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day 3 of the spirituality. This is day 3 of the 2024 Wild Souls Gathering Summer Summit Spirituality Explained. The last 2 days have just been rocking. The energy has been off the charts, and I expect no difference for today. I have 6 wonderful presentations, 6 wonderful speakers, actually 7, because our first presentation is a duo. And there's just going to be a lot of wisdom and knowledge. Again, our presenters are really looking to get to meet everyone. So please introduce yourself in the chat. Just say where you're from. If you have any questions, put them in there. And everyone's going to be very eager to get to meet you and answer any questions you have. So to get started, I want to bring on Melissa and Charlotte Abel. Abel. I always say Abel, and I know it's Abel. So when I tell myself not to do it, the brain does it subconsciously anyways, right? Isn't that how it works? So I'm really excited. You guys are both just so gifted and wise. And Melissa and Charlotte is a mother-daughter team. And I just have to tell you, they both just ooze love and positiveness all the time. Like, I don't even think you need to speak, and I can feel your positiveness. So welcome to the summit.
Thank you so much. It's so good to be here. So good.
Yeah, we are so excited and so honored and just really happy to be here. So thank you. Thank you. And thank you for this incredible summit. And I can't even imagine what it's taken for you to bring it together and then to be present and to be such an amazing listener and interviewer. We're just in awe. We bow down. So
well, thank you. That's very nice. It certainly has been, as with everything, there's been a lot of lessons in it, but I will say they've been positive lessons. And I know we're on the last day, day 3, but I'm already working on what the next one's going to look like and all the improvements and other things we can do. But that being said, let's finish up with day 3, right? So Melissa, you're a teacher. Like, introducing both of you guys, you have just such a long list of a resume, if you want to call that, but you're a teacher, you're a student of metaphysics who's been schooled at the Arthur Findlay Spiritual College in England. And you're active in astrology, the tarot, numerology, Reiki, angelic studies, and spiritual mediumship. Charlotte, your list is right up there with a little bit more.
I had more time.
Well, there you go. You're an expert astrologist. You're an event speaker. And you have been relentless, and I mean relentless, about pursuing metaphysical things in astrology since the 1960s. Like, God bless you.
Well, thank you.
That's just amazing. And you're active in yoga, spiritual mediumship, channeling, teaching, past life regressions, just to name a few. I'm excited to have you both here. I know that we're going to be talking a lot about astrology, some past life, some soul awakening kinds of things. So how did you guys want to get started with this?
Well, I think we were talking and we had a lot of discussion about, this presentation, and what we found, we've just been in the spiritual game, as it were, for decades. And what we found is there's an acceleration, there's a quickening lately. So it seems like all the information on what you read or what books you read, even the old ones, everything is leading to awakening to greater levels, higher levels of consciousness. That's where it's at. And so the awakening of humanity that we used to think might be a possibility, the guides that we work with and teachers say, oh, it's happening. It's not even a will they, might they are. And so we're in the thick of it. And so they really say that it is now about raising your awareness and really living from these greater levels of consciousness. And so that's where we really like to start. And I refer to my mom, sometimes her nickname is Coco, so don't mind me if I say Coco.
I will respond.
Yes. Would you like to jump in with anything about awakening?
No, I think that actually is a perfect way to start the day, and to really tie up the importance of that with the summit is that this is happening. And, I have this podcast, Happy Hour for the Spiritually Curious podcast, and a lot of the more recent shows is talking about the old ways of manifesting, the old energy. So everything that we have spent the last decade sort of immersed in and growing is falling by the wayside on some level, and it's all up leveling. So it's exactly what you guys just said. That being said, I'm going to gray myself out. I'll be in the background. And if you guys want to talk, or do you want me to stay on the screen with you and be part of it? Your call.
We'd love you to stay.
Okay.
If you will. Yeah, jump in and it's going to be like all three of us just kind of bouncing off one another.
Oh, beautiful. That's perfect.
So what about you, Coco? Do you have anything you want to lead with on the awakening to greater levels of consciousness?
Well, I watched the video that you just showed, the park bench, and I thought the summation of everything that we're about to bring is beautifully shown in the park bench. And I just thought, the planetary energies are helping right now to open us up to higher consciousness or higher frequency. And it's all, just flowing so beautifully. And to start off with the park bench, it's like, whoa, that's great. Great.
I am just so passionate about this and getting the word out on it, because we all know the more of us who are doing this,
Yeah.
bigger
Yeah.
the energy and what a difference. And, you know, Coco, um, my grandma's name is Charlotte, so it's like just it's sort of funny. I don't meet many Charlottes. So it's a pleasure to meet you. But what is amazing to me, and like I constantly say this, like you can't make this stuff up. Like the astrology is unique. There's so many once in a lifetime events that are happening that
Yes.
it clearly was all designed, and it's an opportunity. I don't think that it's a foregone conclusion. I think everything is designed for it to happen, but we still have to play our role in being a
Yeah.
part of having it happen.
Yeah, it's beyond thought now. We all have the thoughts of what we can do. We were trained, and now it's like, do it.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
make it happen in Earth and that's what the park bench was about. It is the energy is there to help us move into this new time, and the planetary energies, basically, with the planet Pluto moving into the sign of Aquarius, that's the new time. We had all the songs about the age of Aquarius and all that, and now we are here, but we're babies. This is the beginning of a gigantic cycle, and how exciting and inspirational. We are the visionaries and the babies coming out with their eyes wide open and trying to figure out, well, how do you walk and talk and do these things? So it's exciting. It's just wonderful, wonderful. And how we all chose to be here.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys, because that honestly was the purpose of the whole summit. Was there's so many people who are curious, and they're feeling it, they're feeling nudged, but they're not exactly sure what they're feeling and what those nudges are. And you're right, it's all about action at this time. So you both are able, I think, to help give people possibilities of what that action could look like, depending on what's speaking to people. So thank you.
Definitely. So, and it's wonderful because the work that we're involved in, we call soul awakening. And it's not about, our soul needing to wake up. It's about our soul wanting to wake us up to our greater possibility, our wholeness, our potential. So everything starts with the individual. And that's one of the main tenets about this time, because we're here to offer really easy, simple exercises and ways to lean into higher dimensional frequency consciousness that our guides have given us and we practice with. But one of them is, they said, now whatever you would want to see in the world, you have to first give yourself. So if you want to have peace out there, if you want to have abundance, they're saying you have to first take that into yourself. And they said even praying, I think typically we, from our heart or from our mind, would say a prayer for someone. They're saying if you want someone to have well-being and healing, first you picture it within yourself in every cell of your body. And once you've maximized that feeling for yourself in every cell, then you are ready to broadcast it out. And then you can send it wherever you like. And so they're saying, otherwise, don't waste your time. It's like, give it to yourself first. So it starts with all of us as individuals, as a broadcast frequency of what we want to have out in the world. And so that being said, they're also saying, look at life, look at where we've been used to third dimensional consciousness. And they're saying that's like the first level of a video game, where you come in, you don't have a wardrobe, you don't have magic, you don't have power, and you have this basic map. You're trying really not to get killed. You're in survival mode. And so they're saying you don't rail at the video game level 1 to say, I wish this didn't, exist here, because that's just part of level 1. And they're saying that's like third dimensional consciousness. There's always going to be war, poverty, strife. And so it's not about looking out where we are in the world and saying, why can't there be peace? Because we're not at the consciousness for it. So the foregone conclusion, the only thing to do, let's raise ourselves into these higher dimensions. And that's where love rules. There is no war. It can't abide. That's where there's unity, wholeness. There's no separation. And that's where life as we want it exists. I mean, it's kind of amazing. So they're saying, it's a really good time to embrace the crucial understanding that our beliefs, our thoughts, indeed create and perpetuate our reality. So they're kind of saying they see a lot of us with really beautiful intentions, that we want no war, don't want war, can't stand war. And what are we focusing on? War. Because there's no not. It's like you're either focusing on what you desire or what you don't want. And whatever you're focused on is the basic law of attraction 101, you get more of. So they're saying this is crucial. And it's funny because a lot of the old books that we read ages ago, like Conversations with God and the Pleiadian, Barbara Marciniak, even the Celestine Prophecy, everything says, yes, your thoughts and beliefs create your reality. And how do you know what your thoughts and beliefs are? How do you feel? Your feelings will always inform you of your thoughts and beliefs. Are you feeling good? Is life wonderful? You're in a good spot. I mean, that's really basic. So they're just kind of saying, dial it in. They always marvel at us because they say you always go into a restaurant and order off a menu exactly what you want. Wait for it to come, it comes. But they're like, when it comes to just daily life, you don't do that. You're just saying, whatever, bring it on. I'm not going to dial it in. So they've taught me each day, almost like you're dialing in a radio frequency, whatever you want for the day, joy, harmony, peace, right place, right time. And then I lock it in. So those vibrations have to look for you that whole day, and you can change it up all the time. It's tremendous fun. So just these little bits of things that we can do. And I know that one of the quotes from one of my favorite books that Barbara Marciniak wrote, Channeling the Pleiadians, the book is Path of Empowerment. Learning to recognize and read frequencies or levels of consciousness offers you a profound new form of liberty and freedom. Anyone can activate the innate ability to wake up and experience life from a more expansive vista. So this is what we're doing, and the payoff is life is amazing. It's freeing, it's abundant, it's peaceful, it's joyful. And so that's why we want to do this. And they keep saying this is absolutely the time. And so I know Earth is where it's at. Coco, do you want to talk a little bit about that, and the human body is where it's at? This is our
It's where it's at for sure. We had done years ago, it started with master alignment, which was just coming onto Earth. It was a magnificent teaching, and worked with higher frequency energy that came in and looked into bodies to see, well, where is this person stuck? And the energy would be given. But the bottom line was, this was before DNA. The DNA had been discovered, and it's 97% junk. Okay, can never change it. And of course, now we know there is no junk in the DNA, and you can change it because it's your living library. It's where you have your whole entire history, not just you, but of humanity. It's all in there. And so working with this, it's just like this work that we did was to go in and ferret out, like, where are you stuck, and bring in the energy to clear that. It was a process. And we're now at the point where the process doesn't have to dredge up everything. But when you first started something, that was how you did it. And use the energy that the guides in high frequency had you take care of that yourself. So it was this magnificent way of seeing that the body is your ticket. If you don't have a body, you ain't here. So it's like to value life and value the body. And the energies of astrology, if you want to look at it that way, they're coming in now to really help us become aware of Earth body, because this is where we live. This is where the action is. And it's like one of the planets that has been in Taurus, which is Earth energy, the mama, come into Mother Earth. And it's been Uranus, which is a planet that says, I will awaken you. And whatever it takes to awaken you, lightning bolts, earth changes, anything and everything that's happening with Earth, and how prominent is climate change? How prominent is the weather and what's going on with Mother Earth? And this planet is the disruptor, and it will be there for another year or so. And then it's going to move into another sign. But while it's here in Taurus, I personally, I have come into the point where just to go outside and see the beauty of earth and to feel the softness of earth as you walk barefooted, after a rain, and thank God we got some rain. So it's just to appreciate life and life in all of its majesty and its magic and the miracles of life itself. It just brings in the heart to value Mother Earth even more and more and more. So everything is working to help us shift into this new time. And if you want to look at, how we all looked at 2012 as being like the end of the world and then a new world, and basically it was, because from that point you really, really moved into this new time, and we're baby stepping. I mean, it wasn't some gigantic big boom that came down and hit us on the head. It's like, you're in Earth now. Let's see how we can go. And it all, I guess, if you remember the harmonic convergence of 1987, that was a 25 or 35-year stretch of time that said, will humanity change in these bodies, or will we have to wipe you all out and start over? And we're doing it in this body. And that's why, to raise the frequency now, that's what the whole game is, and how playful, how exciting, how joyful to know that, yeah, we're going to make it. It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah, so exciting. And about the DNA, I mean, the readings that we do, kind of the guides take you to your big stuck place, maybe the traumatic event or events or lifetimes that you experienced as a soul, or maybe it's ancestral history, that where did you get stuck? And what is that? The Pleiadians call it your old lower vibrational emotional debris. We call it in this work factory settings that you wrote in with. It's not who you are now. It didn't come from this lifetime, but it's repeating. It's like a vibration of, whether it be unworthiness, feeling unlovable, feeling like a failure, feeling that you're always betrayed, people always abandon you. But you're riding around with this song that's singing out of you subconsciously. And so the whole idea is to clear that. And so there was a study done with children. It was a published article in the Washington Post in May. And it was one of their most controversial and successful, most read articles. And they had a big live follow-up chat a week later. But basically it was this, the UVA Medical School has this whole branch, like a division of perceptual studies, where they've documented since the 1960s over 2,200 cases globally of children with extremely detailed past life recall. The kids are basically between 2 and 6, and it's very scientific and detailed. 2/3 of the cases actually have identifying information, meaning they can say, I lived there, I drove that car, and they can find pictures of themselves and our historical things. But what we find is that the parents and the psychologists are delighted at age 8 when they seem to get away from this. But the guys just say, oh, they're just internalizing it. So the whole idea is to take, it's mostly trauma. They remember Holocaust, they remember being a fighter pilot in the World War II, or unresolved trauma, unresolved pain. And so that's what we do in the work that we do, where they take us to, this is what happened, this is what followed you in, this is a wax buildup of fear, pain, shame, guilt, blame that you're still running with, and it's still creating these circumstances. So what would you like to do? Would you like to clear that? Yes, thank you. And we do, and you have this free will. The DNA is the stuff. I mean, they can easily trace back DNA to now 450,000 years. 1,000,000 years is I think the oldest recovered DNA in our time. And that the guy's like, you haven't seen anything yet. And so basically, just to know that the whole reason that we want to do this is to get to be able to live in these higher vibrations, where we don't carry around that old kind of lower we just keep creating these scenarios. And so from the sessions, I love how this is. The guides say, they'll show me a lifetime, let's say, where the person was a failure, or they were abandoned or excommunicated, or whatever the case was, killed. And they show us going to the other side, non-physical, pure positive energy. And let's have a good laugh about, what did we learn? Oh, that was awesome. I went out in flames. That's great. No hard feelings. Just look what I learned. Look what I did. I'll never pick that up again. And yet, coming back into a human body with DNA in the third dimensional consciousness, the DNA says, what was that you were thinking? That you're a failure, that you're not lovable, that people leave you? Okay, we're going to put that groove back in the record and carry it around until you wake up and say, I don't need that anymore. So it's interesting, when the guides always say, when you're in a human body, you have the material, the DNA, to clear anything, everything. And you don't always know what that is. When you're in the other higher dimensions, when you make your transition and you're non-physical, you have exactly the knowledge of what to clear, but you don't have the material. So that's why a lot of times when people I work with are going to clear a big pattern, their ancestors come in droves in the non-physical to thank them, because they know that it gets cleared from them. You clear up the line, down the line, and that they won't have to come in and live that anymore. And so it's just so kind of interesting. Another thing they say is, having your DNA in the world as a body, even for one breath, it's like casting your vote. They're like, a lot of souls just want to come in and be a baby and have 2 breaths. Okay, voted, I'm out. Or people that hang on for a long time, say in dementia, where they have no idea who's who or what's what. Why do they hang on? They say because they want the clearing while they're in the body, so they never have to bring back anything like that again. And so this is how consciousness, and this is how humanity wakes up and changes. So it's an exhilarating time to be alive. It really is. And so there's all these kind of ways that we can do this. Just even make it be fun, make it be easy. And part of it is just your willingness, your awareness, and choice. Deciding, if you know that you carry a lot of shame around, okay, I'm so done with carrying this shame around. I know it's not reflective of who I am. I choose to release that. And now what would I prefer? I go forward in my new choices. So we're so empowered. And this is part of it, is waking up to our human potential and the beauty and the gift of being human and alive now in this amazing time.
Yeah, fantastic time.
So, yeah, I agree. I say this all the time, because we frequently will say, a once in a lifetime event, but this is a once in infinite lifetime. But I did want to share, Melissa, I love that the Washington Post is giving tangible validity to work that so many people have done for years that might have been seen as woo-woo, and the power of it. I know I did one of your soul awakening sessions, and you brought up 2 of my past lives that were significant, and the one was pretty intense. It was almost traumatic to hear the trauma of that past life on some level. But what was fascinating to me as you were talking about it was, those were statements that I had made to myself many times in this lifetime that you would have no idea about, right? It was about the monk. I was a monk, and the vows that I had made. So I can attest, I'm not the Washington Post, but I can attest to the reality of it and just how powerful and meaningful it was. And you sent me this crazy song. You were like, have you ever heard of Engelbert Humperdinck? I'm like, oh, yeah, definitely. And the song, and I'm like, I feel like I should know every song the man ever sang, because my mother was obsessed with him. And I played the song. I looked it up and played it later. And then you sent me an email and said, I think this was a love song from your mother. And I was like, absolutely. So it was, it's just, I just want to validate the powerfulness of the work and the validity of it.
Thank you for sharing that. My gosh, I remember your session was so powerful. Yeah.
It was a bit intense in a good way, So
Yeah.
I don't want to say that to scare people off. I mean, it made an awful lot of sense of things that I deal with or was dealing with. I would say the majority of my life, it like all started to make sense and I was able to move away from those things. So I don't deal with them now.
Excellent. That's the name of the game. And so just think as we elevate our consciousness, we won't even have to have any of the trauma or dredge it up or think about it, because we'll be realized, actualized, just as we go with these higher frequencies. So it's amazing to think that, oh yes, this is coming, and so much more. Yeah.
So there was a lady who presented first yesterday, Leigh Strom. She's doing some amazing work that I'm sure some people might see out there. And she does, the name of the presentation was Healing is Easy, Not Work. And she's working with these canine spirit guides. And she talks about the old way of healing, that we weren't ready for this advanced technology, but that it is instantaneous. Like we don't have to commit our lifetime to healing and work. And, I can appreciate the value of therapy. I've participated in it at different times of my life and found it to have some positive outcomes. But the whole idea that you spend a significant of your life immersed in that. And I started, as I've been on my spiritual path, is pondering, if you're spending all this time focusing on your past, aren't you just recreating your past? So,
Exactly.
just a lot of aha moments. But I love that healing is going to be easy and instantaneous. It's like already here, but like you said, it's just coming out.
Yeah, it's getting easier and easier. I loved her presentation, by the way. That
Yeah,
night.
that's
Oh my
wonderful.
gosh, amazing. All of the presenters have just been amazing. So, and I think we want to know, well, where do we start? How do you begin? What do we do, guides? And so they've given us this kind of easy things. One of the things is a game that they like us to play. They call it the "I Like It Like That" game. And there's the song, "I Like It Like That." There's the Latin version, and but basically what this means is they're saying, we challenge you to play this game with yourself for 3 days, starting out. If you can do more, great. But basically, where you're just going to be focusing on what you love, things that are flowing, things that light you up, and it's like making a list of pros and cons, but not the cons. And they say it's like your personal version of Sound of Music. Here, these are a few of my favorite things. And wherever you go, and whatever you're eating, drinking, hearing, tasting, touching, I like it like that. I like it like that, because they're saying this is like the recipe for your fantastic, flowing, beautiful life coming up. And so my husband and I, in early winter, we took a drive on a Sunday morning. We live near the fruit belt of central PA, which there's 10,000 acres of apple orchards. It had just snowed. So there we are, this, frosty, crisp air Sunday morning, not a car around. We didn't pass a person. And there's these rolling hills of orchards with powdered sugar sprinkled on them. I mean, the way the snow just kind of settled. We had the perfect steaming cups of coffee. And we somehow had found this playlist of music that we'd never heard before that was just perfect. So there we are. And it was so filling. It was filling all of our senses that I just said, pull over. We have to stop it. I'm like, we love it like this. And I heard my guide say, duly noted. Duly noted. We're going to add that to your recipe. All of these things that fill us up. And so what you'll find is you're resetting, recalibrating your vibrational set point, and that you'll begin to see, even after 3 days, that all of a sudden you just have these grand little interactions, you have these positive things, and then you realize, like, oh, I like this. I'm going to stick with this. Like, so the reward, I mean, there's definitely payoff, but that's one of the things. It's really fun. Another thing is they're saying, well, actually, they showed me last week in a reading. I was doing a reading by Zoom for someone, never had this happen before, where as we began the reading, and she was, the energies were lifting, this big shaft of light was coming right over her right shoulder, and it began to have the appearance of an angel. And the more she spoke of things she loved and what lifted her up, not only did that energy come in and just inform the whole room, but she began to get all misty, which means her energy was rising. I could barely see her. But then as she would talk about things that weren't so pleasing or what were troublesome, the energy would contract. Her aura would contract and the energy would dissipate. And so what my guide shared with me, we wanted to show you in real time the law of attraction. Then as you speak of what you love, it's just you have greater access to all of this and this upliftment. And as you would turn your attention otherwise, then it contracts. And so to me, that was just a profound gift. So to play that game, another thing they gave us was what this has been so powerful. We did this for about a month ago, and they said prescription pad from the guides. From here on, we want you to have one daily undoing and one daily trivial pursuit. And I'm like, okay, what is that? So they said basically the undoing is where you're making an earnest list, whether in your head or on paper, of what you want to get done that day, and you intentionally take one out. Not going to do that. You can put it back tomorrow if you want. And then the trivial pursuit is anything that you feel is not productive. You could be binge watching something, playing a game, staring at your navel. It doesn't matter. But so we religiously, it was really hard. Yeah. We were disciplined about doing our undoings and trivial pursuits. And what we found is after a month, both of us and our class that we teach, all of a sudden, these things that I'd been procrastinating for 6 months just got done without me even thinking. Like I'd been putting off cleaning the basement, and all of a sudden one day I was like, oh, I just did that. So it's interesting when we give ourselves a little bit more space and grace, what this allows, and the guides know that, and it's like listening to that. Another thing is laughter. My mom and I, we were prone to just fits of speaking. Where there's no sound. We're always laughing, but the guides always say laughter is more cathartic than tears. Tears fall, laughter rises. And I know the Pleiadians have a nice quote here, which I wanted to share about this. Let's see, where was that? Okay, of course, that's the one paper I don't have, but it was basically, where is that?
Okay.
Here it is. I've got it. Okay. In order to manage the accelerated energies, take it easy, slow down, laugh, and allow yourself the luxury of actually enjoying life. Laughter keeps you young, aligns your cells, and opens your chakras for more energy to enter. And so it's more powerful than you think. I recently had the craziest thing in my whole life. I never Googled on Spotify or searched, laughter tracks or clean humor soundtrack or whatever. But one day I was driving to a party at my mom's, had this all queued up, didn't listen to it, got to my mom's and ate something that I really became super ill. I mean, in fact, she was threatening, you've got to go to the hospital. I mean, I was really ill. And everybody around me was worried, my postures were weak, and, all these, and I really felt horrible, like I couldn't move. And so I somehow threw up a few times, because my mom said, you're not going anywhere. It's an hour drive home. Okay, we're going to take you to the ER. So after throwing up, I felt a little bit better, and I'm like, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go home. And so she's like, no. I get in my car, and somehow I put that laughter, the comedy track on, and by the time I got home, I mean, I was just laughing at everything. Never had done this before. By the time I got home, 1 hour, I felt perfect. So and Byron Katie, master teacher on our planet, had talked about when she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and she just laughed at the doctor. Of course, he thought she was crazy, but she genuinely laughed, and it couldn't abide. And she was taking a walk with her best friend in the desert one day, and he had a heart attack, and they were miles away from any help. And so she just started laughing. And he was like, how dare you? I'm dying. Help me. How dare you laugh at me? And she just kept laughing. And then he laughed, and they both got up and walked on. There's something about the high vibration. And the guides say that laughter literally puts you in the now moment. There's no past, there's no future, and of course, all power is in the now. And your spirits are so bright with laughter. So don't estimate the power of laughter, but also quieting your mind, meditating, just enjoying life. If you're in a good mood, you know that, okay, this is my zone. This is what is going to help me focus into these higher levels of dimensional consciousness. And of course, we definitely want to touch on the astrology. We have some very exciting things to show you. We have Dr. Sandra's charts.
Yeah.
And one thing we want to talk about is the guides have inspired us with downloads, and it's something that we call all astrology. And they're saying, we're giving you this because it's astrology that you will be embracing as your identity in the higher dimensional awareness, these 5D consciousness. So they're saying it's really like astrology for where you're going. And the more you practice it, and these simple exercises. But basically, all astrology, all stands for awakened wayfinders evolving. So we've got your current chart, your natal chart, and we've got your all astrology chart. And Coco is going to really get us into some of this. But let me see if I could share my screen to show you these charts here.
And while she's doing that, looking at the natal chart, we'll just kind of not get deep into it, but there's plenty that we can give. And as far as like kind of events that are happening in the big picture for the world, that Pluto went into the sign of Aquarius, and it signals the beginning of the age of Aquarius, and we can all sing that song and be happy. But as it goes in there, we began the United States chart. See, everything has a chart. Everything's born at a time. And with the United States, we were born with the Revolutionary War. So what does that tell you right off the bat? Revolutionary War takes 248 years for Pluto to start where it was in the chart and make its way all the way around. It's a big cycle. Everything is a cycle. It starts, it ends, you start again. And so when it came back to where it is, again, we are at a point in our history or our culture where the revolution is here. I mean, we're looking at like an old way is dying, and we're creating a vision for the next new one. And that's why the energy is kind of jolty beyond the point. So we're working on that. And the more people that can hold that vision of the next year or the next life that we want to have, is going to be peaceful, plenty. Everyone will be fed, clothed, housed, and they will be happy. So we're looking at if we can create that in our own life, that puts that energy into the world for this next time. We have the energy of Uranus, which is the disruptor, but it's the awakener. And everyone says, well, we're awakening. Humanity is awakening. There are more and more people interested in astrology, which is a blueprint or guide to what the energies really are about. And we have the planet Saturn, which creates structure. And right now in the sky, Saturn is in the sign of Pisces, along with a ruler of Pisces, which is Neptune. And it says spirituality is where it's at. But it's kind of a high frequency, high level energy where you can drop off the end of it. It's like we're going to be checking and becoming real reality, practicality about our illusions, so that we can create the next spirituality level with just, it's going to be different. Our belief systems are just kind of getting lifted up so you can kind of look at them and see, does this really make any sense? So all of the energies out there are creating this flow of energy where we can really move into whatever is next. And we're the creators of that. It's exciting.
Yes, it is, very much.
So looking at your chart, this chart here this is like your natal chart. When you were born, this was where you came in. And so it says, I come in with the sun sign in Leo. I'm a Leo person. I inspire people. I'm fiery. I have a lot of passion for everything that I do. And so with that sun there, you also added that disruptor awakener. And so it makes your work and your beingness, your personality a little bit unusual for, you walk to the beat of a different drummer, and everybody knows this. So,
It's a fair statement.
so to do a natal chart, we usually just look at three different things to start with. It's like, where's your sun, Leo? Where's your moon? And your moon happens to be in the sign of Aquarius. So you're already a child of the Aquarian energy. The moon represents your emotional body. And then the rising sign, which is like where the first house is. And if you're not familiar with charts, we're not going to go into a lot of that stuff, okay? But your rising sign, your ascendant, is in the sign of Cancer. And what I like to do is, like, after we talk about those basic things, and most of the people that I work with, you've been, a Leo person for a long time, so you know how Leo runs. So I don't have to dwell on that. So I will look to see, well, where are planets as they move? They call them transits, because this is like yourself. You stay there, and everything runs around you. And so we look at the different cycles and the phases of your life, because astrology is the timer. And so looking at this chart now, we have Pluto moving into the sign of Aquarius. It's not sitting on your moon yet. It's going to be a while. But like it's sparking things. And wherever Pluto is out there, it transforms something. Takes this old energy, mixes it up, changes it, and transforms something. It's beyond changing your clothes. This is like big time. So we look at that, and we have the Saturn and Neptune that we were talking about. It's up at the top of your chart in Pisces. So it says the spiritual aspect of things. I want to expand, I want to explore it, and I want to share it. That's the energy of that. And the Uranus and Mars, this is a big thing that's getting ready to happen Monday. Out there in the world, it's like Mars is hooked up with Uranus. So who knows what's going to happen, because you never know with Uranus. But that's in the house, like the 11th house. And each one of these boxes is a house. That's what we call them. This is the permanent house, and you just visit it. And you have these people come in and party out and help you understand it. So you have this Uranus and Mars up in the 11th house, which is, how do I share? Well, look at you. You have a stomach.
Wow.
It's like, whoa.
And I'm already being nudged by
to do another
the
one.
unseen to do another. I'm like, I haven't even finished this one.
Yes. And so the planet Jupiter has moved into that 11th house, and it's adding to it. And Jupiter is now in an air sign. So airwaves, we're sending this out. So everything that you're about at this particular time, because I don't want to go into big time depth with it, is just like where you are now. It's just fantastic. And now, what
now,
do
now,
drum roll is like bring in the astrology, awakened wayfinders, evolving astrology. And this is information that Melissa has been getting from the guides to help us. We created a class, and there's like a basic core group of like 12 people that consistently come, and each month the guides are giving us information about what this really means on a deeper level, and for the advanced consciousness, put it that way. So we changed your chart. We made it a whole house. And there are so many ways of astrologers look at charts. This one that we're looking at right now is a Placidus kind of a pattern. And what we're doing is going to a whole house, which means that instead of 28 degrees Cancer on your ascendant, it's going to be zero Cancer. So can you get that one up, Myers?
Yeah, I thought I did, but it's not up.
No, it's still the 28-degree one.
Oh boy, let's see. How about, did it change? Share. Oh, okay. What about now?
Now we're cooking.
Okay, cool.
So are you familiar with your chart, Dr. Sandra?
A little bit.
Okay, so it changed things.
Yeah, look where your sun is now. It's not in the first house.
It's not in the first house.
Woo-woo.
Moved into the second house, and then other things moved into the third. Everything like shifted a little bit. So we're just going to go into what we're being taught, and we're all the way up to Cancer energy, because the guides have been giving us the astrological sign. When we went into Aries in the spring, we're going to go house number 1. And then each time there's a sun moves into a different constellation, we're going to give you the information. We're only up to Cancer because this is Cancerian time.
Okay.
Makes sense?
I feel like Cancer's always had a lot of influence in my chart, but I see there's some interesting geometry. I don't know what that means. Lots of triangles.
Yes, that's good
stuff.
Basically, to talk about the way the guides have been sharing all astrology and like your wholeness going into these higher levels of dimensional consciousness, you've got on the first house here, this is Cancer, which is your rising sign in the traditional,
Mm-hmm.
but basically the way they want you to look at this is who you knew yourself to be so strongly before you just think you went from non-physical and you expressed yourself into physical form in this lifetime. So they're saying, and science says this, the odds of you being born were 400 trillion to 1. So imagine your guide saying to you, okay, you can come in and be Dr. Sandra Marie Robinson, but the odds against you being that are 400 trillion to 1. But you were so sure and confident in who you were as this Cancerian energy. You're like, no problem, I'm there.
Okay.
And so you came in. And so this is like your alchemy fire, what created your life. So of course, Cancer, you're like, understatement, Cancer energy is definitely like part and parcel of who you are. So unbelievably powerful. And then if we look at the second house, which is this one, this was the first house, and now this is the second one. Now in the higher consciousness, your sun and Uranus and this Pluto are now in the second house. So Sandra, this is so exciting because so your full light, the light of who you are, and all of this being a way shower and a vision, a wayfinder, a visionary, has moved into this house of loving life and making manifest, and real. You've got wealth, and you've got your sun shining in every area that you want it to shine, and it's in the world. You're showing up in the world as who you are, and it's a wonderful, beautiful, regal energy, as well as somebody who just loves to have one hell of a good life and be connected and live, and it's just so exciting. Like all of this energy in this house is about everything you want to build and make manifest and help the world with. It's your service to humanity, and doing it as such a light, the light that you are. So are you as excited as I am just talking about it?
Absolutely. I'm like, oh my gosh, all these things are going to happen.
Yeah.
They are happening.
Right.
They are happening. And then if we look at the third house, which is this next house, and look at all these, what we call multipliers in here. You have Mars and you have Mercury and you have Venus, but this house is Virgo. And oh my gosh. So this is amazing. This house represents your how. How are you going to express the who and the why? Because the second house that we just mentioned was your why. Why do I want to come into the world? Because it's so beautiful and it's so incredible and you can have everything you want. And now this is like, well, how will I do it? And you've got Virgo here and all of this energy and the way that you think and what you love and your fiery, passionate nature. And the way you said you'll do it is, I'm going to be a healer and I'm going to be of service and I'm going to be so skilled and adept that just the way I live and breathe and show up is I'm a healer. I bring beauty and order and I could just get it done. I can make it happen. Just think of what you did with this summit. And I share and I disseminate myself, my spirituality, and the healing nature that I am. And it's what I love to do. And I mean, my God.
It is the mission, and I am passionate about it.
Yes. And
Yeah.
then this fourth house, and this is where we are in this astrology here, is you've got Jupiter. This is Libra here on the cusp of this, and you've got Jupiter, which is expansion and good luck and good fortune, and Libra. And basically, the guide said in the new astrology, this is your sanctuary, and this is your home, and this is what makes you feel like you belong in this world and what you love about this world. And so you love harmony, you love beauty, you love to be of service and lift other people up so that they can succeed. You love your mind is like the steel trap, this amazing, like nothing gets by you, and you love learning, and you're so curious, and you love harmony. You love harmony in the world, peacefulness and balance and fairness, and especially the beauty and love and connection. So you have that and then some, and that is what makes you feel truly safe and secure and loved. And it's just so, you can tell I get
You can't even, it's like I'm looking at this thinking you can't make this up.
it's just so exhilarating. So you can even feel, I'm feeling the goosebumps of, yes, this is the truth of who you are. So, and Coco, I'm sure you have some things to add about this too.
Right. Looking at the way this is, it's like each house stays the same. Like that first house is Aries. I had this big epiphany this morning when I woke up of how to kind of explain this, because the house is always there. It's just like your house is where it is, and that's where it stays. So it's an Aries house, it's a fire house. So when you came in as who you are, it's like you add all that beautiful Cancerian energy to fire, because that's what Aries is about. It's passion. And so the who of who you are is in that first house. The second house by nature is Taurus. It's like an earth sign. So you put all that beautiful Leo energy in earth and said, practical ways that I can do this, I can, and the people, the planets that you put in there that are partying out in there, they are helping you to put your energy out there in the world in a way that is practical and of service and of great value, as you move into the world. And so that's like why you came in. So I can smell flowers and I can do all these things that only on earth can you do. I mean, those on the other side, they can watch us and they can do this and that, but they can't walk on that ground. They can't feel the earth. They can't see, they can't hear the way we can. So it's a magnificent house, and it's always going to be that second house. The third house is like, how did you come in to express? And it's an air sign house. It's usually Gemini rules that. And Gemini is about talking and social interaction and like your everyday life and how you write, how you express, how you talk. And so the how you do all these things, and then you move into, well, what makes me feel safe? And that's usually a Cancerian house, your home. And that's where your sanctuary is. And you find that sanctuary and that safeness in being the diplomat and being the balanced and harmonious, beautiful person. I've listened to you interact with the summit people, and you are just such a diplomat and just so gentle and so curious and so right there. And I just look, wow, that Libra intellect is just like Jupiter. It's really fantastic. So looking at where transits are in this chart, it's like they're in a little bit different place. I don't know if you can move the chart down just a tad, so we can see where Pluto is right now. It's up in the eighth house, which is kind of an unconscious house. It's out there. It's the inner world. It's this world. It's that world. And it's like you're bringing information in the mass consciousness we'll put it that way, that you can reach. It's just like a fantastic way to have that energy in there. You have your moon, your emotions, and you love this stuff, man. You know? And so looking at the ninth house, which is the next one up, that's where Saturn and Neptune are at the moment. And they're coming into the top of that. And you know, it's all about the spirituality. It's all about the magnificence of what we really came in to be and to do. And then you have your Uranus, Mars, like in the house of Taurus, which is still the 11th house. It's like you do this in a practical way. You share with the masses what you learned and how you can help people understand who they are. And then your Jupiter has actually moved into the 12th house for you now. And the Jupiter in there is just saying, I am bringing so much stuff from the mysteries of who I really am. It's just like, this is where I hear, oh, you're going to do another summit. You know?
Okay.
And how you can bring that energy out. So that's just a little short way to see what's going on, but it's just an awe-inspiring kind of chart. And the way we do astrology with this astrology is different. It's great.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it makes a lot of sense because everything is evolving and changing. And, you know, there's been some conversation and, you know, I've asked some questions. It makes sense to me that the astrology is going to transform, transmutate, and change as we know it also.
Yeah.
So you guys are already there. Like you're one step ahead of my like wondering, is this going to happen? Because it is happening.
Yes.
Yeah, that's beautiful, and it makes difference. Yeah, that makes so much sense because it's all a different vibration energy, and it's a higher level. I love it.
Yeah.
So we're getting towards the end. I see the next speakers in the green room, but there's a couple of things that I want to ask you, even if we go over a few minutes, is when Steve Koch and I were talking yesterday, and he was talking a little bit about his journey, he had mentioned that he's doing some volunteer work for hospice, and he talked a little bit about, you know, what it was like to work with people who were actively transitioning. And, you know, I had mentioned I also have done some service in that area. And I did mention your next grand adventure, but I feel like I didn't quite give it the due respect that it needed when I tried to explain it. Mm-hmm. So just because I brought it up yesterday, could you guys just touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, by the way, thank you. I was listening and I really appreciated the shout out. So next grand adventure is something else that the guides brought us as a download, you know, a turnkey kind of like, here you go if you like this. And basically next grand adventure is for those that know they're not long for this world. So let's say you're 110 and probably eventually you're going to leave, or you've gotten a diagnosis, or for whatever reason. And so we don't need to actually connect with the person in person, or we don't need to talk with them, but basically we just need their, okay, yes, I'd like this next grand adventure reading. And so I do the kind of the channeled spoken recording, and Coco does the artwork, the spirit inspired artwork. And basically what we found, and talk about high dimensional consciousness, these are so joyful. It's beyond anything that you could even imagine. But basically, like what we found is for that person, the guides will talk about the easiest way for that person to leave the body. I know they've said for one person that was very obese, said just step out of it like a wet bathing suit. Another one, a friend of ours, actually was a human cannon. And she was going from this side to the other. And when they said, when we press the trigger, or when you hear the pop, you go. And so that's the way it was. I mean, it was kind of amazing. So they'll give information also about who's going to be greeting you. And many times they'll say, you know, grandmother is going to have on her pink shirt with her yellow necklace, and she's going to be the first one. She got special permission, you know, or whatever, or your great aunt. But they'll say this is what to look for to make it easy for your transition. And they talk about, well, what was this life about? What did you learn? What's your bag of tricks and wisdom that you got, and how wonderful that is? But also, what's your next grand adventure? And I know I've worked with some people that were pilots in this lifetime, and that doesn't go away. And now they say, oh my gosh, now I'm flying these craft that I could never even explain. I keep going. My dad, shout out to Robert Abel in Heavenly Realms. Today would have been his 87th birthday. He recently came through and said that he's halfway to be getting his quote diploma to be someone, a guide, a spirit guide.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, it's his greatest service. He left very quickly, and he said one of his favorite things is to help, especially younger people, children that leave the physical quickly, because he says it can be kind of disorienting. So he really loves that. So these next grand adventure packages, it's our, oh, we just love it so much. But they really do, it's a very practical way, and it's not for people to help them understand I'm leaving or to cope with it. It's really about, hey, this is what you got going on. This is where you're going. It's so exciting. Of course, you never die. So we just find that the exhilaration and the joy when we do these is off the charts. Right, Coco? I mean,
it is off the charts. It's wonderful. Wonderful.
So thank you for asking.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. And thank you for explaining it a little bit better than I did. So real quick, I do want to thank both of you. I appreciate you being here. What's next? What's next on the horizon for both of you? You both always have so much going on.
Yeah, well, we're into the astrology and next grand adventure, and then I have in mind to kind of do a phase workshop, like taking the phases of the moon and doing ages with that. And then I love the medicine wheel and get people associated with the ceremony that a medicine wheel is with Mother Earth.
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like the time has come for that. That you're gonna be seeing a lot of interest with that. That speaks to me a lot. Yeah.
Definitely. And I still really love doing the one-on-one sessions. So I offer soul awakenings sessions and also just private reading, if you need a kind of a catch up or a, what about now, the guys tease me and they say everybody's reading is really called, Sandra's reading or Melissa. It's unique to them. It's not like a cookie cutter. So I love that. And we love the classes and the teaching, and it's just having fun, looking for fun and expanding as much as we can and just loving life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I love both of you. Thank you so much for your time, and until next time.
Thank you so much. We're so honored. Thank you, everyone, very much. So take care.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Next. Hey, how are you? Thank you for being patient.
Oh my gosh, it was fascinating. I wish you could have stayed on to tell us about all the astrological energy that's supporting this transition that we're going through. That was just fascinating. And you got a reading.
I know I did. And boy, there was some unexpected stuff in there, but it all made total sense. But I agree with you. I could easily have gone through another session on just the bigger picture of, what's going on.
Right.
So I appreciate your patience in the background. So for everyone else who's there, our next presenter is Mark Robinson. He is from Endeavor to Evolve, and he's going to be presenting on the new Earth. I sort of feel like a theme coming on here. Yesterday, we started the day with a healer who works with canine spirit guides with the dogs, and there was a lot of conversation with that, which spilled into the next session with Geores and the tarot, which spilled into the next session with Rick Hayes, who channeled some childhood dogs for Joe. And then Musica was on, and he is an animal communicator with the dog. So there was this whole underlying theme of intuition and synchronicities, which I will be honest with you, has run through all 3 days with animals. So I feel like maybe the underlying theme today is going to be the new Earth. So they, talked a lot about that early on in their session, and I know that that's a big focus for you. So I do want to just give a little introduction here for you, Mark. I know that you have devoted your life to learning, understanding, and honestly expanding what it is to be a spiritual incarnated into the physical body in this age of the transition on Earth. You are a successful yoga instructor, a massage therapist, and you have been gifted to work as a consultant with the business community, training personnel on relaxation techniques and to stay young and healthy. That's always been a big focus and passion of your life. And you then expanded your abilities and really moved more into the energetic healer and intuitive, really becoming an authority on that, having some workshops. I know you have your own clientele that you work with, that you have presented at some seminars, and that you've done a lot of podcast work also. And you also have facilitated in your work with others, helping people sort of escape that spiritual closet sometimes people put themselves in. And you embrace their unique energetic selves and oneness with the universe and sort of have helped people on that journey. And most recently, you're an author. You've written your first book, Escaping Madness, A Journey to Awakening. And it chronicles your life experiences and sort of it's a slice of your spiritual life and a memoir there. So I'm really excited to have you here to talk about the new Earth, what it is, how it came about, and a little bit more about what that looks like. So for everyone in the chat, if you're just jumping on, please introduce yourself, where you're from. If you have questions, all the speakers are really excited to get to know you, to answer any questions you have. So this is really a time to be interactive, put it out there. It's sort of a safe way to do it because you can throw it in the chart or in the chat, and the speakers are going to be speaking to that. So Mark, I'm going to let you run with this.
Okay. Well, again, happy to be here. I participated last year. I'm more brave this year. Last year, I pre-recorded it. So if I made any mistakes, you were able to edit it out. Today, I'm going live. I have about 25 index cards in front of me to make sure that I communicate when I'm here to communicate. And, it's always more fun if you have people interacting. So if anybody wants to jump in with a question that comes up along the way, please do so, because you never know what I'll be channeled to say in the response of it. And that'll make the presentation much more dynamic. So here we go. The new Earth, that seems to be the term everybody is embracing to describe this new era we're moving into. It's much like the term New Agers that got coined in the 80s. In the 80s, in the 60s, our first wave of the Aquarian energy that hit us motivated a lot of people to get in touch with their personal power. And when they got in touch with their personal power, they discovered their connection with the divine and the larger world around us, the multidimensional world around us. And it became a movement called the New Age movement. Well, here we are again in a time of change. And we are moving, well, we're already moved through the Piscean age and we're into the Aquarian age. And this is all new energy, and it's going to create a whole new experience on Earth. And the term New Earth has been coined to refer to that. So I'm here today to talk about how this is coming about, the transition that's supporting this opportunity to create something new, what the new Earth could look like, because we don't know for sure until it happens. We're creating this moment by moment. Excuse me. And I want to end with how we in our everyday lives can be new Earth. So that's my starting point. So let's talk into what's happening to facilitate all this. Right now, the human race is having the biggest evolutionary leap it has ever experienced before. Our vibrations are increasing that are enabling us to experience the world in all new ways. Let's go on to the next card. This has never been seen before. All the old paradigms are falling apart. We're moved out of the Piscean age, and the Piscean energy was much different than what we're beginning to experience now. The Piscean age was more focused on the matters of the soul. Through this whole period, and each of these ages last about 2,500 years. This is when the idea of a monotheistic God, a one God for all, came about. And the last 250 years or 2,500 years were majorly focused on religion. And in the Western cultures, it manifested as Jesus Christ energy. And the qualities of that was charity, mercy, sacrifice, compassion, forgiveness on one side. And on the other side, we have the energies of servitude, suffering, victim consciousness, being controlled by top-down power structures. All religions are top-down power structures. You have leaders guiding or telling the people how to dictate their lives and choices they need to make in order to find their road to heaven, this fabrication that was made to motivate the people. So this is all disappearing as the Aquarian energy takes hold. And the Aquarian energy is more about personal empowerment, like I talked before with the New Agers. They went inside, found their personal power. You're seeing all over the world that top-down structures are starting to crumble as people are reclaiming their personal power, rising to the occasion, saying, no, we're not going to take this anymore. And they want to create something new. So that's the big one, but it's also about philanthropy and community. Instead of it being the top-down power structure where the people at the top profit and the people at the bottom serve the people at the top, this is all about community and the common good and philanthropy and doing what you would want to see done to others to do unto yourself. It's about equality. And it's also about, I love this, rebellion. Aquarius is the most rebellious sign. And this is all coming through by the people with their new empowerment, rebelling against the old structures to give themselves an opportunity to create something new. The other thing about the Aquarian age that we're moving into, it's going to be focused on the sciences. And later, if I have the time, we'll talk about how those things may manifest in the new Earth. So moving on. What's supporting this? Just about everything. Like Charlotte was talking before with the astrology, there are astrological influences that have been guiding all of this. The Piscean age to the Aquarian age, those are astrological terms. They have specific qualities to one another. So we're getting all this Aquarian energy in to rebel against these old power structures, to eliminate them essentially, so we can clean the slate, have a clean canvas to create something new. Some of the other things are supporting this is these solar flares that suddenly have just been bombarding the Earth plane for the past year. Well, one of the benefits of all this extra energy that we're getting is that it's raising our vibrations. And as we raise our vibrations, it raises our consciousness and enables us to embrace and conceive of new things that we couldn't understand before. So it's all written in the stars. The energy is in place. There have been certain events that have happened the past 2 years that we've talked about before. I won't go into detail about them now, but it's all about healing old wounds, letting them go. And it's about opening up to our consciousness. It's about opening up to our heart, because the new earth is very heart-based. We're getting out of our heads and into our emotions. And how lucky we are that we chose to be here in this moment of time to participate in all of this. There's some sort of divine plan, and we are divinity. So we were in the room writing the blueprint for all this, and we chose to be here to be a part of all this as the old world disintegrates. The Aquarian age officially started in 2012, and I was very naive, like a lot of us. We thought this was going to be a quick process, like of flipping a light switch and a new light going on. But unfortunately, this is like a 500-year period. We're already 250 years into it. We are in this year, last year, this year, and the year coming up at the absolute apex of this transition. This year is just going to get more and more crazy as all of our old power structures, governments, religions are revealed for what they really are. The Aquarian age, the new earth is all about truth. And it's shocking what is being revealed and in the ways that it's being revealed to us. So this is going to continue for another year or so. But starting in 2026, we are going to be well into the creative energies. We're already seeing that slowly bleeding into it, but that's pulling down these old power structures. But once they're gone, we have all this new energy coming in, this new Aquarian energy, new Earth energy, that's going to enable us to create something new that the world has never seen before. What it's going to look like, we can't even estimate, because I don't think our imaginations are equipped to go in those places quite yet. So it's been a long process. We just need to stick in there. We need to be confident in the knowing that it's all happening for a purpose, and it's getting us to where we're going, to this new evolutionary leap that the human race is taking. When the dust settles and we have this blank canvas to create something new on, a whole new and different way of life on the planet is going to manifest. And that is the new Earth. What we create from this point on is going to be the new Earth. How exciting. It just
Totally agree.
That we get to be a part of all this. You know, we have spent our lives, our generation, healing old wounds and letting them go. We have been all points of light, balancing the energies during the transition. And now we're a little bit ahead of the game, and we're going to become leaders in creating this. And I'm just so excited to be a part of it, as I know you are. And it's going to be just the opposite of top-down power structures. It's going to be small communities working for the greater good of the people to create something new. Big business is going to disappear. Governments, as we know it, are going to disappear. The wealthy elite, that 1% that feeds on the rest of the people, is going to disappear. patriotism and nationalism, I believe, are going to disappear. And if I have time at the end, I'm going to explain why I think that's going to happen. And it's all happening right in front of our eyes in this moment in time. And it's not just happening on the world stage, it's happening in everybody's personal lives. I know that in the past 2 years that I've experienced a lot of challenges that just came out of the blue. A lot of things in America, since we're in the United States, and with our economy, et cetera, that we've all have to learn to live in a different way, to reassess what is important to us, what's of value of us, because the flow of money just isn't there to sustain the lifestyle we used to have. So it's given us a pause, and it's given us time to reevaluate what our priorities are. And it's an opportunity to heal and let go, as Charlotte was saying in your chart with healing. And with Chiron, Chiron's very well aspected at this time to heal old wounds and let them go. And the wonderful thing about moving into the new age and being a present and a part of this, everything that we're healing now is going to disappear for us as our individual souls forever. It is a done deal. When we reincarnate into the next lives, it's not going to be a challenge for us anymore. It's going to be our history. It's going to be knowledge that we already attained. It's going to be at our, can't think of the word, we'll be able to access it, to utilize it, to make better decisions in the future. So this is a point of moving forward on a personal level. And even though I know that we still have 40 more years ahead of us on the planet to get us through this transition and being part of creating something new, I can't wait for the next life to see what it's going to feel like to come into the physical world unencumbered by all this baggage that I've been trying to heal for the past 20,000 years. It's going to be a whole different experience. We're going to be entirely different beings. We're going to be more light beings than we are physical beings because our vibrations are going to be so high. So that also, as you can see, I'm just excited about all of this. And of course, the energies, or the astrological energies, were all there supporting us step by step. I love listening to astrologers like Charlotte, who kind of makes sense of it all for me, or I can't think of the word, to justify what's happening. You know, the energies are all there. How it's playing out is a surprise, but the energies are there to have the outcomes that we are finally beginning to see. So it's the end of that whole victim mentality from the Piscean age, which I am ready to let go. I am looking forward to that clean slate in the blank canvas in the next life. So now I'm going to shift about what the new Earth will look like. Again, this is just all conjecture, but I know that it's going to have the qualities of the Aquarian age and the Aquarian energy. So I do know it will be based on a decentralization of power. That's history. And after it all disintegrates in the next couple of years, it's never coming back because it didn't work. It was a great experience. It was an experiment. The human race had to go through with it, but we're over and done with it. We're going to heal through it. Those ideals of philanthropy are just going to rise to the surface. And there's going to be a more equal division of resources and profits. Everybody's going to have their gift that they're going to share with the world, and they're going to be compensated appropriately for it. It's going to be the end of poverty with that philanthropy and community mentality. We're going to reach out and make sure that every soul that's incarnate on the earth is taken care of and all their basic needs are met, and they have the opportunity to express themselves in a more multidimensional, higher vibrational, soul-based way. smaller communities. I believe that we're going to move out of big cities. It's going to be more, I want to say communes from the 60s, because that, again, that was the first wave of the Aquarian energy. I always like that idea of living in a commune. But it's going to be smaller communities that are sustainable. They'll be able to support themselves. They'll be able to supply all their necessary foods, power, housing in a small community type way. So definitely an emphasis on community, and that emphasis on community, decentralization of power, is all that self-empowerment energy that's indicative of the Aquarian age and the new Earth we're moving into. So I talked about what science may look like, because Aquarius is all about science. So it's going to be huge advancements and modernizations through science and technologies that we can't even conceive of the moment. But it's definitely going to be centered around computers, communications. The idea of flight is real big in the Aquarius age. That first wave of Aquarian energy back in the 60s brought us flight to the moon, man on the moon. That was definitely Aquarian energy. I've heard some pundits talk about that instead of having a car that we drive to work in every day, that we're going to have our own little personal airplane. I don't even know if it would be called an airplane, but our personal flying device that we're going to be able to move through our days with. That'll be interesting. There's going to be all kinds of new inventions, especially centered around how we produce energy. I believe there are, I know through science and what I read with quantum physics, et cetera, that there are already ways to create energy in natural ways, and it's all going to be free. Nobody's going to own energy. Nobody's going to own water. That's another technology that is going to have some major investment. In fact, I just heard somebody talking about that they found a way to extract water from air. How fascinating is that? That's going to make that accessible to everybody. Desalination plants are going to become the norm, because they're going to find, or they have the technology, they just haven't implemented it yet, to have water pass through magnets. And the magnets are going to pull the salt out of the water. And one of the benefits of that is the water is going to be magnetized, and magnetized water definitely has magical healing abilities. In my own personal supply of water, I filter it. I have a magnet at the bottom of the pitcher, and in my drinking glass, I have a magnet. So I drink magnetized water, and I am in perfect health. I don't have any health issues at all. So that's the other wonderful thing, a side effect of more accessible water that's going to be available to everybody. And as our vibrations increase, and the idea of healing through other technologies other than drug and cut, which I think that's going to be history. That's going to look like bloodletting back in the medieval times, because I believe healing is going to be through frequencies and vibrations, and magnets give out a frequency. So I see the whole medical industry transforming into a much more non-invasive way of healing. And I think a lot of diseases are going to fall away too, because we're going to find ways to produce more nutritious, clean food. So I think a lot of cancers are going to disappear. I think the environment that we live in is going to be much cleaner, because we're not going to be burning fossil fuels anymore that pollute the air. So definitely some exciting new technologies to look forward to. And it's going to be accessible to everybody. Everybody's going to profit from it. Nobody's going to be left out of this anymore. So many wonderful things to look forward to. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like in practice. And again, I know by the end of this life that we'll be experiencing it, but even in our next lives, it's just, we have another 2,000 years to create this Aquarian age, this new Earth that we are just on the cusp moving into. So on an everyday personal level, how can we be new Earth? I think the most important number one way is to get out of our heads and into our hearts. I think the new age is defined by heart energy. Um, to be love, to live in love, to project love, to treat everybody like they're the most important, loving person to you. And in doing so, we're going to let go of all of our judgments. We're going to, all of our prejudices, criticisms, all this negative energy that we've been holding on to that we use to define the people in the world around us are all going to disappear because we're going to be heart-based. It's just all going to be about projecting love and seeing us as we are, divine, loving beings that are all of the same energy. After all, we're all just fractals of the universal energy. When you let go of all those, all those qualities, I think, exist because we live in fear and this victim consciousness. So in order to protect ourselves, we have to denigrate the people around us. Well, as we heal and we don't see ourselves as victims anymore, which, by the way, was very Piscean energy, that whole victim mentality, that's gone. And if we're not victims anymore, what are we going to fear? So that's just going to disappear, and it's just going to be replaced by love. The other thing is you want to stay neutral. I think heart-based people are neutral. I think they can see both sides of every coin. So we were living in this extremely polarized world at the moment, and it's hard not to take sides, or it's hard not to identify with one thing that you personally feel is more important or right versus what somebody else may feel is important to them or right for them. So it's to be New Earth is not only to be heart-based and loving, it's to be neutral. Don't engage in the world around you with your emotions, because that's just going to empower, give energy to whichever side you happen to be identifying with. You don't want to empower this. In order to have it disappear, we need to take the power away from it. It's like when when the ego steps in and you want to defend yourself in an argument. The more you argue, the more you resist, the more you put out, the longer that argument is going to continue. The minute you pull away and you don't engage anymore, that argument disappears. It's gone. It takes that polarization, those two places, to perpetuate something like that. So if you're not polarized on either side and you remain neutral, it's just going to disappear. So, and I think, when you're heart-based people, it's just unconditional. You just accept everything and everybody for who and what they are. And diversity, the one thing that separates us from our brothers and sisters on the planet is going to be embraced. We're going to celebrate the differences in each other, because how wonderful, we all incarnated down into the physical world to become something unique that isn't to be judged or compared to. And so we're just going to, see the perfection in everything. And speaking of the idea of perfection, these are tough times we're living in. I struggle with that idea of not becoming engaged. I like to stay current. I like to know what's going on in the world, at least, because, it's a pretty interesting reality show if you look at it from that neutral experience. But I know what's happening. I know what's supporting it. I know that the energies are changing. I know we're moving into this new earth. I know it's a process, and I know it's playing out perfectly. So whatever is happening, I try to let go of that emotional attachment to it and embrace the idea that it's all playing out perfectly. And that's my choice. It's going to benefit the greater good and create a new community. You know, Dr. Sandra Marie, one of her sayings is be the change you want to be in the world. I think the best way that we can be that point of love and light and to support this transition is to actually be the change you want to be in the world. And for me, that's being a heart-based person, being love, radiating love, and treating people with love. And, you know, my days go by pretty well. I attract the most wonderful people into my life because they're mirroring back to me that love that I'm projecting out to them. So as the world disintegrates in front of us, just be that observer. Stay neutral, don't engage, try not to get emotional about it. Just kind of stay in that lofty perch position, looking down on it as it plays out, and just know it's all going to be okay. Just stay neutral. Some of the things I do to accomplish this lofty goal of being unengaged and unemotional is that, number one, I choose to be happy. I've always believed as a new ager way back when that happiness is something you create from within. You generate that every day. You choose to be happy. You know, you can be grumpy and be irritated by everything that's going around you, or you can just let things fall off your shoulders and just be happy with whatever. I like to surround myself in a positive environment around positive people. You know, now that I'm feeling all these higher vibrations and I feel myself evolving and being more loving, I don't want that to be chipped away by negative energies that I'm bombarded with in the course of my day. So I just don't attach. It's one of my favorite things to do is take a walk on the beach. We'll talk about that in a minute too. But when I'm out in nature, I mean, everything in nature vibrates at a high frequency, and it's all just radiating love, light, and joy. And when I'm out in nature, I just suck all that up. Another way to stay in that new earth vibration is the things I watch, the things I listen to are all uplifting in one way or the other. Music, I'm not so much into popular music anymore. I think some of those heavy beats bring my vibration down. I discovered on YouTube they have all these frequency channels that vibrate at a certain frequency that manifest certain things like healing and love and changing your brain waves from beta to theta to, so you can have a better night's sleep. I love to have those types of music playing in the background. The other thing I just heard the other day was scientists have somehow been able to record the sounds that stars make. So if you can Google that, star music, and listen to that, it just gave me goosebumps. I just vibrated, resonated with these star sounds. Everything's vibration. That's all there, and it's all interacting. Of course, it would create some sort of sound or musical notes to go with it. So I really encourage that, investigate that, the music of the stars. There's a lot of podcasts out there. I loved Dr. Sandra Marie and what she does with the coffee hour for the spiritual curious. I participated in a few of them myself, but she's not the only one out there. Once you click on one of those on YouTube, then you get a whole menu on the side of all these other people that are doing these New Earth types of podcasts. Just click on it, and trust your intuition, trust that you're being divinely guided, and that whatever you click on is what you're supposed to be hearing or supposed to be listening to. And of course, how can I not bring up this Wild Soul Summit that we are participating in? What a wonderful way to stay focused on being a point of love and life and moving in the direction of the new age. The other tool I have that just makes sense of it all, a lot of people think I'm crazy because I am just so into astrology. It's not that I let it dictate my everyday lives, at least most of the time. But it just makes sense of everything that's happening and gives it purpose. When I know that there's some sort of master plan supporting all of this and facilitating it playing out, then it makes it much more easier for it to be neutral, unattached, and in the knowing that it's all being played out perfectly. So, and I'm going to just give a shout out. I got turned on to Pam Gregory a couple of years ago, and I love her version of astrology because it's not so much about an individual personal experience. It's about global astrology and how the world is changing and what we have to look forward to. So check her out. Some of the other astrologers I listen to are Molly McCord and Tanya. I can't think of what her last name is. I meant to look that up before I got on this morning. So, and speaking of, nature, I purposely live across the street from one of the most beautiful beaches in the world. My most favorite time of day is sunset. If I'm not working, I'm on the beach taking that moment to be in nature, just sucking in all the energies from the sun as it lowers into the horizon and all that energy from the water. I love to stand in the water. If I'm not going in, at least knee deep. So I had that energetic connection with water. One of my passions has always been sailing. It's for me, sailing is just so unearthly. It's so magical. You're not using any type of fuel other than the God-given wind and the waves to move yourself. When you're on a sailboat, there's no engine sound. All you hear is the water lapping against the hull and the occasional wind luffing a sail. To me, that is just bliss, and it's free, and it just elevates me to a whole new level. And whenever I'm out in nature, and again, I'm lucky because I choose to live in Florida, I can do this barefoot. So there is nothing between me and the earth. I'm getting this wonderful exchange of energy, this healing, this purification, all from Gaia. And it's there, it's free. All you have to do is connect with it, kind of tune into it like you would a radio dial. All in all, everything I just said, anything that puts a smile on your face is going to raise your vibration. So be true to yourself, know what puts that smile on, what makes you happy, and do it. Take the time to do it. A lot of us, we get so busy in our everyday lives, we forget to take the time to nurture ourselves with the things that are all around us. So, and the higher you keep your vibrational frequency, the more open you're going to be to all these new energies that we're being blessed with. All the lower energies that we have to encounter during the day aren't going to have any effect on us because lower energy can't attach to higher vibration. The higher vibration trumps the lower energy every time. And, you attract what you're putting out. If you're a high vibrating being, you're going to attract high vibrating beings and high vibrating things to you. The other thing I think that is really important is to meditate on a regular basis. Meditating is getting you out of the physical world and into yourself and into your divinity. And I've been discovering with, these new earth ideas. I've been meditating, oh my gosh, for 40 years. Most of the time I've been in my head. And the goal is to empty your mind of all thoughts, but you have these thoughts going through your head constantly that you're letting go of, but they just keep flowing in. It's really interesting. I discovered when you lower your attention to your heart, all those thoughts just disappear because suddenly you're just an emotion. I'm just feeling that love energy, and that's where it's at. That's the new earth. And it just feels so good. And I've had some of the most amazing meditations, taking my attention out of my head and putting it into my chest and into my heart and radiating out in heart love vibration. So that was a real aha for me. Of course, meditating is something you do alone, but the new earth energies is about being in community. So it's interesting that a lot of group meditations have popped up. And I also think it's interesting that different people all have picked the same time of the week and the day to do it in. So there seems to be this synchronicity to get power in numbers of people meditating all at the same time. So, and I've always known that when you meditate in a group, the power goes exponential. For example, if there's 5 people in a group, the 5 people meditating, if they were doing it separately, would generate a certain amount of energy. 5 plus, or 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. When you meditate in a group, that power goes exponential. So it's going to be 5 to the 5th power, for example. And that, when I'm thinking about these group meditations that I'm participating in now, that there's tens of thousands of people meditating at the same time, the power that is creating is just unheard of. There was back at 9/11, I don't know who does this, but somebody measures the energies in the earth, and the day of 9/11 and the 2 days after, the energy spiked all over the planet, because for the first time, the world was involved in one experience simultaneously. So I happened to do this world meditation on 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 2 p.m. in the afternoon for me, Eastern Standard Time, on Sundays. Well, who's ever monitoring these energies didn't know what was going on, but kept seeing that at this time every week, the energies would spike. And then it came out that it was at the time that this world meditation was going on. So talk about empowerment of the people coming together in community to create change. Own it. It's there. We have it. So highly recommend Sunday afternoons, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, jump in. And the other interesting thing is that you can feel the energy. The minute I get into my meditative state, it's like jumping into a fast moving, gentle flow of love, like floating in a river. It's a current. That's a great way to put it. It's a current of energy that you just plug into, and it just takes you around the world. One of the people that organized it suggests that think about holding hands with all of our brothers and sisters that are participating, creating a chain around the world. I don't quite feel that, but I do feel that connection with everybody around the world, and we're all in this flow of energy. It's absolutely wonderful. I highly recommend it. And I vibrate high for the rest of the day. It's great. And the more the higher you vibrate, the more in touch you are with what I call your innate. In the past, I've defined that as my higher self, but now in the new earth, as I see myself as a fractal of universal energy, Um, I've termed that intelligence the innate, and I have a personal fractal of me that is specific to my physical experience. I think I can describe it as that aspect of my energy that stays on the other side of the veil, that knows everything and that it's all powerful. The higher I vibrate, I'm able to communicate with my innate and manifest in my physical body what I choose, to be healthy, to not age as what humans have done in the past, letting go of the degradation of our bodies. Our bodies were designed to last for hundreds and hundreds of years. Um, but, lately they've just been lasting 50, 60, now 80. Well, I expect to live well into my hundreds at this point. So longer, healthier lives is also part of the New Earth experience. Let's see, we already talked about that. Okay, and as a community, we're raising our vibrations. It's going to open us up to multi-dimensional experiences. Up until now, most of the population has been focused on the 3D. I think as we increase our vibrations, multi-dimensions are going to be open to us. I think most people would say that their intuitive ability has gone through the roof in the past couple of years. And that's just indicative of us of working on multi-dimensional levels that we haven't worked on before. I think when we sleep, we do a lot of multi-dimensional work. So the New Earth experience is definitely going to be multi-dimensional experiences where we work simultaneously on all planes at once. We can be 3D, 4D, 5D, etc., all at once. We're just going to be able to focus from one to the other with just a change of our thought. So, and that's really going to expand our consciousness. And I also think with this multidimensional experience, it's going to open us up to working with the intergalactic community. I've always felt that we're not alone in the world, that there's a lot of more intelligent life throughout the universe. I believe now that we're going through this experience that I recognize that we have been guided and supported by the intergalactic community from the get-go. I think, from the minute man incarnated on Earth, they had been there supporting us. It could be a whole nother hour discussion about how they've helped raise the consciousness of the human race and evolved into the beings that we are today. I think the New Earth experiences is going to encompass direct communication with entities from different realms, and they're going to guide us in the investments of our healing and our science. They haven't participated thus far because mankind hasn't gotten to that place where it's going to live in a non-violent world and use new technologies for warring and domination. But by 2026, that's all going to be behind us because that's all fallen apart. And I think they are going to make themselves known on a very visceral level. And that's also something I'm really looking forward to. So there was one other idea I wanted to touch with. And it is just escaping my attention. But I also see that my hour is just about up. So I'm going to open up. If there's any questions that came in that I wasn't aware of, I'll have a few minutes to talk about them. And maybe Dr. Sandra Marie has a response to some of the things that I brought up.
Yeah, no worries. So if that thought pops up, just you jump in. I apologize. When I popped back in, I cleared my throat. I forgot that I didn't mute my mic. So Mark, gosh, that was just such an incredibly high energy presentation. It was beautiful. Like my energy is buzzing right now. So you did a really, really nice job with that. You know, these hours have really gone quickly. As you well know, the two people who presented before you, we sort of bled into your time a little bit. I feel like everyone could just present there's so much information out there to share.
And it
So
just every day, I mean, it just is coming in faster than I can take it all in. It's amazing, this age that we're living in now.
It is. And I have to tell you, for me, I'm really looking forward to re-listening to all of these because there's so many different nuggets and there's different energies that are being exchanged. So I do have two questions for you before we jump into our next speaker that I'm going to ask everyone today. Is we have talked in the past a lot about 100% service to others is equally as important as 100% service to ourselves. I think that everyone who's participating in this summit does really well with service to others. Can you share a little bit about what 100% service to yourself looks like?
Okay, and this is totally new earth. It's recognizing the oneness of our energy. We are all of the same energy. We are fractals of that universal people. I'm trying to get away from the word divine because that's so Piscean, but the intelligent energy that the universe is made of. So, I mean, it's an old saying, but what you do for yourself, you do for others. What you do for others, you do for yourself. So it's that recognition that we are all one and part of the community. So really, is there a difference between one or the other? I don't think so. If I choose to bless somebody else, I'm blessing myself. It's that equality. It is a win-win on both sides.
Beautiful, beautifully said. So the other thing I wanted to touch on is we talked a little bit about doing spiritual exploration challenges. Is there something out there that you would put out to the folks watching and listening to this that they might expose themselves to sort of grow their spirituality?
Other than what I've already talked about, is to let go of your control. You know, we think, we're so used to making things happen. So I think backing off and just letting it happen is going to take us to an entirely different place if we try to force something in the future. So it's just relaxing and letting go. I think that's the way you find your personal empowerment, is just letting it radiate, come forth through you.
Okay, beautiful. I like that. And real quick, before we jump into our next speaker, what's Mark Robinson up to now, and what's next on the horizon for you?
Well, I don't know. It's that clean slate idea. I do know I'm going to give one last promotion for the book, Escaping Madness, A Journey to Awakening. I'm busy promoting that and talking about that, which just makes me so happy. It brings me a lot of joy to be of service to other people by sharing my own experiences with them, helping them to understand and elevate their own experiences. But I am just committed to being this neutral observer for the next year or so while the world changes. And I think we are all going to be given the opportunity in the not too distant future to step in and start creating that new earth. And again, what that will be, we don't quite know yet, but I do know it's going to be extraordinary.
I would agree 100% with that. With that said, thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join us. And thank you so much for sharing all your knowledge and wisdom. You have a spectacular day. Thank you.
Okay. Carry on. You're doing good work, Dr. Sandra Marie.
Thank you.
We love you.
Bye. Welcome back, everyone. We have had two amazing presentations. Up next, we have Linda Alley presenting on Always Follow Your Bliss. Welcome, Linda. Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Can I hear you?
There
you are.
There you are. I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. So something got switched around and I wasn't sure which, so there we go.
That happens. So
It does.
So up next, we have Linda Alley presenting on Always Follow Your Bliss. Linda is a certified infinite possibility trainer, a dream builder coach, and her accreditation as a rapid results coach for future forces. You use your knowledge and wisdom to teach all across the world, as well as to coach individuals. And I think I need to cut you a little slack on the microphone, because if I'm not mistaken, I think you just flew back to the States last evening, and I hope you're not feeling too much jet lag.
Not so much on the jet lag. It was actually a drive. I drove home from Nashville. That was
okay.
800 miles in 12 hours. That's good.
Oh, that's a lot. But with you, it's hard to tell, because last I think I talked to you, were up to 47 countries international that you had traveled.
It's now 48, and with 49, 50, and 51 on the near-term horizon, yes.
Okay, there you go. So, Linda, you have a pretty amazing story, bringing together, I don't know, about 35 years of personal development training with a pretty extensive financial service background. And then you've moved into this current project, Always Follow Your Bliss. So a little bit of transition there. So before we get started with some of this, can you give a little background? The one thing I will share with you is over the last 2 days, one of the underlying themes of the days have been, you're going to love this, intuition and synchronicities. And I feel like that has been the underlying theme of your life in a lot of ways. So I'll let you tell a little bit about yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandra. So, yeah, no, I, like many of us, I grew up in a rather challenging environment as an only child, and definitely not a good relationship with my mother, which culminated at age 17 of being homeless. My parents disowned me, and there I was out onto the streets, and had to figure out what to do pretty quickly. So yes, I was using my intuition there, but I really didn't realize it. I wasn't tuned into the fact that I was doing that. Where that came was later on in my life, in my mid-20s, where I left corporate America. And the changes in my life happened so quickly in 30 days that's what propelled me to start exploring how could this happen so much, and start looking at the spiritual principles behind that. And in a lot of ways, that's where Always Follow Your Bliss was actually born, because that change from corporate America went from, not that I was going, oh, this is what I'd really love to do, let me go do it. No, it wasn't quite that. It wasn't quite that way. It was more one of those, all right, I've got two bad choices. Which is the worst one? Let's do the other one. And that's what started it. But again, because following my bliss, taking the higher vibration of the two things, if you will, is changed my life. I mean, literally completely changed my life in 30 days. And I had to learn more about that. And so since then, I've gone, as you said, I'm a certified infinite possibilities trainer. I've gotten some additional certifications beyond that, but that was my first time that I started teaching this, even while I was still doing the accounting background that I was doing. But all along, I've now gone back with the knowledge that I have now. I've been able to go into hindsight and go, oh, that's where I did this, and that's where my life went in that projection. And even the homeless part, was it a great experience? No, absolutely not. And as Napoleon Hill will tell you, a lot of what we see as that are opportunities don't appear as opportunities. It definitely did not appear as an opportunity to be homeless. but the direction that it made the abrupt right turn or left turn on my pathway really was an opportunity. But it took several years for me to really realize what the opportunity was. And I think that in and of itself, the outcome of our choices is often so far down the road that we don't always realize what that, the cause and effect of those two things. For instance, we now know that smoking, as an example, can cause lung cancer and other health challenges. But when we first start smoking, whether we're a teenager or a kid, now I have never smoked because I'm very allergic to cigarette smoke, but when we first start that smoking, we're not thinking about lung cancer and things down the road. We're thinking about the immediate gratification. And because it can be 10, 15, 20 years, maybe even longer, we don't always put two and two together. That's one area where we have. But there's so many areas of our life where we don't really recognize the cause and the effect. And so it's difficult for us to take that personal responsibility that sets us on a different path.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's an interesting start out, and I would agree with a lot of that. For me personally, I'm not good at recognizing things in the moment, but they tend to be more retrospective for sure. So I'm a little curious about this being an infinite possibilities trainer. What is that? And what does it look like?
So that's Mike Dooley, whose Notes from the Universe, which I find interesting, and also, the humor that he brings to it. I love humor, and I've discovered, so does the universe. It really does like humor. It has a sense of humor. As an example, one time when I was deciding, should I stay in a relationship or not? And I was like, wow, what do I do? What do I do? And the song that comes on the radio is she wrote goodbye in red lipstick on the bathroom mirror. And I'm like, well, I guess I got my answer. And there are other times where people have reported, opening a book and reading exactly what they needed, or a book even falling off of a shelf at a bookstore, like this is the book you need to read. So that is our intuition at work. But some of us, like myself, who have been raised in such an environment where the head was prioritized over the heart, the minute we get that intuitive hit, before it's even finishing, we're already discounting it. Well, I can't do that because I can't do this because what would somebody else say? And it can be simple things like, we've got an invitation to Aunt Matilda's birthday party, and we go, oh, I don't want to go, but oh, well, what will my parents say if I don't go to her birthday party? And we talk ourselves out of following what it is we truly want to do. So the infinite possibilities is, his actually has another book, another work that he teaches on now that he has not opened up for us to teach on, called Playing the Matrix. But it's looking at the bigger picture in terms of the feelings that you want to generate. We want to be happy. We want to have joy in our life. We want to have love in our life. We want those things. But our head often brings it down to, well, all right, if I'm going to be prosperous, I have to be on the Oprah show and she has to promote my book. It doesn't have to be that way. We can be prosperous. It can come in many different ways. We can find, not even buy, we could find a winning lottery ticket. We could have an inheritance, which happened to me one time. I was short some money at one point in time, and I was kind of like, what's going to happen? All of a sudden, I get contacted by an attorney, a great aunt who I barely even knew and knew of more than I knew, left me an inheritance because I was one of her only relatives. And it wasn't large, but it was what I needed in the moment. And our intuition and the universe will support us in those ways if we allow it to. But the first question we need to know is, what do you want? And so many people can't even answer that question. They can tell you, well, I don't want this and I don't want that. But over time, and as we get further and further and further away from childhood, where you ask a kid what he wants, he can give you a list of 150 things that he wants. But as we get further and further away from that, because when we say, well, what do you want? Well, I want, we're stopping ourselves from even expressing it because of all of the clutter that we've accumulated in our brains throughout the years. So really drilling down and allowing yourself to dream for what, if you could have anything in the world at all, what is it you would wish for? What would you want? What would your life look like? And if you can take, half an hour and just put on some nice, relaxing, inspiring music and just ask yourself that question and just write down everything that comes to you. Because the first few things are probably going to be a little superficial. And then you'll find underneath that the things that are really driving that. But without knowing what it is you want, you don't have a direction in your life. So your intuition will give you messages and you'll keep ignoring them because you're not necessarily putting the dots together, which can also only often be done in hindsight, as I know as well. If finding the ways that things have happened. For instance, as a child growing up, I wanted to be a horse trainer. I started training horses when I was 12 and I loved it, absolutely loved it. I was very connected to the animals, and considering I had no formal training other than reading books, relatively good at it. But that was not acceptable to my parents. But as it turned out, as I got into my 30s, when I bought my farm and started training horses with my daughter, and mainly with my daughter at that point in time, it provided then the impetus and the monetary gain for me to be able to now do the traveling, which I really want to do, and open my own life up to the world. So many of us get stuck in our little box, even, and our box can be pretty big, but we're still kind of stuck in our box. I am shocked at the number of people I've met, even men. I mean, I can understand it from a women's perspective more so because we are physically less strong in general than the male of the species. But I even met men that were saying, I don't know how I could travel alone to a foreign country. Why not? What I found in all of my travels is most of the people I've met, they're just like me. They're willing to help you if you're in need. They're willing to give you directions. And I've also learned their perspective of the United States is the exact opposite of our perspective of the United States. And it's one of the reasons that I absolutely love to travel, is because it broadens my horizons and it gives me new ways of interpreting data and ending processes and things in. And believe me, there's been countries I've been in, while they're not the country I would want to live in, they've got some processes in place. I'm like, that could be very helpful back in the US. In Taiwan, for instance, the subway, they actually queue up this way so that when the doors open, the people can get off before we go on. Wow, what a concept. And not trying to fight each other getting off and on. It's amazing.
Pretty simple too.
Yes.
I lived internationally for 3 years and have done a little international travel. So I totally agree with you, especially on other people's perceptions of the US. It's really interesting, but the same with us. I lived in the Middle East and people were like, aren't you afraid to do that? It's like, no. Like, it's what you hear over there and what it's like over here are day and night. It's actually it's a nice gig right now. But that being said, I know that you teach globally and that you have a global clientele. Is it different teaching out of the US than it is in the US?
Well, because I teach mostly via Zoom and things in general, I will give, it was funny, it just came up on my Facebook memories that my first speech on a stage was actually in Estonia, and it just happened in June of, in 2018 was my first international speaking.
Oh, that's so cool.
It was kind of cool, and it was nice that it popped up, and I've thought about that as I've gone on, but now I do much more, smaller groups, a lot of them locally, because in person, it just gives a different energy. But over Zoom, if in my case, Zoom, and not that this platform is different, but they're all essentially the same energy in that aspect. You can connect in with people if you allow yourself to. If you just think about the fact we're having, a conversation. It's just a conversation. Now, while yes, there are challenges in some cultures, they have different challenges than we have. Some are more, even still, as the US is relatively progressive right now in female rights and the ability for women to do different things, much more so than, say, in some Asian cultures. But yet not that there aren't Asian women, but there's also a large, because there's so many people there, large people that are still, no, this is what the woman's job is. And you even still see that even in the United States. It's not that it's still there. So the challenges are often similar, though they may differ in the intensity of the challenge.
Okay. That makes sense. So you started out with looking at it retrospectively when we talked about always follow your bliss. It really started way back when, in those teenage years. But I'm sure you didn't connect it until in the later years. Can you tell me a little bit more about how that actually came into fruition? Like, when did you decide that I'm going to take this concept and make it happen?
So when I became certified as an infinite possibilities trainer, that was my official certification, first certification for coaching. And I have been teaching before that. I've taught ballroom dance, I've taught horseback riding, I've taught horses, of course, trained horses, but I love to teach. I love that moment when somebody goes, oh, I get it. It's like, yes, they did. Woohoo. And I celebrate their success. And it just lights me up to see them get a concept that they were struggling with. I've even tutored some accounting, which is always fun when you're trying to teach a high school student who wants nothing to do with it, but they have to take it because their father said so. But that being said, I started transitioning into that. I started teaching some small group workshops and seeing the impact that it had on people. And then just showing up as myself, even with my clients and things. I was essentially a fractional CFO. And if you don't know what that is, it's a chief financial officer for a small business, but because the businesses are small, they don't need a full-time one. So I was essentially a part-time one for multiple businesses. Okay. So I had the opportunity to interact with the CEOs and the founders and things like that. And as I learned these concepts before I was actually certified, and then as I got certified, I would start seeing areas where if they made this little tweak here, things would be better in the business. And that was a double-edged sword, because if people aren't open to it, then they are a bit resistant to any changes that you suggest. So I had to learn some of that and then work back into, and I was just kind of very pleasantly surprised, actually, that one of my clients that I just reached out to, my former clients now, reached out to and said, hey, would you mind giving me a testimonial? How much I impacted his personal life that I never knew. Because of the things just in living what I lived and in just showing up as what's possible. It made a huge impact. And I said to him, I'm like, he said, I never know. He goes, oh, absolutely. He goes, I may not have agreed with you at the moment, but I did pay attention and I did listen. So oftentimes we don't know who we're impacting. And that reminds me of something back 20 years ago now, probably, actually, maybe even more. I had a horse that had a very strange viral infection, and we had drugs that we could put him on that would clear up the infection, but we couldn't show on that, and it was very expensive and things like that. And one of my clients at the time was a naturopathic chiropractor, and he suggested putting the horse on garlic. And it's like, hey, what do I got to lose? Garlic, okay. So I put the horse on garlic, and lo and behold, he didn't get the viral infection. And as I could see, as you know, we'd run out of it. I'd forget to get another bottle for him or whatever, and they'd start to come back. We'd put him back on it. They'd go away. And the veterinarian, that was my veterinarian at the time, he did not believe me. Absolutely didn't believe me. Every time it's like, oh, well, it's the weather. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. And he would never agree that it could be the garlic that was making the difference. Mm-hmm. Fast forward about 5 years, and I run into another girl, and also in the horse show world, where I was at the time. And we were talking one day, and she goes, yeah, my veterinarian said I should put my horse on garlic. It was my veterinarian that had said that. And I never knew, he never acknowledged to me, yet he passed that information along. Wow. So oftentimes it's just who we're being in the moment. Are we being the best version of ourselves that we can be? Because when we are, we allow other people that permission to be the best version of themselves. For the longest time, I was terrified to shine, because my childhood again also went over into being bullied at school and things like that. So anytime I would shine, I was caught in a betwixt and between. My parents wanted perfection, and my peers wanted me to go away. So I couldn't seem to be in a win situation. So it's like, okay, I tended to dim down and hide for quite a bit, which is why I gravitated towards accounting for the longest time. But as I've gotten older and as I've studied and done things, I've realized the impact that we can have on other people. And I'm not better than anybody else. I'm not better than any other person out there. Every single person can teach us something, even if it's the homeless man that's sitting at the end of the exit on the interstate. And, you know, he's asking for money, obviously, and I'm not going to give him any money. But this one particular man said, a smile doesn't cost anything. And he's so right. He's so right. Just connecting to his humanness improves his day, improves your day, because you're grateful for all those things that you have that he doesn't have. And so you can learn from anybody out there.
Yeah, such wisdom from him in that situation. So we've been talking over the last couple of days about decoding spiritual terms that people use a lot of times that everyone doesn't quite get. So you have mentioned just showing up a couple of times. So for someone who may be like, I think I know what she means by that, but I'm not exactly sure, how would you define just showing up?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Oftentimes, I know I used to, and I'm sure many of us do, we try to show up to someone the way they expect us to show up. For instance, you know, that first impression, we've been told people, and people do, they make a judgment on a first impression. Now, back when I was in accounting, the first time I'd meet a new client, I'd show up looking as if I'm ready to go to the IRS and represent them. And I'd tell them, now take a picture, because you're not going to see me like this again unless we're going to the IRS. You're going to probably see me in jeans and paddock boots because I'm coming from the barn. But it's that first impression. But so many times we hide who we really are, because we're surrounded in our environment by people that wouldn't necessarily accept either who we are or what we like, because they have their own judgments against it. As an example, in Nashville, I was meeting a friend of mine that I met internationally. She came over from the UK, and we met in Nashville because she's a huge country music fan. And I'm okay with country music. I don't dislike it, but I'm not a huge fan.
You did have the one synchronicity sign about the song from country music. It may be the only time you really listened to it.
This is true. And, you know, so, but I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed hearing the history of country music and how it came about. But, you know, some people might go, oh, well, why would I go to Nashville? I don't like country music. Why would I go? You know, and I went because I wanted to hang out with my friend, you know, and we do that. Again, back to Aunt Matilda's birthday party. You know, we might end up going because of what our parents would say if we don't go. And oftentimes when we live true to ourselves and what makes us happy, it steps on other people's toes. And depending on how conscious we are of it and how conscious the people around us are, it can create friction. Can definitely create friction.
Definitely.
One of the best relationships I ever had, as far as a interpersonal, you know, with a gentleman who has now since passed on, was he taught me boundaries. He was in my life to teach me boundaries because I did not have boundaries at all. And if I'd had boundaries, we wouldn't have made it to date number 3. But I didn't have boundaries. And what it took for me to establish boundaries at the end of that, when that relationship was ending, what I had to go through, it was hard. It was tough. And there were so many times that because it didn't feel like who I was, but the person that I wasn't being respected in certain areas. So we've got to learn. That's one of the areas I think that a lot of people struggle with, is setting appropriate boundaries. And sometimes that means changing the environment you're in. It means maybe up-leveling friends. It maybe means spending less time with the family if the family is not supporting you to be the best version of yourself. And that's a hard thing for people to do. So for me, showing up is showing up as who I truly am. You know, I can see the good in a situation that doesn't necessarily look good. And I'll tell you, many of them have not. That original situation that got me out of corporate did not look good. It was like bad and worse. You know, it wasn't good. But I remember a workshop that I did, probably 20 years ago now, with Alan Cohen, who's a Unity minister. And in the workshop, he was talking about choices. And what was very interesting is he asked for a few volunteers that were struggling with a decision. And it didn't really matter what the decision was, but as an example, maybe one person would get up and they say, well, you know, I've got a good job now, and I've got this, and I've got this, but I've got this opportunity to take a job, but if I take it, I've got to move to another city, et cetera, and I just don't know what to do. And one of the things that he had these people do was come to the front of the room and then describe what it would be like if they did option A, maybe in this case, stay with a certain job. And they would describe it, and you know, they'd talk about one option, and then he'd say, what would it be like if you did the other option? And they'd describe that. And it didn't matter. Invariably, everybody in the room knew what that person should do because one of them brought them joy. You could see them light up with that. You could see them just the excitement and the energy and everything else. And the other one was like, yeah, okay. It was just kind of ho-hum. It was there. But they had logical reasons to stay with it. You know, they had good benefits, or they were getting a good pay, or they wouldn't have to move to another city. Now, they had their logical reasons, perhaps, but the one really lit them up. And we've been trained to be logical. We've been trained to follow that safety net. Well, what will you do? How many people have said to me, well, I can't quit my job. I'll lose my benefits. I'm like, well, just go buy health insurance. You're healthy. You can buy your own health insurance. Did you know that? Oh, I can? You know, yeah, you can. But we stop looking at what's possible sometimes because we've put ourselves in that little box again.
Oh, that was very powerful. Thank you for that. So you're working, I'm going to go back to always follow your bliss. Mm-hmm. What would you say to someone who says, I don't know what my bliss is and I don't know how to find it?
Start small. Start something simple that you can do. You know, for instance, for me, I love fresh flowers. I love fresh flowers. And there are a lot of people go, oh, but they're expensive and they just die. In fact, I had a friend who passed away a couple of years ago, and that was their rationale. Well, why would I buy fresh flowers? They're just going to die. Well, for me, they give me joy in the moment. So it can be something simple that you could just start, if I could do one thing just in this moment, if I could do one thing that would really make me happy, what would I do? And it might be watch something on Netflix. It could be something inspiring on Netflix. It could be put on a song and dance away for 5 minutes or something because you love to dance, which I also do. I love to do that too. But start small with those things. And as you allow yourself the permission to say, you know what? I want this. I'm worthy of this. And you follow that, you'll start giving yourself permission to think bigger and bigger and bigger.
Okay, I like that. I like that because that can seem overwhelming, like you have to come up with this whole life event bliss thing. So that makes it manageable.
Yeah.
So you've talked a lot. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for me, bliss is what's the most energetic, happiest choice in the moment. In the moment.
That's the key, is in the moment. It's not in the future and it's not in the past. It's in the moment.
It's the only place that we have. The moment is the only place we can make a choice is in this moment. I could choose to sign off right now if I wanted to. I'm not going to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But if this wasn't serving me, I could say, you know what? Thank you for the opportunity. And I could choose to sign off if that's what felt better for me. So it's a moment by moment. I can't make that choice yesterday. Right. And I can't make that choice a week from now. I can only make that choice right here. And so many people, and we're programmed. That's the biggest thing. We're programmed. And oftentimes the people around us they have the same programming. That's why we gravitate to them. We're similar. Like attracts like. But we're so programmed to, well, this is how I've always done something. There was a situation, a story that I've shared, and it was a newlywed couple that she's cooking a ham for the first time for her husband. And she's getting the ham ready and stuff. And she cuts off the ends of the ham and she puts it in the pan and she puts it in the oven. And husband's looking at her quizzically going, why'd you cut off the ends of the ham? And she goes, well, that's how mom always did it. So they call up mom and said, hey mom, why do we always cut off the ends of the ham? I don't know. That's how grandma always did it. So luckily grandma's still alive, right? So they call up grandma and it's like, why do you cut off the ends of the ham before you cook it? Well, it was the only way it would fit in the pan.
Wow.
But the problem is we've never questioned, why is it done that way? And so we continue to do it. We've not asked what else is possible.
Wow.
And that's where infinite possibilities comes in, because there are infinite possibilities.
Yes, there are. So you touched a little bit on the intuition. Can you talk a little bit about synchronicities or coincidences?
Well, the synchronicity is the one that I told you when I was asking the question of, where did that, what should I do in this relationship? And it's like, the song comes on the radio, which, by the way, was on a broken car radio that hadn't worked in 6 months. And it happened to come on that particular day when I was asking it. And when I turned it off again and turned the car back on, the radio did not work yet again. So, and it never worked again in that car. So if that's not a synchronicity, I'm not quite sure what is. But also, again, receiving funds from a great aunt that was deceased when I needed them, that I had no idea they would come there, but I needed something, so something showed up. But even still, when you have the intuition, when you have a little tiny nudge, it might be just a little tiny nudge to go a different way to work this time. And then you find out that there was a car accident the other direction, and the timing would have maybe put you in that car accident. There was a story that came out of a value jet plane that crashed in Miami. And this was, I think, back in the early 90s I believe this is when the crash occurred. And there was a survivor, not from the crash, but he was supposed to be on that plane. And he was talking to his wife on the phone. He's running late for the plane. And she's like, "You will be home for dinner." He missed his plane and he was home for dinner because he wasn't dead. So
I just got chills as you said that. Wow.
We don't always know, because they don't always, they don't always come with flashing neon signs. Hey,
Right.
synchronicity.
Right.
They don't come that way. Oftentimes they're the little tiny things that we see that make such a huge difference.
Nice. Any words of wisdom for the people who get themselves real hung up in the manifestation process?
Sometimes the harder I try to manifest something, the worse I seem to do at it. I'm still waiting on a red balloon now for like 6 months. It has not shown up. And something simple, but I'm just waiting on a red balloon to show up and it hasn't shown up. So we can get ourselves hung up in that thought process. But in the reality is, it was just something that I wanted. And there's Abraham Hicks often talks to it, that when you want something, you experience more of wanting something. So it's when you want more finances, okay, we'll let you experience more wanting more finances. Or in this case, I want a red balloon. So, okay, we'll let you experience what it feels like to want a red balloon. It's the letting go. It's the putting out to the universe of what it is that you desire, and then letting it go and letting the universe work its magic is one of the things Mike Dooley talks a lot about, and why I resonated so much with his infinite possibilities. He has a 4-minute meditation that he does every day if you want something. And it's based off of the Abraham Hicks talks about 17 seconds starts the next layer of manifestation. And if you can hold your focus on something for, I think it's 64 seconds, so 68 seconds, I think it is, you can actually set the wheels in motion in the universe for that. The problem is most of us can't hold something for 68 seconds. It's 1:08 seconds, and we are challenged to not have, oh, well, what about this? Or what about this? Or what about this? Because our head gets in the way. So Mike has a process that he does, that he uses a meditation for exactly 4 minutes a day. And he puts as much feeling as if it's already occurred, as if it's happening in his life right now. And he puts all of that into it for 4 minutes a day, and then he lets it go. And that enabled him to change his profession, to start living a life that he absolutely loved, to travel the world, to start teaching instead of doing accounting. He was also an accountant. Maybe that's why I resonate.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yes, he started out as a CPA, and he did not like doing accounting, but he ended up getting transferred. He hated it, and he was not really good at it, but he got transferred and loaned to the tax department, discovered he loved tax accounting, but in the same time frame, he managed to live in, it wasn't Qatar, I forget which country he lived in. And he lived over there, I think he lived in Riyadh for a few years. And he was able to travel to all these different countries because he was so centrally located. And yet he was still doing something. But he talks about following the least sucky option that you have. Put your options out, brainstorm, just write it down. Don't discard anything. Problem is we write down 3 things and goes, well, that's stupid, and we cross it out. Just keep writing, just keep writing, just keep writing, just keep writing, and set a timer for 10 minutes and just write. Ask one question and just write for 10 minutes. Even if you can't, just keep asking the question and write whatever comes down to it. Don't judge it. Don't go, oh, well, that's stupid, or how will that happen? Don't worry about it. Just write it down. I had an accounting client many years ago that when he went to move, he discovered his list that he had made 7 years earlier. All these things had been thrown away in a drawer. I forget how many items on the list, but all but 2 of them had already come true. for him. And
Oh,
he hadn't
wow.
even looked at it, just wrote it down, the things that he wanted and things. But you can write through, and then once you've gotten that 10 minutes process down, go back and start going, okay, which one of these makes me feel the best? Even if you don't know how you're going to do it, which one gives you the most energy? Put your attention towards that, and then let the magic happen. Have that conversation. We judge ourselves, at least I judge myself, and I think many of us do, judge ourselves. And so we don't say something because, well, what are they going to think about me?
Yeah.
I've gotten tired of worrying, and that I think comes with just getting older too. I've gotten tired of worrying about what other people think of me, and limiting my life because what will the neighbor say, or what will this person say? If I'm not harming them with what I'm doing, and I'm in alignment with who I am, does it matter what they think, really? When
Comes
you're
with that
out there.
wisdom.
Yeah, when you're out there, you're going to find people that are going to judge you. They're going to hate you. They're going to, and oftentimes, if it wasn't pushing one of their buttons because it's something that they really want to do, but maybe they don't know how to do, it probably wouldn't give them the reaction that they have. One of my current coaches is speaking, and they said the option, what would you rather have as a speech that you give? Would you want 90% saying, wow, that was great, and the other 10% not saying anything? But nobody did anything with the speech that you gave. It didn't inspire them to do anything in their life. They just thought it was a great speech. Or would you rather have a speech that 60% said, wow, that was great, 30% said, oh my God, I can't believe this person, what are they talking about? And the other 10% took something from it and improved their life.
Actioned it. Yeah.
Yeah, they took the action, because it's in the action. Think about a GPS. If I program the GPS to go to Nashville, nothing's going to happen until I back out of my driveway. It's not going to give me the first place to go. I've got to start moving down the street so it can say,
Right.
turn right, turn left, make a U-turn because you turned the wrong way, whatever it tells you. But unless you're moving, nothing can come to you. And that was the challenge with The Secret. So many people went, oh, all I have to do is think about what I want and sit on my couch and Oprah will call. Not really. No, you have to, if you want Oprah to call, great. But who do you know that might know Oprah? That's 6 degrees of separation. Probably somebody in there has a direct line to somebody who could get you on the Oprah show. If that's what you truly, truly desire to be, is on the Oprah show. But it's the action. If you're not putting yourself in action, the universe has no way of bringing anything to you.
That's beautiful. Steve Koch talked about the same thing yesterday, actually with his intuition and synchronicities, and how he ended up going on that 1984 tour with Michael Jackson being his chiropractor. He actually walks through the steps of the actions and different things that happened that led him to that. So perfect story. And if someone wants a little more detail on how that works and looks, I can take what you just said and go back and listen to what Steve just said. So perfect. Beautiful.
Yeah. But it's those practical steps, being grateful for those things that show up in your life, but there's so many things that we often take for granted until we're really presented with for instance, health. If we have good health, we often take it for granted until something happens and we don't have good health. One of the things I did when I was up in Tennessee is I went caving, and I went through a very small space. It's called the birth canal in this one cavern. And you literally are crawling through on your, inching through like an inchworm. And then you can turn around and flip and you come out the other side and pull yourself out of it. And it's definitely not for everybody. If you have a fear of small spaces, I do not recommend it, because you're in that small space for a while. But it was funny, after doing that 2 hours of caving, the next day, my thighs were going, "What were you doing yesterday? Excuse me?" And I was like, yeah, okay. I thought I was in better shape than I was. Apparently, I need to do a little bit more work to do that the next time. So,
Oh my God, that's great. I love it. So I'm going to ask you, we're asking everyone this today. 100% service to others is equally as important as 100% service to ourselves. What does that look like for you, Linda?
for me, it looks like I give back to my community. So that's the service to others. I work with Meals on Wheels locally, and I do lots of different things for them. And again, it's not my entire thing that I do, but I will fill in oftentimes at last minute when they have openings that come up, and they can give me anything and I will just run with it and make it happen for them. So that's what I do for my community. And there's other organizations that I belong to as well that I do help others, and I volunteer through that. The Toastmasters is one aspect of things in helping people learn to become comfortable with public speaking. But then the other thing for me is that self-care, the things that I know I need. For instance, I need to dance. Dancing just, I'm a ballroom dancer. And at the end of 4 hours of ballroom dancing nonstop, I end up with more energy than I had when I started. It absolutely just, it energizes and inspires me. So I know that's something that I need in my life. Nature is something I need in my life. And when I start getting too much in my head, I will definitely go out and just hang out in a cavern in Tennessee, or, on the beach, or at the barn with one of my horses and things, and just hang out. And even if I'm just sitting there listening to the birds, feeling the gentle breeze and just decompressing. So I also am very big on my own health in terms of being proactive. So self-care for me means massages. I get a massage every other week, and it has made a drastic change in my body. And if I miss a week, and which I often do when I'm traveling, it's like, okay, it's like, where can I go to find some? And I found some interesting masseuses just by asking, does anybody know a good massage therapist? And finding one that's absolutely amazing, that has filled the bill for me. So that's that synchronicity, something, but being willing to ask the question to people. But that self-care for me, that's what that means, of making sure I'm in my best shape that I can be in.
That's nice. You sound like you're really in balance. I feel pretty confident that I can say most of the folks involved with the Spirituality Explained Summit are amazing with service to others, because I know that you were very humble in what you shared, that you do a lot more. You support some third world schools, and there's a lot of things that you do. But I would say more people than not are not real good about the self-care to themselves. So kudos to you. I'm going to give you a big shout out for that, Linda. So what's next for you? What's on the horizon? First of all, what are you doing right now? And usually you have something big that you're looking forward to next, because you are a visionary.
I do have a couple of upcoming trips. My daughter and I are going to the Galapagos in November. And it was amazing that I could pull her away because she volunteers with a wildlife rehab place up where she lives. And so pulling her away from that was quite the feat. So the Galapagos was able to do that for her. But then early next year, I'm going to New Zealand and Australia, which gets me my 7th continent, being in Australia. And so I'm there. Those are the big things on that aspect of things. But on the other aspect is working with people as they find themselves stuck in a different place, and helping them find the clarity of what they need for their next steps, whether it's just a one-off session that somebody would need to just bounce some ideas off of, or whether it's a process that they need, where they need some support as they make a drastic change in their life. I have a couple of spots open in my calendar to support people in doing that as well. So that aspect is what I'm working on, and just kind of doing some more dancing, and really working on the next level of samba, which is quite an there's a lot more to samba than I realized, and going to that next level is really being a challenge. And I don't know,
Okay.
I may take up playing the violin just for something different.
That
I've
wouldn't
always,
surprise me that you're going to give us a demonstration next time I talk.
well, I've always wanted to play the violin, and I may or may not get to it, but I've always wanted to, so I may. But I do also, I'm going to go out for another musical that's coming up in a couple of months. I'm going out for 9 to 5, the musical.
Oh, beautiful.
So,
It's a
yeah,
great story.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's doing the things that light you up. What lights you up? That's following your bliss. Is what lights you up.
What lights you up? It's so simple.
Eh,
That's the easy answer to the
it really is.
question. I think that, yeah, keep it simple. It's all good. Linda, thank you. I appreciate you. I
Thank
appreciate all that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Any last words you'd like to leave?
I would love to give everybody a resource if they want it, and I'm not quite sure
Oh,
how to
awesome.
share it, so I will put it in the chat. So for you, and it's a resource that you can use. It's free, and it will sign you up for my email list, but I send you one email every Wednesday, and that's it. You can contact me at lindaellie.com, and that's with one L. But this resource will help you see how to find that abundance. It'll give you tips and tools, and I hope that anybody who has a challenge, who wants that, would be, I'm grateful. You can always unsubscribe if you don't want my weekly email list, but I try to keep everything down to a minimum because I know how busy I am, and I know how busy a lot of people are. And so if I put something in somebody's inbox, I try to make sure that it's something that will make a difference for them.
Perfect. I added it to the chat, and I'll also add it when I go into the different formats where this is live streaming. I'll add it in all the notes. So thank you so much. I always appreciate you and always appreciate your generosity.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. It was such fun to be here, and I'm looking forward to go back into the replays and getting to listen to all the rest of the presenters.
Yeah, we've had some really amazing people and a lot of different conversations, and that was, one of the things that we were looking to do with the summit is, most summits have a specific topic and they deep dive into it, where this is just the total opposite of this. This is a chance to experience a lot of different things. More people are becoming curious. We're feeling the energy shifting and changing, and, just putting it out there to serve whoever it's meant to serve. Because intuitively and synchronously, it will end up in their lives one way or the other.
It is amazing how many times things have come into mind. It's like, how did I even hear about this person? But it was exactly what I needed at the time. And it's magic.
Yes, it is.
So, yes. And
Okay.
the biggest thing that you can do is to decide. It's the greatest power we have is that power to choose and to decide for what it is we want. And we take it for granted so many times, or we don't make a decision. But even if it's the wrong decision, I forget which general it was, Eisenhower, I'm not sure. But it's, the best thing you can do, the right thing is the best thing you can do. The wrong thing is the next best thing you can do, because at least you then have clarity on what would work moving forward. And the worst thing that you can do is nothing. And so many of us just, well, I'll do it tomorrow. But if you think about it, tomorrow never comes.
Correct.
So now is the moment.
There you go. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Hello, everyone. I have two beautiful souls with me here today to talk about decoding spiritual terms. Tanya Kirstein from Feel Needed, Feel Connected Massage, and I have Haley Jane, a Reiki Master. Welcome, you guys.
Hi,
I want to thank you both for being part of the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Spiritual Summit, Spirituality Explained. This is going to be a beautiful event. And we're doing something a little different with both of you. We're pre-recording this session, and we're going to be presenting it in snapshots with the information over the next 3 days. And I really appreciate both of you being open to being out of the box with this. So how this is going to work is I'm going to throw out some spiritual terms, and Tanya and Haley are going to share their insights on the terms and what they mean to them. So if you're ready, let's get started. So I'm going to ask each of you, we're talking about everyone, it's 100% service to others is equally as important as 100% service to ourselves. And both should be happening concurrently. You know, you both talk about the work that you do and how you help others. I feel like that all of us who are presenters and part of this summit do really well with 100% service to others, but not necessarily so well with 100% service to ourselves. Could you each give me an example of what 100% service to others and 100% service to yourself looks like for you?
That it gives me the service to self that I would need really to be able to do this work. But one thing I guess I'll throw into that is that when you are taking everything as a part of yourself, there is no difference between self and other. So whenever you are doing the best for you, you're doing the best for others. Now, not to say that unconsciously that can't get into tricky territory and narcissistic whatever, but really everything is done from a sense of it serving self in some way or another. We do our jobs because it brings us joy to do this for other people. We do this job because our talents and our gifts are specifically geared towards doing those kinds of things. And so we get personal enjoyment out of doing it. It is in some way for ourselves. Something about our journey has led us into spiritual awakening, and naturally with that comes that ripple effect of once you have learned, then you teach. So I feel like there's always inherently a service to self and service to others, whether it be conscious or unconscious.
Tanya.
That was awesomely said. I think that is the beauty of Reiki too, is as you know, you're in a session with a client, they're receiving Reiki and you are too. And I think that is amazing. And I think, you know, that's one of the reasons why I came into Reiki, is because I had been a massage therapist for so long, and I was realizing that, you know, Reiki was helping me feel better, and I think it has prolonged my massage career for sure. But definitely, you know, I always try to give 100% service, and in the past, it's gotten me in a lot of trouble of not taking care of myself. I spent a lot of years putting everything and everyone else first, and like, oh, well, I'll get to me later. And so I would say the past probably 3 or 4 years, but mainly in the past year, I've been focusing a lot more on self-care. And the best thing that I found is just doing one thing every day that brings me joy, that makes me super happy. And I've started keeping a list of those things that you know, bring me joy. So like the other day, I took a nap on the couch for like an hour, and then I woke up and I was in this mood, and I was so happy, and I was like, I love couch naps, so I'm gonna add that to my list. So
I love that. That is such a great example. That's so funny. I love that. Thank you. So I do want to thank you both for participating in this. You have both been incredible and honest and very authentic with yourselves. Do you have any last thoughts you would like to leave for the folks out there who are dipping their toe in the curiosity of spirituality?
I'll say there's two ways to get into a pool, dipping or diving.
Good point. I tend not to be a dipper myself. I tend to be the diver.
I would say it doesn't have to be so hard and complicated. Everything really is just simple, and if you come across something that you don't necessarily understand, maybe just sit with it for a while and see what it feels like to you.
Those are good thoughts to leave everyone with. So I want to thank you for your time, and then until next time, thank you both.
Thank you.
You.
Welcome back to the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Summit, Spirituality Explained. I want to introduce everyone to our next guest, Sarah Wiseman. Welcome back, Sarah. We recently did a podcast, and now you're here with the summit. Excited to talk again.
Just coming back for more. So excited. Thank you for having me.
Very cool. Sarah, just for all of you guys watching out there, is a spiritual teacher. She's a visionary, a best-selling author who channels a monthly forecast and also writes a blog, The Divine Inspiration of Seekers and Soul Travels, which I personally enjoy very much. So thank you for that. Today we're going to be talking about discussing seeing from the soul's perspective. Sarah, I feel like everyone on the planet's been awakened. I think some are conscious, some are unconscious, but I feel like most are sort of on that continuum in between. How would you describe seeing from the soul's perspective?
Thank you. Seeing from the soul's perspective is about, first off, it's looking from the bigger view. It's looking at this idea that we're not just here birth to death, but we're here birth to death, birth to death, birth to death, birth to death. So whether you believe in reincarnation or whether you want to look at it from this perspective of your ancestors after and before and after you, whether you want to look at it as just this idea that humanity continues, like you don't have to have a particular belief system to look from this bigger perspective. So that's one part of it, just looking that this lifetime is not the only thing that we're here for. The other way it is clear to me is that we are not isolated beings. Me, Sarah, you, Dr. Sandra, this is not who we are. We are fully connected, you, me, everyone listening, all humans, all beings living, all beings non-living, and we're connected by our consciousness or by our awareness. And so using that filter, I'm a conscious being and so is everything else, is sort of what I see as the soul perspective, versus looking at an ego perspective. I am Sarah and I'm so great. Like that's not going to work out very well for anyone, right? That's just going to be a not a good thing. So looking from the bigger perspective of everything and everyone is conscious and always having that as your core view.
Okay, that makes sense. So, we've done a few lifetimes, probably a lot of lifetimes. So a lot of that is evolution of the soul of the one consciousness, right? So it's an ongoing process. So our human expression, this physicalness that we're in, which sometimes can be the ego, which you just mentioned, here in the West, our self-talk can be, we should deal with circumstances quickly and efficiently, right? So from a soul perspective, what might that process look like? I'm going to guess it should look a little different.
Yeah, I would say I may be different than what others think or what others say, but I don't really think the soul is what's evolving. I think it's the human part is what's evolving. Like our human expression of ourself as soul beings is what's evolving. That's how I see it. Like the soul's just perfect spirit as consciousness. It doesn't have a way to get better or worse. Humans have a lot of different choices that we can make as to how we respond to world events, how we want to create the world around us. So I think that's where the evolution is in the human response. I would guess that animals and plants and trees are also evolving, but they actually seem to have better choices than humans. So it's almost like we think humans are the top, but I kind of think humans are the bottom. Like we're the kindergartners in the grand scheme of how things are.
Well, that makes sense. And actually, thank you for that, because I just humanized the soul, which is consciousness and all that is. So that's a really important, that was really important. So I will say in this involvement, I live on this farm and I have these goats. And I try to explain to people a lot of times they're very entertaining and lovely, but they consistently make bad choices that are not good for them. So I think that maybe we're right there with the goats sometimes with making the bad choices that I'm like, they're lovely, they're very lovely, but they make bad choices all the time.
Yeah.
I feel like all the time is not an exaggeration.
Yeah, like maybe the goat's challenge, like the goat's version of ego, not being a goat, but just is almost like their hunger or their belly or their food greed is their ego problem, whereas humans have different ego problems that they are working on.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So would you say like our current experiences that we're working through and our humanness is setting the groundwork for future healing? And when I think of it from that Western self-talk, could we be interfering with building a groundwork for future healing or future involvement?
I think that future healing is happening right now at a pretty accelerated pace. I think this is why we're having so much trouble in the waking up, is because the healing is so active. I think a lot of the, say we just look at human rights, like women's rights, gender's rights, racial equality, disability equality. I'm not using the right proper lingo, but all of those things are places where there were deep, deep, deep wounds. And all of that has somewhat been brought to the surface to look at and be healed and looked at. And so I think we're in the process of that deep, difficult assessment of what we've created thus far and looking at all the problems of what we created. And I think this work we're doing now, which is very uncomfortable, very challenging, very painful, but wasn't even being done 30 years ago or 40 years ago. We just weren't even looking at that stuff. I think this is where the evolution, like, I think if we look back 100 years from now, we're going to be like, oh, this was the time they were working on these major issues of human rights, ecological rights, and this is how we were able to create something that was more sustainable and better for everyone.
So it's a shift.
Yeah, if it all goes well. I mean, it could all go not well, but we don't. If it doesn't work out this time through, like, these ideas don't go away. Once they permeate consciousness, they'll just keep coming back. Like, there's only one way forward, which is towards more oneness. So if we don't get it this time around, I hope we do, but if we don't, then we'll just do it the next time. This is just the continued phase.
And that makes sense to me, and I'm glad that because there's a lot of discussion out there where there's folks who think that everything's predetermined. It's all a done deal. It's going to happen. And I'm like, it's happen. You have to be in physicality to make it happen, which means there's a lot of wild cards in there. So I don't believe that it's predetermined or that it's a done deal. I think that I think that we're stronger on the path than we've ever been in humanity. And we're making great strides, although it may not necessarily feel that sometimes in our humanness. but I don't think it's always just a done deal.
Well, one thing we have now that we didn't have before is just like this podcast, or the ways that we can connect, online. We didn't have that before. And so
even a few decades ago.
Yeah. It just opened up everything where we can talk with people all over the world and instead of having these ideas like those people in this hemisphere are unknown to us or strangers, are like, oh, they're the same as us. So why do we have these old beliefs around who was who, or that kind of thing?
I agree. And just to sway off a little bit, there's a World Health Organization did a study on the loneliness epidemic, and they studied countries throughout the world, third world countries, the Western countries, and the information and they had a really good population that they used for research, good insights, and the outcomes were identical in the countries as how it affected the youth versus the older versus men and women. It was identical from a Western country to a third world country and countries across. It's a fascinating study. So when we even talk about the oneness, it can sound so abstract, but this loneliness epidemic is truly a global kind of situation. And when I read through the details of the research, I was like, wow, this is unbelievable. I think like people would really be shocked by it. And a little bit of a segue there, but it just plays into we're not different. And it's being put out there in a way that is palpable for people.
I would wonder too if like this idea of loneliness and this idea that we're in the shift, and if everyone's sort of waking up to this, they might not call it, they're waking up to this deeper hunger for connection to each other in a more real way, which as opposed to how things are now, which is in a projected facade way. It's like, what about the real way? That's what we really want.
Yep, it's powerful, and that is part of what this study shows is people are looking for deep connection with each other instead of being separate, which is what we talk about all the time. So how can spiritual practices and living consciously shift a person out of those self-limiting behaviors?
I think it's really good. Well, I sort of fancy myself as a mild disruptor or something like that, but I think it's really useful. At least it's been useful for me to not have a lot of shame or berating the self if I don't do practice as I'm supposed to do it. I don't sit on my meditation cushion 2 hours a day. I don't eat a vegan diet. I eat a vegetarian diet, but I'm not perfect at it. I don't know, all these ways that we're sort of presented with as this is the spiritual path. I haven't gone into the monastery for 10 years. I think it's important to find what resonates with each person and do those practices, especially at the beginning, that bring you like insane amounts of joy and feelings of wholeness in yourself. And for some people, it could be they like to go running. That might be, we don't think of that as spiritual practice, but it actually, it's complete trance. It's a complete journeying. It is spiritual practice while running. Other people might like to go to, in nature, or you might, this like, it could be anything. You might crochet, but it's this idea of doing the thing that you really enjoy that makes you feel connected. And don't worry if that's not, we've got dominant culture and then we've got the sort of the dominant spiritual culture, and like, let go of that too. Like, you don't have to do things the way that as shown on YouTube or whatever you're following. You just don't have to do it that way.
And I think that's important. And that's a lot of what the summit's about, spirituality explained, because I think it's becoming out there more and more that there's a specific framework and there's specific activities that you need to be practicing or be included. And I know meditation's a biggie for a lot of people and how they perceive it. Like I struggled with it. Oh, struggle's a word I try to remove from my vocabulary. But in the past, it was like I found it painful. I felt like I was a failure at it. And then I had someone say, well, you like love to sit at a bonfire in the backyard all the time and you just sit there and stare at it and you have peace. You're
Yeah.
meditating. And I'm like, oh, I am? And I started to think about it. And it's just what you said with the running and everything. Spirituality is personal. Meditation should be personal.
Yeah.
Just like you described it. And it can be physical as well as emotional and mental.
Yeah, I think maybe the one thing to look for is anything that takes you into another dimension, like into trance, running, bonfire, meditation, music, and also anything that takes you, that lets your mind rest. So that, you know, we talk about in meditation, the monkey mind, but if you're running or dancing or playing an instrument, you're not having those thought. They just don't, there's no room. And so looking for things where you're so completely absorbed in the flow of your being that the thoughts, so that might, if the thoughts are there, keep going in your practice. like go deeper and let the thoughts drift away. That's what we're looking for, a place where there isn't the mind, or there isn't the language, or there isn't the culture just sort of coming into your ear. This is a little tangential, but I've been teaching this sort of very modern shamanic course. And one of the things we did recently was we went journeying to discover our first self, our first human experience, or for some people, it was even an ET experience on Earth. And we went so far back. We went to a place where we didn't have, I didn't really realize this was going to happen, but we didn't have language. We did not have thoughts yet because we were so early as humans. We had our sensations, we had our knowing and our awareness, and we didn't have language. And it's so interesting that language is, of course, this fabulous bridge, but it's also this fabulous sort of trap or loop. Like, it was very interesting to experience the being without language and feel what that was like. And I think almost that's kind of what we're seeking, the core connectivity to everything without the culture applied.
Wow, I think that that's actually pretty special. So as we're talking about evolving our human selves, letting go of our issues and what no longer serves us, on our recent podcast, you said one of the things you highly recommended was letting go of drama, and that includes letting go in the mind. So can you just, you just touched on that. Can you expand a little bit about how that might look for someone?
I think that all day long we're faced with situations, you know, somebody might be like, don't call them challenges, but I do call them, you know, we're faced with things that sort of give us that feeling. And it is normal to have responses to stuff. That's normal. But it's helpful to not get too invested in most situations. Let's see. I just had an issue with a website where it was showing as it was down. And so I was on the chat with the support, like, help, my website has gone missing. Just like, okay, this is going to be like a mountain of work if that's what happens. And I was just sitting there, like, past me of multiple years ago would have just been freaking out in the and I just was like, this is interesting. I wonder what this is about. And okay, and then they were like, it's back up, it's all fixed. And I don't know that my lack of drama around that issue, just like, well, if that's what it is, fix the, I don't know how that all worked. It was not there, then it was there. And my reaction in between was just kind of like, this is interesting. I'm curious about why this is as it is now. Why is this showing up this way? I also don't have an answer. Like, I'm not applying drama as to trying to figure it out. I'm not, if I weren't telling this like as an illustration here, I wouldn't even discuss it. It'd just be, I wouldn't apply a whole lot of attachment to the happening, even though years ago I would have completely attached to the whole thing. I would have been dramatic about it. I would have told people about it. I would have panicked about it. And it's just like that all just let's go. There are things where, say you had an accident or an illness, there are really serious things, and those are worthy of paying deep attention to and having proper response to. But most things aren't worthy of bothering with. They just aren't. They aren't worthy of the attention needed to make a decision about it.
Okay, that's interesting. As I was listening to you, I could totally relate as to my past self and my current self, and I'm always interested in my future iterations of what it looked like. And the first thing that came to mind as you were talking, it was almost like an aha of an observation. Gosh, look how far I've come, and I've evolved, and how much I've changed. And I think a lot of times we have those moments, but we don't connect that aha moment with it, that we would have done something different in the past. This is how we're doing it now. I seem to be okay with it. I'm not really sure why, but I'm not going to, spend the rest of my week pondering about it.
Yeah, and maybe it also, we have collectively been through, just with COVID, we've been through some pretty big collective trauma.
Yeah.
And maybe, trauma and really difficult experiences change us and help us see what matters and what doesn't matter. What needs paying attention to and what doesn't.
Yes, it did. I would say that escalated that for sure.
Yeah.
So when it comes to letting go on those types of topics, do you have tools that you like to work with to help with that, or that you would recommend?
I think with things like that, I'm always very much like, like things like that, or we often are in these positions where we're working with support people, like a website support, or someone who's pumping our gas, or someone who's delivering our package, or kind of the many encounters we have in modern life that aren't people we know necessarily, or maybe have never even seen or spoken to before. But I really take that step back and like, this is an actual person with an actual life. I don't know their story or situation, and I'm going to be as kind and as respectful as I possibly can as we work through this problem together. And just that sort of shifts. I have a feeling people are not treated nicely at all. And just that shift of vibrational level, I'm not doing it to like make my problem get better service, like at all. I'm just like, out of respect, like, this is a person with a home life and who knows what's going on. And I'm going to just be as kind as I can. And just, so that's one tool. And then I guess the opposite would be when it's a serious issue, knowing when to let off the gas and knowing when to put your foot on the gas and go like crazy. Like, and I think the sense of like this idea of knowing where the energy is flowing and being able to pay attention to that, like as you start to sense what's actually happening here. Is this important? Is this not important? But there are going to be times you yank the child out of the street as the car goes by. You have to take someone to the emergency room. All those types of things, and knowing when to act without hesitation. it's sort of like this between the points is sort of where I try and just watching, noticing.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
this is like a beautiful segue into where I wanted to go next. So when I was putting the summit together, Spirituality Explained, and really working with the different presenters that we've been working with, intuition repeatedly came up. And it was almost like I felt like the summit needed to be somehow titled have intuition in it, because it became a sort of a core element almost for everyone, and a direction and sort of how they wanted to present and what they wanted to do. And I thought, well, this is really interesting that intuition has really come to the forefront. I have to pay attention to that because
Mhm.
it's clearly by universal design. It wasn't by my design.
Mhm.
And I know that you do Intuition University, and that
Mhm.
you do a lot of work with intuition, and that you teach a lot with intuition, and it's sort of like one of your gigs, I would say.
Mhm.
Can you talk and share a little bit about intuition?
Yes, I think I've been doing it for a really long time now. And so as I'm also hearing more and more, I'm kind of like, this is weird, because I was working in this, 20 years ago or so, and now it's sort of um, coming up. And I think what I appreciate about my life is that I've had the time to really deeply explore a whole lot of intuitive techniques, and I've learned how to teach those to others. So it may be that intuition of the future takes a different shape, with younger generations or the way people approach it. But I'm just so grateful that I've had the experiences that I've had, like applying this to my life year after year after year. Um, I think intuition is, instead of looking at, I'm a person with an ego, you're a person with your ego, and we could only connect by specifically talking or writing. It's really, we sense each other completely. I can read you, you can read me, and accepting that we know each other completely, even if we don't, even if we've never met, and then working from that place of telepathy, feeling telepathy, um, and just always approaching it from that place. I mean, even the people with the biggest facades going on, all you have to do is just sort of relax and pay attention, and you just see them clearly away from their bravado or whatever they're putting on. It could be bravado, it could be victimhood, it could be you just kind of relax and like, show me the real person, and then that person just shows up, and then you're relating to that person instead of to the facade. It's kind of like we're all just taking our armor off suddenly all together. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, some suggestions to help people get in touch with their intuition or to recognize or acknowledge it?
I think beginning to do some small, it's very easy to foresee the future. In some practices, there's that statement that the micro reflects the macro reflects the micro, and it's very easy to start playing little games. Like, say you're wondering, okay, let's say I didn't have a link for a podcast that was going to be in like 1 minute, and I needed to get on the podcast. So I might play a game with myself and go and look at some object. The next thing that catches my eye is going to show me how I'm going to get that link to that podcast. And I go stare at the yard, and a bird flies down with a leaf in its mouth. Now, this didn't actually happen. I'm just giving it as an example, but we can take any situation and apply it to any other situation, and they will correlate. It's sometimes people will call it magical thinking. I think it's incorrect. I think magical thinking is how it really is. And we just need to learn to pay attention and notice this interconnectivity of nothing being random, of nothing being coincidental, of everything being connected and influencing everything else. And we can be a part of that whole view.
I'm 100% on board with that. You'll say random, not.
Yeah.
That everything is connected, and the more you pay attention to it, the more it becomes obvious to you.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a teacher, would you say that there's value in people who are looking to grow spiritually, or just, they're getting more information, they're dipping their toes in different things, to take some time to understand themselves a little bit more? So, for example, like I'm an empath, I'm an intuitive, I'm a sensitive, or maybe I'm a seeker, for example, so that they can connect with either the right teacher or the right content that resonates with it. So I think that things will resonate with people, but will understanding sort of where they come from help them be on a path that's going to best serve them?
I think there's lots of paths, and I don't think it has to be super fancy or even super. I think the minute you say, I want to open my spirituality or I want to open my intuition, the universe rushes in with, okay, here's 7 choices. We're just going to pop these into your lap or into your arms. I think it's all about this asking, like, I'm open to this. And I think that there's tons of great stuff on YouTube, podcasts, like that information, not all of it's great. A lot of it's silly, but if you're going there and really feeling this deep heart glow, sort of, then you kind of know you're in the right spot. I think also things like listening to massive quantities of spiritual music is very, very opening. I just like to go on Spotify and put in, shamanic trance, high frequency, or just see what's there and sort of bathe yourself in those frequencies and those, like, music is some kind of sound nature. We haven't quite even understood how powerful it is. And just to have a lot of time in that, just relaxing, is very useful. Like, it will shift you. So I think the old idea might have been you have to go deep into your core wounds and sort of shovel through the yuckness, and you probably will have to do that at some point in your life, but you don't have to start there if that place feels too difficult. Like, I just can't do that now. I need something light to comfort me and lift me, and that's fine too.
So basically, don't make it hard.
Yeah, make it the easiest, make it the most effortless, and start there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that there will be a lot more coming out with the music and the sound and the vibration. I think we're in the beginning of this science being recognized and validated, and we're going to honestly see it as a huge healing tool. There's already a lot of information out there with things in the past, so I think it's going to totally shift many things, including healthcare.
I
and
absolutely
treatment
agree.
and those kinds of things. So I thank you for bringing that up, because I believe it's that powerful, and it's that accessible to everyone.
Yeah.
It's like right there.
Yeah. I think it will change. I think music, or sound and light, both together.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a little bit of a different question. So many people are yearning to awaken. They want to study. They're trying to understand the truth about themselves, their divinity, their magical, mystical areas of their existence. Do you think focusing too much on seeking can disturb the mind from letting go so true nature can emerge?
I think that if we get too attached to So, as an example, I used to really, really want to be a medium in my spiritual path. And medium is a person that receives the departed, like a Long Island medium. I just so much wanted to do that. And that's not actually my very strong gift. Sometimes it'll happen, but it's not my strength. While I was busy seeking how to figure out how to be a medium, channeling came in or clairvoyance came in. Those were easy as pie for me. I didn't even have to really try. So sometimes the seeking path, like we think we're going one way, and the universe is like, haha, we've got them on the path. Now we're going to slide them into their true, where they're really supposed to be. So I think seeking is great, and you should seek with whatever interests you, but don't get too attached to where you need to go. I sometimes run across people that have been doing this work a very long time that are really attached to what they've learned, the techniques. I don't know. I guess I just don't see it that way. I see it as I'll work with whatever works, but I'm not if something is old fashioned, I'm going to let that go. Or if something new is coming along, I'm very curious as to what that is. So not getting too, like, it's an egoic response to think, oh, I have all these certificates on my wall. That must mean I'm so awesome. It's like you're not only as awesome as you are in that exact moment. And awesome is not even really the question. It's just your curiosity and what's interesting you.
Curiosity and imagination, I think, are two of the key factors in our creating this new humanity, because we maybe need to shift the conversation a little bit more into that we are the creators. And to do that, we really need to embrace imagination and think of things that we never thought was even possible as possible, and working with that. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really, I've been working with younger people more and more and more, and I really love their ability to collaborate creatively and just come up with this like sort of group solutions without even considering how it's a very, very different approach. It's rather, instead of me, ego, struggling through and making it all happen, it's like, oh, we're a group of friends. Let's just do this thing. And it just happens instantly. And I think that's an example of sort of the new flow that's coming into place. They don't have, for that period of time that these younger groups are creating, they drop out of their individual ego and become a group team. And that's like a microcosm of the bigger oneness we're trying to get to.
Yep. So I had a thought that I had lost right before that. You had said to me once that you can't force the universe. So when we were talking about the seeking and people being sort of stuck on that path, what they're going to go down this path or what it is they want, they're trying to force the universe. And I think that you felt pretty confidently that doesn't work so well.
Yeah, I mean, I think people can force their path and make it happen. That's kind of like the old manifesting style. I just think it's sort of missing the point. It's like, why force this path that isn't going to bring you what you're actually looking for? It's going to bring you your goal, but it's not going to bring you what you really think, what you really crave or really want or really need. Okay. So it's better to just sort of move toward your path and then notice how you're guided as you're on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other special tools or options you would say for seekers who are really looking from that getting started and have that high view from the soul's perspective?
I think accepting, if you're even asking the question, how can I become more spiritual? I need to change my life. I want to be an intuitive. I want to be a psychic reader. Just, and those are different versions of the question. But if you're even looking at it, it's already happening. And so, again, like, you don't have to try. The path is really easy, and there's many, many, many helpers on the way. I love that view of, you're walking up the mountain and then you meet various people on your travels who assist you, or you meet the friendly rabbit who gives you the magical food, or, it's kind of this fairy tale. But I love that idea that we're continually met by human helpers, energy helpers, beings. We aren't really doing this by ourselves. In fact, I don't think we can do it by ourselves. So trusting that the minute you start on the journey, oh, there's a helper, there's a helper, there's a helper, and just sort of, and then as you get farther along, you start to see these other people coming up the path, and then suddenly, like, you're the helper. Like, don't forget to pay it back. Don't forget. Okay. It's just like we're all helping each other get to the understanding that we can reach.
Okay, that makes sense with the all oneness. So what are you currently working on, and what's next for you?
I have just finished a channeled book called The Gabriel Messages. It's not quite in paperback, but it will be by the time this comes out. That just came in a fugue state over many months. I just channeled it, and it was quite an interesting process to do. So that's just come out, and I am continuing to teach. But I'm working on doing quite a few books because I want to have the techniques that I teach and the channeling. I want to have it like super accessible and available. So I'm working on getting a lot of like back stuff out there so that it'll be available. Okay, for those who want the deep study. And if you don't want it, don't get it. But for those who are interested, it's going to be there.
Well, that's what's beautiful. There's a little bit of everything out there for anyone who's looking. And for you, you've been at this for 20 plus years. Yeah. You really do have a pretty big repertoire of tools and offerings. So if someone did want to work with you, what would that look like, and how did they get a hold of you?
They can reach me at sarahwiseman.com, the website. And then there's courses, books, and then there's direct training that I teach. At this point, I'm teaching every semester, several groups. So there's quite a few options to look at.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. And I know that this was a tight week for you and that you were time limited with joining us on the summit. So real quick before we leave, I know we're not going to get into the Q&A with you because you have another commitment following up here. Last thoughts, insights, anything you want to leave with the viewers that are watching us?
I think you and I met, we did our Egypt trip together years ago and had a lot of interesting experiences there. So I trust that the people that are on the summit with you, and I just think it's going to be interesting. So I'm excited about it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for fitting us in and joining us. I appreciate you, and I appreciate all you're doing for everyone, Sarah. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. Thanks.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Sandra Marie here. Take a moment to pause and enjoy these series of poems from the Doctor of Divinity, an award-winning author, Soni Singh.
I am going to read a poem called Wisdom Says from my book Emboldened. This poem is based on Greg Braden's The Wisdom Codes, which if you haven't read that book, it's really impactful. And I read it at a time when I was really needing direction and wanting to understand at a deeper level. And this poem is sort of how I integrated it into my life particularly in my spiritual life. Wisdom says, Om is the ultimate name. It was the first sound. The holy sound wasn't born and cannot die. I am part of the melodious flow. I am safe because I am part of a community. It's the basis of compassion. Everything is impermanent. Even harmony is temporary. I lose what I attach to. It wasn't mine to begin with. I trust in the universe, and it appears when I leap. There was a purpose for my life, and thus I surrender. I am with God, and God is with me. I am not alone. Spiritual energy destroys suffering. Divine light guides me. My soul is eternal, only my body is not. It's hardest to be the one left behind when everyone else has moved on. There is beauty in all things, no matter how hard we shut our eyes. Confidence comes when we live from purpose. Or is it the other way around? We heal from within, only we don't realize the power we hold. I lack nothing that comforts me. I will. It's my choice. I am. Who else can I be? Lead me to what is real and light. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
I watch the flames burn higher, and I lose my soul as it dances with fire, and I become one with the beating of the drums, bare feet waiting on the rain to come. And I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. And I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. Well, I chase the butterflies flowers and I sit and talk with the birds for hours, and I watch the trees dance as they're blowing in the breeze, patiently waiting on the wind to sing. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me. Lying in a bed of wildflowers with the rainfall washing over me. I hear the mountains singing my song, and when she calls me home, I feel free. So I pray, oh mama, bring me rain. And I pray, oh mama, sing to me.
Hello, everyone. I have two beautiful souls with me here today to talk about decoding spiritual terms. Tanya Kirstein from Feel Needed, Feel Connected Massage, and I have Haley Jane, a Reiki Master. Welcome, you guys.
Hi, thank you.
I want to thank you both for being part of the 2024 Wild Soul Gathering Spiritual Summit, Spirituality Explained. This is going to be a beautiful event. And we're doing something a little different with both of you. We're pre-recording this session, And we're going to be presenting it in snapshots with the information over the next 3 days. And I really appreciate both of you being open to being out of the box with this. So how this is going to work is I'm going to throw out some spiritual terms, and Tanya and Haley are going to share their insights on the terms and what they mean to them. So if you're ready, let's get started. Third eye. Speaking of Fibonacci, see, that's a word I'm not going to even try to say.
The seat
Principles.
of the soul. So the third eye is your sixth chakra. So when people say you have a sixth sense, your intuition, your higher knowing, your connectedness to source, that's coming from your third eye. It's associated with your pineal gland. It's associated with your parasympathetic nervous system. It is the bridge between physical and spiritual. Well, the higher bridge, higher than the heart, but it is the seat of your intuition and your higher self.
Nice. And in Egyptian culture, you see it all over the place with the Eye of Horus. So just like with Michelangelo, all of this information has been put out and is still out there from a long time ago. So the next term is etheric body, which I think flows right into what you were just talking about.
Vibrational levels of yourself manifested as a human. So your etheric body, your light body, your higher self, these are all kind of terms for the different aspects of those vibrational levels of yourself.
And one can work in each of these energetic fields. Would you call them energetic fields of the human?
An aura, multiple of them that extend out from you quite extensively. You have quite an energetic field.
Yes, we do. We're literally a lot bigger than we think, which is funny. The next term I have is aura cleansing.
Sure. So your auric field is, right outside your body. It can be kind of any kind of length, really. And it's believed that everything kind of comes to it first before it actually gets to your physical body. So you can clear out your auric space and actually get rid of germs or colds that may be trying to get to you. You can also clear out any kind of negative or stagnant energy, or other people's negative stagnant energy that's trying to get in. And it's once it's kind of cleared out, it's almost like taking a multivitamin or something. It's very, very cleansing.
That is such a good way to put it. I like that. Sound healing.
Healing is using specific frequencies of sound to resonate with the body and to bring the body to match it. So whenever you are working with frequency healing or sound healing, there is a law of resonance that states that whatever the lower vibration is, it has to rise to match the higher vibration. So when you take things like singing bowls or tuning forks that are tuned to a higher specific frequency, usually they're tuned to the frequency of each chakra per se. When you ring that, your body has to begin to raise its vibration to meet that of the instrument that's being used. So it is a way to elevate the entire frequency of the body on all levels to promote healing. And it's actually
Nice. I do think that Go ahead.
It's quite... People have completely shrank cancer cells from combining two frequencies. 60% of the cancer cells die.
That's what I was just going to say.
These tuning sessions. It's incredible, the research that's being done now.
So I agree. I think that sound healing is really going to come to the forefront. I think that there's already been a lot of information out there. Again, if you get into ancient Egyptian and some of these structures that are perfectly set up for different kinds of sounds, and how, there's the hypothesis that these were used for healing in the past, but I think we're going to see our medical community, I don't know that they'll embrace it, but we're going to see in medicine a lot of different healing modalities using frequencies. And I know the studies on cancer is a prime tangible study that's out there, and I think that there's absolutely more to come. Sound baths have now become a big thing. I had a friend back in the days when I lived in Cleveland, before honestly it was really out there, like that was her modality. We used to trade Reiki for the sound work, and it was just probably one of the most, I can't even explain it, like it was just it was overwhelmingly blissful for me when I came out of her sound bath work. And I see now that it's becoming a lot more mainstream. So I think more to come on the sound healing. I think we're going to see it expand and be used in much different ways. I agree with you on that one. Do either of you use sound with your Reiki practice? Yeah. I also. I think that it makes a difference. Speaking of crystals, let's talk about crystal grids. You've mentioned it. Both of you have mentioned it, I think, a couple of times. Can you get a little more specific about crystals and crystal grids?
We have crystals in our bodies. So we are a walking crystal grid if you set the intentions precisely. But to set up a crystal grid is to create kind of a power bank, if you will, and set an intention into that power bank, and these crystals emit that frequency. The pyramids, all of these sacred sites, they're very much working like giant crystal grids. And then each human is kind of a little mini micro crystal grid. But they are very powerful. They can be used in healing. They can be used in manifestation, communication, with higher dimensions, all kinds of different things. But it's just a specific geometric layout of crystals with a specific intention attached to it.
That is so eloquently said. Recently I've had some people staying on the farm. I've had some coming and going, and we were doing a lot of different spiritual type of works. And the one lady who was here is a feng shui, is her like passion in life. And she walked around the house and she was like, you have open areas here, and made some suggestions of what I could do, and was curious how it would feel. And one of them was creating a crystal grid and anchoring the corners of the house, and different ways to use the crystals and how they were placed in which crystals and the energetic vibration of them. And I did that, and I can feel an energy shift within, so it's nice. I'm thinking that, my next step will be to energetically grid out my barns and my outbuildings for the animals, because they also deserve to feel better and in a nicer energetic place, since that's their living situation. I know that may sound crazy to some people, but to me it makes sense. You guys have, just asking off the cuff, do you have a crystal at this particular point in time that's wanting to work with you?
I have a grid around me right now, actually, of just my chakra stones.
Okay. I appreciate that you're being honest about it. So I have a citrine crystal that I'm physically holding on to as we record. So initially I've always had clear crystal, and I think a lot of it is I was using it for my hand fidgeting, because I apparently talk a lot with my hands, and when I was editing, it doesn't look pretty on film when you do that. But most recently, I don't know, that crystal seems to have moved off the recording area. I noticed before we were recording, I'm like, what happened? Where did it go? But this centering crystal has wanted to be here, I think, for the summit, to be honest with you, because it has just showed itself up on the desk for this past week, and I'm really heavy into doing this. So it's funny, we were talking about it, and for whatever reason, this citrine crystal has made its way into the summit.
Right, weird.
Which is a nice, I mean, they all have beautiful properties, but citrine is just such a nice, touchy-feely little energy.
Moonstone is
So a little bit of rambling.
The most right now.
Okay. Yeah. Tanya, you're being very quiet about this.
I usually wear two.
Oh, okay.
Around my neck. And, sorry, the cord's getting caught up in it. Right now it's pyrite, and I forget this one. But they tend to start to get really, really heavy whenever it's time to change them out. And then I just kind of do like muscle testing or swaying to see which ones are next. For a while, I had communication ones to help speak better and be a little more confident speaking. So
I like that. Actually, now that you mention it, I have a piece of moldavite around my neck that more recently said, pick me.
It's one of these.
I want you to wear them, because usually, I'm out on the farm, so I'm not wearing a lot of jewelry, but for whatever reason, this piece of moldavite was like, you need to be wearing me, so it's on. Kate.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm so good. I'm so excited to be here and connect with you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let me introduce you first. We have Catherine Troyer in the studio, who will be discussing demystifying spiritual ceremony and altars. I do want to welcome you here. I truly am excited to have you here. But a little bit about Catherine. She is also known to many of us as Feng Shui Kate, and is a Feng Shui lifestylist, definitely a vibrant force in the home energy transformation. And while Feng Shui tends to be only thought of as a home remedy, she is very passionate about inner healing and the play that comes along with that practice, with a knack for turning any space into a powerful sanctuary. Catherine has inspired thousands of individuals, and I mean thousands of individuals, to design living spaces that truly reflect their essence and support their ideal lifestyle. Your down-to-earth approach and deep wisdom and Feng Shui principles make you your guidance for both practical and, I would say, inspiring, whether you're new to Feng Shui or looking to deepen your practice. Catherine's infectious excitement, which you're all going to experience very shortly, and her insightful tips will help you create a home and a life that feels absolutely amazing. So before we get started, for those who are watching the summit, I put on the little clip I had for decoding spiritual terms. And throughout this summit, two of the underlying principles that have come across the last 3 days have been intuition and synchronicities, have come out all over the place. In fact, at one point I thought like the name of the summit shouldn't have been Spirituality Explained. It should have been something to do with intuition and synchronicity. So I pay attention to that. And as I was watching that, and I was watching you back in the green room, I was like, oh my God, this is about the work she did at the firm. And what's ironic about it is I have these clips titled by minutes. I have no idea what's in them. And if I played one once, I like remove it out of the queue. And this is day 3. So I see what's going to fit into my little open time slot and I have there. And I thought, this is an interesting synchronicity that this is about grounding the corners and the crystals. And it's almost like this weird synchronicity introduction into what we're going to talk about. Anyways, I just rambled on about that. I just am like, wow, that's interesting.
I thought it was so cool. I was like sitting back there and I'm like, no way, she's talking about this right now. So that's amazing. Yeah. I love it.
I can't take credit for it. It was a force bigger than me that decided to preempt us with that. So welcome to the summit. It's day 3. You have, heard me talk about the summit on end for weeks and the preparation part of it. So it's great to have you here towards the end. We have one more presentation after this and we're going to do a wrap up, but it's really been interesting. It's been interesting how the different days also have had different themes that seem to pop up with them. So it's been exciting. I think it's making a difference. And, I love sharing this as you do with people. So a lot of the spirituality explained was about, it seems like a lot of people are a lot more curious and they're asking a lot more questions. And I know we both have people reaching out to us, not about some of the traditional work we do, but maybe some of this more untraditional work we do. So Spirituality Explained was really looking at explaining different concepts as well as demystifying them. So we're going to talk about spiritual ceremony and we're going to talk about altars, which I think need a lot of demystifying. And if I'm going to be truly transparent, when creating an altar came on my radar a couple of decades ago, my Catholic self really that old baggage was coming up. And I was like, ooh, I really want to do this. I'm really pulled to do it. I love the crystals, but is this something I'm allowed to do? Is it okay to do? So I'm really excited to help people get past that hump because I'm guessing I'm not the only person who's had that thought. And obviously I've outgrown that long ago if you've ever walked into any space that I live in.
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting that you mentioned that because I know when I was kind of more reintroduced to creating altars when I started my feng shui practice and when I was getting certified. And I know for me, I was not raised Catholic, but I was, raised Christian and pretty religious. And I know I kind of had those oh, am I inviting something bad if I have an altar? Am I worshiping something outside of myself? I had all of those things come up as well. And one thing but it's that kind of quickly dissipated for me. And one thing I like to say about my personal feng shui practice is I have long been into different modalities and I've always been a very curious person and I've always been into questioning things and so I've always been very open and I've been into kind of metaphysical things, occult things, just I've always been open to all of that. But for me, my feng shui practice and becoming a certified practitioner, what I like to say is that was literally my gateway drug into all things spirituality, because my feng shui practice caused me to dive so much deeper within. And when I started to peel back those layers internally from a more spiritual perspective, it opened me up to so many other things. And that's when I think for me, I felt a different way about creating altars in my home, right? And for me, and I know what we're going to talk about today is that, altars for me can kind of be one of two things, where they can be extremely intentional and for something very specific, Or I kind of typically have altars all over my home. I'll have one in every room or a couple in every room. And I'm kind of thinking of the spaces that I'm decorating, like on a regular basis, as altars, right? Because it's intentional. There's something that, there's an energy that I want to pay homage to, or there's something that I want to be reminded of or remember. And so I think that talking about them this way, I don't want to take spirituality out of creating an altar, right? Because there's a place for that. But I also think when we're talking about demystifying the practice of creating altars, and for people that want to get more comfortable with that, I think there's like this level of like, play with some things in your home, in certain areas, and get more intentional about why you're putting something somewhere, why you want to be reminded of something. Because really the things that we're looking at daily in our spaces are there for us to, remind us to be grateful, to honor someone that we love, to honor a relationship, and so on and so forth. And really that's truly what the practice of creating altars originated from. It's been around since ancient times, and nobody really knows when the first altar was created, or who, kind of created this concept of making altars. But, it's really thought to have originated from, like ancient tribes and things like that, like finding a water source or food or something like that. And then they would create an altar, let's say, around this new water source that they found, because they were paying gratitude towards that. Right. And
That
so
makes sense.
That's really where creating an altar and a place to acknowledge and be grateful comes in. And then we get into religion, where altars, which is so fun. It's so funny. Like I'm thinking about this deeper as I'm saying it, where altars were created to worship God or something, or something outside of ourselves, which is totally fine. But it's, but then at the same time, religion is also the thing that makes us feel weird about creating altars,
That's an interesting observation for sure. So how would you say that an altar is significant in the modern home? Like, how would it play into the modern home?
Well, I think that, in our modern society, and this has definitely changed a little since, we had COVID and everything like that, where people, I think, have slowed down a little bit more. But I think overall, we're still in the shift, right? And we're still in that place of a lot of people are going. They're not being very mindful about their environment that they are in a lot of the times. And so creating some sort of altar space within your home, to me, in our modern way of living, it gives us this chance to slow down, even if it's just for a second, right? To acknowledge something greater than ourselves, to acknowledge something that we are in gratitude for, or to honor something or someone or some sort of experience that, we have heavy on our minds. It could be the passing of someone. And I think it's just a really great way to create a more intentional everyday life, right? Even if it's just, in the morning before you make your coffee, you walk over to your altar because you love to smell incense in the morning while you're getting ready,
Right.
And that act takes you maybe 30 seconds or less. It's, it doesn't have to be this whole thing where you do this whole ceremony around it, although you could. And I think that's such a beautiful thing when we are drawn to do that. But in a modern home, I think just having those few seconds of going over and maybe lighting your incense and getting that first smell of something you love before you step into the busy of your day, it's those little things to me that add up to create just a more intentional lifestyle overall.
Okay, so that being said, how would you define altar in the context of feng shui for someone? So for me, I know shui, so that was the Arabic word for very little.
Oh,
I know shui about feng shui.
Okay, well, that's really interesting because I did not know that. And it's interesting that shui is very little. So in feng shui terms, or China, the feng shui literally translates to wind and water, and further translates into the seen and the unseen. So feng is we've got the wind and the water. So one is seen and one is unseen. And I like to use it as like a sailboat analogy. Like if you are the sailboat and the water is your seen environment and the wind is the unseen forces that are like pushing you through the water, pushing you through life, right? So it's interesting, kind of the difference in like the translations. But from a feng shui perspective, so anyone that's not familiar with feng shui, I'll just touch on that for a moment. What feng shui is and the context that I like to explain feng shui in is that in its simplest form, feng shui is a practice that looks at your home as your mirror, right? Your environment is a direct extension of your energy. And like a lot of us are familiar, we create our reality, right? Everything is an extension of our energy. And so your home is no different. And feng shui is the practice of looking at your home as being an extension of your energy. So the way I look at it as is within your home, anything that has gone on in your past, anything that you currently have happening in your present, or you expect to occur in your future also shows up in your home, right? And these it can be very loud or it can be very subtle. It could be things that you're hanging on to. It could be, and it's good and bad, right? Or it's neutral as well. But first of all, your home is your mirror, right? So it's a reflection of you. So I think creating an altar when we're looking at it under the subject of feng shui is setting, like I look at creating an altar from a feng shui perspective as setting an intention for your space and, for you, right? So again, that we could look at it from a very simplistic manner and say that, okay, I want to be more mindful in the morning, and my first half hour I want to be slower because my day is just jam-packed and I've got the kids and I've got work and I've got this and da-da-da-da-da-da. And I want to set the intention with my life that I want a slow 30-minute morning, right? Like just to myself. And so creating a space within your home to have that 30 minutes of slowness is really important. And that's where feng shui comes into helping you, build a lifestyle that supports, the way that you want to show up in life. And so to me, adding on to that, having that altar space, right? So let's take that example and say, okay, I want to have that 30-minute morning of slowness. So maybe that looks like meditation. Maybe it looks like reading, journaling. Maybe it just looks like sitting with your cup of coffee in silence for a few minutes, right? But creating that space in your home. So maybe it's a chair or your dining room or, outside on the patio, wherever that might be. To me, adding that little altar space in. So something on your table, right? Again, lighting a candle, lighting incense are like two of my favorite things to have on an altar because it gives us something to do. We're putting energy into that intentional space every day.
Okay.
Right. And it's like when we do that action, it's then reminding our subconscious of that intention that we set. Oh, this is how I start my, 30-minute slow morning. is when I light this incense, when I light this candle, when I pull a card, when I grab my journal, whatever that is. And it's something simple that we can be consistent with. And it also is going to help hold that energy of the slowness, of the stillness for us. And it's going to radiate. That energy is going to continue. The more we do it, we're going to have a buildup of that energy, right? Which is going to make it easier for us to do. It's going to make it more comfortable. It's going to become a routine and a practice that we look forward to and that we love doing. And it really can be something as simple as that.
Okay, I love that. So that's a great explanation. I did want to talk about some examples of different altars. I have some pictures. How about if we go through the pictures and then give me a second here and see if I can get this right. There we go.
Okay, so this is, I wanted to show this because I think there can be an evolution to altars as well. Like just because you create an altar doesn't mean it has to be there forever.
Right.
And if you create it for one purpose, your feeling around that purpose may evolve over time. So last summer, I lost my dog that I had for 14 years. So she was extremely special to me on a mental, physical, and spiritual level. And the first picture that you're seeing was an altar that I created in my living room, which is a place that I was very often, right? This was actually right by my sofa. And I created this altar literally when I came home from, having her put down. And it was her paw print, her collar, her two favorite toys. And then I have, I think, an amethyst, tiger's eye, and a big rose quartz crystal there. Right. And I'm not someone, I have a lot of crystals. I am not an expert in crystals. I typically am very intuitive with my crystal choices, and just kind of what speaks to me and what I think I need or what feels right there is what goes there. I think the rose quartz kind of goes without saying. The tiger's eye was, I think I felt like a little bit of grounding energy in that, and the amethyst for, kind of like healing purposes and spirituality. So I had that particular altar in that particular place for maybe like 2 months. And I came home one day and I looked at it and I just got really sad a couple months later. And I thought, you know what? I don't need to be reminded of this as soon as I walk in my door, as soon as I wake up in the morning. Like, this is a very active space for me. And it served its purpose, and it felt really, really good for me to have it there for a couple months. But then when I noticed that, like, when I was seeing it, it was then causing the sadness, right? I was like, okay, I'm not ready to remove this altar, but I want it in a different space. I still want to honor this, but I would like it to not be in my everyday vision. So the second picture is when I moved it on to a bookshelf in what I called my spirit room, which is where I did my meditating and everything like that. And I had it like that for, I don't know, a few months. And there was like a card there and something that I had printed out. I kind of added things to it. I had that picture of her, but it then went to my spiritual space, right? Mm-hmm. And then a few months later, it became less of an altar and more of part of my bookshelf. Right? There's still the picture of her. There's a picture of her and I together. But, some of the little things like her toys and stuff, I think I put them away, or, I put them somewhere else, because it was like, okay, now it's time. Like, I don't need to keep hanging on to this, right? I can
Right.
honor and acknowledge. I still want to be reminded of her and our connection, but I no longer need to like have all of her things out here. Right. And so that's probably, these 3 pictures are probably over a 6 to 8 month time frame, as far as like that transition goes. And I think whenever you're creating an altar for a loss, whether that's a pet or a human or whatever that looks like for you, I think having those stages and being really tapped in intuitively to see like, you know, when that main altar now becomes, instead of it being comforting as this memory, it's like, oh, I felt good, and then I walked into my living room and now I'm crying, you know, because it's a reminder. I think so tapping into your intuition and being really mindful of that, and listening to your intuition when it says, hey, something needs to change about this, right? Because there was no process that I had like laid out, like, okay, 2 months here, and then I'm gonna, you know, like it was just what I felt was right, and that really worked well for me. And when I moved out of my place a few months ago, when I was kind of packing all my stuff away, I held that stuff up for a minute, and I had this moment where I was like, oh, I should keep these things out. I should keep some of these things with me and travel around with them. And I was like, no, like it's okay for me to put this stuff in a box and revisit it in a few months. And some of it will come out and some of it won't.
Right.
You know, and so I think allowing ourselves to have that natural evolution with our emotions and with our feelings, and again, just trying to tap in and be in touch with what's going on inside to navigate that, it is really helpful. And I know that having, you know, all of these different altars within my space was really healing for me, you know, because I think there's that balance, right, of hanging on to something once it's gone for too long, but then also cutting off the emotion and not letting ourselves process, right? So for me, creating an altar for this type of thing helped me with that healing process and create that balance in between acknowledgement, processing, healing, and then finally being like, okay, I can fully let go of this.
Thank you for sharing that. You know, I know that was a very heartfelt moment for you, and it's been a heartfelt process. So it's going to touch a lot of hearts. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So this is this is the same table beside my couch, right? And this is probably what it normally looked like. And again, I just wanted to point out that like an altar can be something that feels extremely spiritual and has all these special things on it. And maybe you're giving offerings and gifts to it and things like that, because I have altars like that as well. But because we're talking about demystifying creating altars and how creating and curating these intentional spaces within your home really makes so much of a difference energetically, I wanted to show, like, I know I sent you some pictures of just some things that are a little bit more normal, almost like feels like home decor, right? But I would consider it, like when I'm working with clients, I'm always like, ooh, let's create an altar here. And at first they're always like, an altar? Like, I don't know what to do with that, right? Yeah. And I'm like, okay, no, like let's, maybe we talked about setting this intention. Ooh, let's grab this, and this from your space, and we're going to display it in this area of your home so that you're seeing it, X amount of times a day or whatever. So this was like what that table would typically look like, right? I've got my Buddha head. I have a butterfly candle holder that my sister gave me that was really special to me, a huge quartz crystal, and then like a little dish with some crystals that I would change out from time to time. And for me, as a feng shui practitioner, this was actually, we won't get into this deeply, But in Feng Shui, we use this tool called a home energy map. It's typically called a Bagua map, but I like to call it a home energy map because that feels less weird to a lot of people. And this is in the wisdom area of my home. So I'm thinking about, okay, this is my wisdom area. I've got my Buddha head here. I've got, my butterflies, something from my sister, my quartz crystal, because I wanted to amplify that wisdom energy within my home and within my life. And I think the crystals that I had in there, I had like some lapis and some other blue crystals, and blue is associated with the wisdom area. So it's just, to me, this is like a simple thing, but I would consider it an altar because it was created intentionally to honor the energy of that area of my home, right? And set the intention to amplify that energy within my life.
Okay, that makes sense. I love that you're sharing each of the intentionality steps that went with it.
Oh, this is my favorite. Okay, so again, this is something that I wanted, again, to keep this light and give people inspiration to experiment with things in their home and creating, and also thinking about the fact that an altar could be up for months or it could be up for a couple days, right? So this was in my kitchen. And this is a picture of my grandparents on their at their wedding. And I kept this, I always keep a photo of them in my kitchen because they were always in the kitchen. Okay. And they were a huge part in my life growing up. Probably the only people that showed me what a healthy, loving relationship with other people was like. And when I'm in the kitchen, I'm just always thinking of them. And so this was from one summer. I had been at my friend's house, and he gave me some vegetables to bring home. Those are zucchini blossoms. I ended up making fried green tomatoes and stuffed zucchini blossoms a couple days later, right? But I was in my kitchen and I'm like, ooh, I want these in a little cup with water. And I put them there, and I looked at because my grandparents loved being in the kitchen together and cooking together. To me, this was like setting down, like being intentional about how I set up, my zucchini blossoms. And I put the green tomatoes in this, one of my favorite little pottery dishes that I have, and putting them in front of their picture to me was like an offering to them.
Oh, how cool.
And just honoring and like being mindful of, like, I love being in the kitchen partly because I loved watching them be in the kitchen as a kid. It's like a place of, how much I love to.
Yes, I do.
I love to cook and prepare, and they were the same way. Like they love to make treats and all of these different things for people. And so to me, that was just like honoring that energy. And it wasn't like this was like a long thought out process. It just kind of happened. And then it happened, and I took a step back and I was like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. Look what I just did. And I just had this quick little, thought in my mind, like, hey, this is for you guys. And I had this little moment of gratitude for them. And, that was probably there for a day or two before I actually made that food and created something with it. But again, just showing that, we've gone from looking at an altar for something, a dog that has passed away that was in my home for a good 8 months and transitioned. But this is something that was only there for a couple days, but it still has a very strong significance and intention, even though the intentions are very different.
I love that. And the other thing that I think is really cool is that you just used items that were available. Like these are all things that were just there. My best at
You see, I have her.
I do. She's caught my attention throughout this conversation.
I was like, oh, she has to go on my altar for our talk. So this is actually an altar that I created in the last couple of weeks. I have been basically pet sitting all of July, literally every day, but like 4 days this month. So I've been at other people's houses all over the place. And I brought a few things that, I'm traveling with a few things that I like. But the first day that I got here, I went to the grocery store and I bought some food. And when I was walking in, they had this beautiful bouquet of summer flowers. And I was like, oh my God, I just loved them so much. So I brought them home with me because I was going to be here for a couple weeks. And when I got back, I was like, I want to put an altar in the bedroom. And it was just something for me that, and these are all things that I had other than the flowers that I bought because I loved them. This is all stuff that I have had with me. But for me, being a little nomadic this summer and also being someone that really likes the foundation of home and being in my own space, creating some sort of altar, like it just made me feel more at home. It made me feel more grounded. And often when I travel, even if I'm staying in a hotel room or something, I usually travel with a deck of cards and usually a couple crystals and, I'll pick up things on the trip. And I've noticed in the last few years that I almost always create some sort of altar when I'm traveling. Like in my bedroom, by my bed, I have some little space that I take some things, and it just helps me feel more grounded and helps me feel like I'm infusing my energy into that space, right? Which, helps just me feel better while I'm somewhere that's not at home.
That makes sense to me. I was thinking that when you were talking, even though it's a temporary space, and a lot of those places can collect a lot of Denchucky energy sometimes, not always, but sometimes, it is a way to infuse yourself into the space.
And I think being mindful. So I'll share a quick story. I want to be mindful of time, but I'll share a quick story of the place that I'm in now. There were definitely some energy in here that was curious about me. And so I had that in the bedroom. And I also had how I've been traveling around. I've got my framed Egyptian picture from my friend and all my crystals. And for a couple days, the energy that was here was very curious about me and was making me a little uncomfortable. And so we had a talk, and I was like, and I was feeling it in the living room where I had all this stuff, right? My
interesting.
picture, my bin of crystals and books and all of the things. And I said, you know what? Maybe I'm infusing a little too much of my energy in here. I'll go ahead and put this back out in my car. I'm not staying. I'm just here to watch the dogs. And once I did that, everything was okay. Now, I don't know if it's related or not, but that was kind of what intuitively I felt. So I think being mindful too, especially when you're staying at a hotel, I would feel less probably weird about that. But when you're staying in someone else's home, and the person I'm staying with, she's extremely spiritual as well. And we had a whole talk about it, which was really interesting. But that was something that I'm now going to be more mindful of, right? When I'm staying somewhere,
right.
It's like, okay, there's a place for me to feel more at home and have my little bit of energy, but just coming in and kind of throwing up my energy all over the home is that's a little disrespectful. You know what I mean? So I thought that was an interesting personal insight for me.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a pretty cool aha moment. I wouldn't have thought about it until I experienced it just like you did.
Yeah, exactly. So again, this was just something I wanted to show, super simple. This was from a few years ago. This was my dining table. I still have this Lion Buddha statue because it's one of my favorite things in the entire world. But that was like the centerpiece of my dining table, right? Because I wanted calm, chill energy when people were over for dinner or when my partner and I were having dinner. And again, I just wanted to show people that like experimenting with things that you have. So this was, I wish I could remember what flower this is, but it's from a flowering bush. It starts with an A. I can't remember what it is, but the blossoms would fall off, right? And so I got this idea of, I had these little water bowls all around my house, and as the flowers would fall off, I would bring them in and put them in all these little water bowls everywhere, and they would last for, you know, maybe 5 days or something, but they were so beautiful and they smelled really good. And so again, just like, to me, you know, we're talking so much in the summit about following your intuition.
Yes.
You know, these aren't things that I was taught a lot about creating altars, and I've read so many books about it and things like that because of my personal interest in feng shui and home energy and everything like that. But often the things that I do, I didn't necessarily learn them anywhere. I intuitively created when I got the nudge to do so and was like, oh, great. And so I just wanted to show simple things like this. Like, you don't have to go out and buy all this stuff to create an altar, right? You can just simply, with the things that you have and the knowledge that you do have, the intuition and the feelings that you have, create something that feels really good to you and is intentional. And again, to me, this was like, I'm paying gratitude. Like, I wanted to save these flowers because I thought they were so beautiful. I didn't want them to just die outside, you know, once they naturally fell off the plant. I wanted to bring them in and give gratitude to the fact that I thought they were so beautiful. And having, again, that type of energy at my dining table where I sit and eat every night was just a good, you know, energetic infusion into that space.
I love it.
See, there's my Buddha
I
again.
was going to say, I think, yeah.
And again, so I want to show people that, like, also when so here's something that I like to think about, because I've worked with like hundreds of clients physically over the last few years, whether that's just in like design and decorating or feng shui. I've been in hundreds of people's homes. And you know, something that I see often is like, I bought this for this place and that's where it goes because I've decorated this space with it. So that's where I think I kind of like thinking about creating an altar as opposed to decorating something, because to me, an altar is transitional. It's something that I'm not going to keep there forever. And it's like saying to my mind, okay, this is what I feel I need here right now. But when I feel I need something else, I'm going to switch it up. And so I have used this Buddha in so many different places in my home. It went from my dining table to my bedside table. This was not my side of the bed, but this is when I lived by myself. And I wasn't necessarily wanting to call a partner in, but I wanted to set this intention of when I was ready for a new partner, I wanted somebody that was really chill. I wanted like that opposite, you know, sometimes of how I am. I wanted just like that chilled, relaxed, confident, you know, type of person in my life. And so I brought that into my bedroom, which is a really great space to use to manifest or create a potential partner, or be intentional with thinking about what you want in another person, right? So I moved it in, you know, to my bedroom, and I loved him there. And when I would walk in, I'd be like, hey, you, like, he's just so cute. I love him.
He is cute. I love that.
And then again, something so simple. This is a wall. And I think no one would ever think about, you know, an altar being on a wall, right? But I have candles there, and I loved lighting these candles, especially, you know, in the evenings once it starts to get cold out. And this was a space really interesting. I have a friend that would come over, and kind of like in I don't know, a couple feet in front of this area, in between that wall and then my dining room, she would come over and she would just stand there. And the first time I saw her standing there, I'm like, what are you doing? And she was like, I don't know what you have going on here. There's like a portal. There is something going on here. But she's like, the energy is just, I just want to stand here.
Oh,
And we had
wow.
a conversation. She would just stand in the spot. And she's like, don't you feel it? And I'm like, no,
No.
like I'm just used to it. And this is the same area where I was sharing with you at one time that, you know, I got to see the fun little dancing orbs that were
Okay.
you know, coming all around. It was in that kind of like
Interesting.
area that she felt. And for some reason, this wall, this really simple wall dividing my hallway from my kitchen, always just felt really special to me. So instead of, you know, I could have put nothing there. It's just a small wall. It wasn't anything, you know, my thermostat was there, but it always felt really special to me. I don't know why. And so I chose to put things there that I really, really loved. And that were important to me. And I was very intentional. And these are actually, other than the candle holders, these are a collection of pieces that were gifted to me. All of the items were gifted to me by people that were special to me. Or just kind of like a random interaction with someone that, you know, I didn't know super well before, but then there was like this exchange of energy and they gave me a gift. And so I don't know, it was just something that, and it's funny, I'm thinking about this now. I didn't intentionally think about, oh, these are all gifts from people, but they actually were.
That's interesting. Clearly there's something going on there.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think it's like, we don't have to go into this like rabbit hole of why and being like robotic about creating this stuff. Like allow, and that to me is like what feng shui can do for your home, right?
Right.
It helps you create an aesthetically pleasing space because you're getting into how do I feel in here and how do I want to feel and what makes me feel that way. And it's created with emotion and intention and intuition. Like playing with a feng shui practice can get you so much more connected with your intuition. It's not even funny. And who are you hurting? By moving things around in your home whenever it feels right, you know, wherever you feel, like literally no one. And your home loves it. It loves that interaction with you.
Well, that's fascinating to me because, again, that's been a theme of the summit has been intuition, recognizing it. How do you hone it? How do you grow it? So you just threw out another huge tool that is actually fun to play with.
Yes.
And there's no downside.
No, it's totally fun. And I don't care
it.
if you think you're creative or you're not. Just listen to your intuition. Throw stuff around. If it ends up not feeling good, then move it somewhere else. The biggest thing is what you put a few more holes in your wall. Like, it's not that big a deal.
Right.
You know, we're always so afraid, like, oh, I want it to be like this and I'm not a decorator. Like, it doesn't matter. When you are going from a place of feeling first and aesthetic second, your feeling helps build the aesthetic that feels good to you, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think anyway. This was in an office of mine. No, I was like, was this a client's house? Like, no, this was my house like several years ago. And I just wanted a space for some of my little spiritual tools. So I had a big bowl of crystals, and a prosperity candle. And I actually did this table with the idea of the home energy map again in mind. So the back right corner is your love and relationship area. So I had my two herons there. Herons are they're my personal guided or guidance spirit animal, whatever you want to call it. It's very significant for me. And I liked the pair of them there in the love and relationship area. And the plant and the candle. And I think that whole tray was very like abundance, prosperity, wealth driven things. That was in the back left, which is the abundance area of your table, your home, a room, anything like that. And so I played on those two things very heavily when I was putting that together. And it just ended up being a space that I just loved it. It brought me so much joy.
That's cool. I love how you're fusing all these different modalities and knowledge and studies, because you've studied this from so many different sides, and you're really creating, your own energy signature with all of this.
Yes.
And the other thing that I love that you've been very consistent with in your messaging is there's no right or wrong.
No.
There just is.
There just is. And you are the only one that knows when something feels good and something feels bad, because you might have this beautiful piece of artwork in your home that everyone would come in and say, oh my God, that's a stunning piece. And it gives them so much joy and they love it, right? But you bought it with your ex-husband and you hate your ex-husband. Maybe hate is not the right word I want to use, but you had a bad relationship. It reminds you of a horrible time in your life. So the energy that piece gives to you, as opposed to what it gives to other people, is extremely different.
Right.
And that's where you tapping into how your space feels is the biggest thing that you can do for your home's transformation, which ends up changing you as well. Because when you can remove the things that feel bad physically, we've already discussed that your home is your mirror. So it's this continuous cycle that's going on. You are also clearing your internal energy of, those memories, those bad things, those anxious tendencies, all of that. That's why feng shui is so cool and so powerful.
Cool. I love it.
This is in a client's house of mine. We actually set up a meditation room for her. It used to be their guest room / her office, which she literally didn't use. They had guests twice a year. And I was like, you're dedicating this whole amazing room to people that might stay twice a year. Take the bed down to the basement. It's twice a year. They have a finished basement. Your guests can stay down here. They don't need their own private bathroom. They'll be fine. Make this a space for you. She's very busy, doesn't have a lot of time to be grounded and kind of quiet and still. So we made this whole room her meditation space. Nice. And this is actually a view from where she sits on her sofa that's in there every day and meditates and pulls cards. So it was important to me that on her little bench that we have in front of the couch, that she had everything that she needs when she's in meditative mode, right, at her fingertips. She's got a couple books, a notebook, her oracle cards. There's a candle. There's Palo Santo. There's one of her favorite crystals there. There's a lighter to light all of the things. And it's just all within reaching distance for her. So again, nice. When you're thinking about creating a space in your home that's serving you, make it easy. What do you need if this is where I'm going to meditate, what do I like to have when I meditate, before I meditate, after I meditate, so on and so forth. It just your home should make your life easier, not oh, dang, I have to get up after my meditation. I'm so chill because I want my journal, but I keep it on the other side I keep it in my bedroom where I never use it.
Yeah.
We do that. We don't.
Yes, we do.
Being intentional with our space. And that's just a little top-down view of that. And this is all stuff she had. We bought a couple pieces of furniture for this room because she didn't have any furniture in there after I made her take everything out. But literally all of the decor, everything like that, it was all things that she had. And I was like, put a pile of your favorite things in a room and I'll help you create from there.
I love it. So it's really it's simple.
Yeah. And this is more altar, right? A little more altar related. This is something I did for the fall equinox. Last year.
That makes sense with the plant.
Saw this tray and I was like, I don't know, I just want a fall equinox altar in my spirit room. So I literally went and these are flowers that I had from my birthday. Those were hydrangeas from my hydrangea bush, all things that I had. I pulled some cards, threw some candles down, and burnt the candles all day that day until they were gone, and just kind of left that in my spirit room for a couple weeks until I was like, okay, like I'm done with this energy, right?
Right.
But again, this was totally impromptu, just something that I was like, and I wasn't having people over. I literally just created this for myself because I felt like there was something inside me that said that, oh, this time is really important for me right now. And I want to honor that. And I want to give gratitude to this time of year.
Nice. I like that. I like the impromptu-ness of it.
Most of it is. Again, just another coffee table with fun, important things, incense, crystals. This is near a meditation space. So everything that someone might want for meditation during that, when they're meditating, candles, incense, crystals, all
Okay.
that.
So are there items that you feel are necessary for an altar, or really it's
not necessarily? I think it should be things that call to you. For me, like, me, I'm obsessed with incense. Like, I love incense all the time.
Yeah, you have the best.
When I'm getting up early in the morning and going right into meditation, I like to have a candle as well, but typically not one that smells because I like to light my incense for the smell, but I like the light of the candle, right? I think so here's what I would say, and fresh flowers are great for this too. I think that when you're creating an altar space that you want to give daily, weekly attention to, having something there that calls you to that area. So to me, that's why incense and candles work really well as kind of like a staple item, because it's something that I have to go over to the space to light my incense, which then reminds me of why I created the altar and what it represents and the intention that I'm trying to call in. And I can take a moment to think about that and be mindful of it before moving on with my day. So, but it doesn't have to be that, right? Like it can just be a collection of things for a certain intention.
Okay, I like that. And this is same thing. So I would say pretty much all of our sessions have run over today. So I'll put the little ticker on there for Sony. I think we've got about 5 or 10 more minutes here to finish this off.
Wonderful.
Let me press
on my little button. I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the altar that we created at your house.
I did. I have it right here.
Oh, perfect.
So I had to take a picture of the sister here and the little altar that I created with the beads from Tibet, the prayer beads from Tibet. And it's just sort of funny. My intention. So it's funny how you think you're going to do one thing. It's sort of like when you say you're going to buy it. Now this is what I'm going to do with it, where I'm going to put it when I get it home. And then you get home and you do something different. So the intention was to put little tea light candles in there, but that apparently isn't what was supposed to happen. So when you were here, so these are actually going to be backwards. Okay. After you left, I had another friend come down, and it was the summer equinox. So this all happened this past June. And there was also a full moon. So we made like a 3-day ceremony kind of thing where we pulled cards and we watched spiritual things, and we did a series of things. So this is sort of what it started with, and it was very unintentional how it grew. So we pulled these cards and we thought, oh, we'll just put the cards on. We don't eat on our eating space here. We build altars. And I set the cards down, and every day, or sometimes every couple of hours, I would come out and there would be something new added to this, right? And not only would there be something new added to this, the next thing I knew, either her or myself were playing the singing bowls, or we were doing music, or we were doing drums over this. So it started out as cards sitting here. And then we added stones, and then we added the heart, and then the prayer beads got added. And then, the singing bowls were sort of crucial in it. So it literally just sort of grew and grew as the day went on. You'd go and you sort of spend time with it. You'd spend intention with it. You spend intention with what you learned from the cards that you pull, and it just kept growing and growing. So this is that evening, and somehow the altar made its way out to the back deck.
I love it.
And it was all set up here. And of course, the drum was here. And I think that you're going to find this really pretty interesting. So you see, we have the drumming and we have the bowls and the candles and everything's going. And we're both banging away and this and that. And Catherine, I am not exaggerating on any level with this. As we were doing, and the moon shows up while the sun is bright as can be, still out, blood red, popping up just off the barn. Like it's hard to even describe it.
You sent me, right?
Yes. And that photo doesn't even do it justice. The next thing you know, all these animals were coming out of the woods towards the house. Literally, multiple animals started popping out of the woods, stopping, looking at us, looking and sort of coming up. And it was like they were coming to the, I don't know if you've ever had a community on Friday evening where they have something on the little square and everyone comes and listens to the music. I feel like we were the entertainment for the animals that night.
I believe it.
It was so interesting. You had to be there. And when you talk about setting intention, the other cool thing about this particular ceremony in these 3 days was the intention literally was just to be in the moment of the equinox and the full moon and all this energy and shifting that's happening now in humanity and the earth. It was nothing more than that. And it just kept crescendoing and crescendoing. And it was, so when people think about spiritual ceremonies sometimes, and we'll get into the next one, there was no like specific plan to it. There were all these items laying around because that's what lays around my house, your house. Some people have them tucked away or other things, but I would venture to believe everyone has something in their house, just like when you talked about the fresh flowers, the pictures. When I was prepping this, I thought, gosh, when my mom transitioned, I had a picture of her with her rosaries hanging over it. I never thought of it as an altar.
But it really was, though, right?
I had the little things she kept them all in, and it was always just sitting there, and it had a lot of meaning to me to honor her. And I thought, I guess I never thought of this as an altar, but it's exactly what you said. Now, this next set of pictures was a more intentional ceremony.
But totally impromptu,
but also impromptu.
We both just grabbed things and we're like, here we go.
Yeah, so we had a friend of ours who was going to have a spiritual, they were having a spiritual moment, but they were going to have a surgical procedure. And they lived out of state. And we ended up doing some FaceTime, and they were having a little anxiety about a lot of it. And so, as you said, it was impromptu. And so we prepared for it before we called them back about what we were going to do with it. And we had we definitely had intentionality with it. We pulled cards. And then interestingly enough, the next day, we both pulled cards separately, which got added to the altar. Because I want to say this one was up for 4 or 5 days, I feel like.
It was, and we did keep kind of adding little things to it.
And I was just going to say, and every day or every couple hours, I feel like something new got added to it. So,
yeah. And that to me is like adding, like bringing things to the altar, right?
Yes.
As they do in a lot of Eastern countries, right? Where you're giving offerings, you're gifting for gratitude and all of that kind of thing. And that to me is like an altar is ever evolving and ever changing. And there's a time to create it when it feels right. And there's also a time to remove it, right? Yes. When that feels right. Okay, it's, it's time to take this down and remove it. and create something new somewhere else, or maybe you go a little while without an altar, right? Just again, tapping into the intuition and flowing with your intuitive thoughts rather than questioning, or I don't have this, or no, like if it intuitively comes to you and it feels right, and this is with anything in life, but today we're specifically talking about altars, in your home, just flow with it. Life is meant to be in the flow, because that's when we get to really experience the magic of what it means to be alive, not only as human beings, but in this time on Earth and in our evolution. Is like there's so much magic in the flow, and being in the flow comes from following and being guided by your intuition and getting tapped in to self.
That makes so much sense. I wasn't sure what the next picture was. And the thing about this particular altar was it was all about healing. Mm-hmm. And, it was the energy from this, made it across many states. And there was definitely an energetic healing that came out of all of this. So there's a lot of different reasons. So you talked about the gratitude, or, the other one was just being for whatever it was going to bring. Like there was no real specificity of an outcome with it. And it was very powerful.
It was honoring the solstice, right? You guys were
absolutely. We were honoring the solstice.
In whatever the solstice had for you individually, and not having to put an expectation on that, but saying, here are our offerings, because we're so grateful for this transition, for this energy. And that's it. Like we've been taught we have to have so much expectation towards things, but it's so the opposite,
Yep. No, I totally agree. Well, this has been, wow, this has been amazing. You are always just so full of knowledge and wisdom all together with it. So I appreciate your sharing with us. I'm going to ask you this because I think I've asked everyone this question. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit off, but it's actually not. So we have talked about in the past the importance of being 100% in service to others is equally as important as 100% service to ourselves. And I do feel like everything we talked about today was encompassed in just that statement. So you've shared a lot about what that looks like for you, but I'm going to ask you again, what does that look like for you?
Yeah, so I would actually say that, you said it's equally as important. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that your service to yourself is actually more important than your service to others. And here is why. Because when you are in service to yourself first, it puts you in the vibration and frequency to be of service to others. And I think, again, we always want to put a label on how we are in service, right? And we might be in service through our job, through our podcast, through all that we're doing, and that's the goal. But I think truly being of service is for us to be able to show up every day, no matter in what situation, as our most clear and authentic version of ourselves. And that means we have constantly got to be checking in with self and pouring into self, because we really, truly, I know you've had a couple guests today that have touched on this in their talk. We never really know how we're impacting others, because it can be really the smallest ways. It can be just smiling at someone that needs that. And if we are not energetically in a good place for self, we're not going to expand our good energy out. And so I actually think service to self is the most important thing. And then service to others naturally occurs in the flow of our everyday life.
I think that makes sense. I like that. I like that a lot. I will be shifting that. So what is Catherine Troyer doing these days, or what's next? I know what Catherine Troyer is doing these days. I'm going to say, what's next out there for you?
What is next? So I'm really excited. I'm almost done creating my workbook, my feng shui workbook that's coming out.
Oh, nice.
I'm still gunning for it being at least me getting it to publishing in July. So we're crossing our fingers on that. But I've been allowing for it to be created organically and as I am in the flow and the spirit, and it's just becoming so freaking good. It's called Play with Your Shui. So I love that you brought up that, like, oh, this is playful and this is fun, because that's exactly what I think feng shui is and should be. And during my practice and working with people, I can't tell you how often I hear feng shui overwhelms me. There's so many rules. There's so many tools. I want to get into it, but I get overwhelmed. I'm afraid I'm doing something wrong. And for me and my personal practice, it should be fun. It should be experimental. So the workbook takes you through multiple. The first half of the workbook is really more of like a guide with different tools, how-tos, all of those things. It has my signature method, which I like to call tapping into your shui, so tapping into your energy within your space. And then the workbook portion goes in through different areas of your home, and it's going to teach you how to tap into the energy of how a space feels currently, get in touch with how you want it to feel, teach you how to remove things from the space that don't feel good, and then create a space that supports, serves you, and just makes you really, really happy, so that you can create a home that feels really amazing and have fun doing it. So that's probably like my immediate next thing that I know that's happening. And everything else is just, I'm letting it flow. And I always have the intention, like I have since feng shui found me, and I dedicated everything that I have inside me to it, is that, I want to help make feng shui a household thing that just everybody naturally kind of does and plays with and is curious about. I think anyone can use feng shui, whether they want it to use it foundationally and simple, or whether they want to nerd out on it and get into all the details like myself. But I just think it's such a profound practice, and people's home environment is not always something that they think about when it comes to their overall health and wellness, but it literally can be a game changer for your health and wellness. So just out there spreading the word about that and getting more people in the know about it.
I love it.
Yeah. And then I'll say one more thing, just because I'm so excited about it. My daily Om course is being fully released.
Yes.
Next week. I'm not kind of supposed to talk about it, but it's so close. They've had it in testing for the last couple of weeks to figure out verbiage and just some, fun little things like that. But next week it should be fully released to the public. So I'm really, really, really excited about that. And it'll be all about releasing unhealthy emotions through the practice of feng shui. So that's what's on my horizon as of right now. And I'm open to all of the other fun, good things.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I open my daily Om emails every day, and I have to tell you, I've been checking them, waiting for the one that says Catherine Troyer on it with the feng shui. So it's nice to know that. And honestly, Catherine, I don't know anyone who is more truer to themselves or truer to their spiritual path than you are. Any last words of wisdom before we sign off and get on to Sony?
Oh gosh, no,
I'm
very
cool.
We get on to Sony, because I think I'll just keep letting things flow out. But I'm so grateful to be doing the summit again this year. And I've listened to basically everything all 3 days, and it's just been so wonderful. And it's so exciting to see all of the awesome, magical things that you're putting out in the world. So just thank you for having me be a part of it.
Okay. Thank you. Until next time.
Yes. Bye, my friend.
Bye. Wow, everyone. What a great summit. Wow, everyone. What a great summit this has been. I am still really in awe of the information, the wisdom shared, everything that's happened over the last 3 days. It has just been beautiful and amazing. And now we're ready for our final presentation. I can't believe that we're at the final presentation. Divine messages and grounded spirituality. It almost sounds perfect for this. And we're going to have the very wise and gifted Sony Singh. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. And I'm so honored to be the person who's closing this amazing summit off. So thank you for having me to do that.
Yeah, no worries. You felt truly like the perfect energy when I was setting this up. So I'm going to go right back at you. Thank you. So a little bit of a quick introduction for you. Sony, you describe yourself as a cross-cultural seeker of deep knowing. I love that statement. Like, I feel like I could just talk an hour on that statement alone. You hold multiple degrees and certifications, and you are a Doctor of Divinity, an award-winning author. You have done amazing work with your writing. A novelist, a poet. Can you share a little bit about yourself, your journey? Like, how did you move from the hospitality industry into what you're doing now? Because there seems to be a huge gap between the two.
There does. Although for me, it was a very, I'm going to say natural progression, even though it doesn't necessarily seem like it was a natural progression. But I did get into hospitality, loving travel. And travel has been such a huge part of my life. Not just my identity, who I am as a person, but just the journeys that I've gone on. That's why cross-cultural seeker is part of, what I call myself, I guess. And it was the love of exploring and seeking this pursuit for knowledge that I always have and have had that led me into wanting to express myself in different ways, creatively, through writing stories and then through poems. So most people are like, how does one go from there to something completely different? But to me, it seemed to flow quite well.
Wow, that's amazing. I guess we all have things in our lives, and when it's personal to us, it all makes sense to how it flows versus, when you're hearing it secondhand or just hearing about it. So I want to talk a little bit about your writing.
Mm-hmm.
You write stories of self-discovery to encourage people to accept themselves for who they are and live life on their own terms. Now, I have to say that sounds like a big undertaking and a huge commitment of service to others, especially in what can feel like a very chaotic and fast-paced world where we are messaged constantly on how to look and how to act and how a woman should be. And I mean, the messages just shoot at us, especially with social media and all of these things. Can you talk a little bit? I'm going to call it your path of service. Maybe that's not what you call it. Talk a little bit about those books and your writing.
Well, what I have discovered in my own personal journey, particularly my own spiritual journey, is that the key to connecting with your intuition, with embracing your spiritual life, is embracing who you are as a person, embracing your uniqueness, getting to know yourself, because in getting to know yourself is how you connect with your intuition, how you express who you are, and also how you're able to connect and make a difference to others. But also that, it's sort of the pursuit of what we all supposedly seek, which is happiness and fulfillment. And it's in being ourselves that we finally get to that point. But it's really hard because of what you said. There's all these influences, not just what's in the media, but in our families, in our friends, culture, society, and what's in our immediate environment. And so I realized that for me, for instance, when I started to focus on myself and try to understand who I am, that's when my awakening came out. And I recognized through my personal journey that that's what is involved with a lot of people. And so I thought, for me to share this message, that's what I wanted to focus on, these pivotal moments in the characters in my novels that they go through where they let go of expectations, let go of what's holding them back, and truly embrace who they are. And it's in that moment that they find a difference or change their lives or something significant happens. So yeah, that's sort of how I started writing those stories.
Okay, that's it. People relate to that, and I'm sure it brings a lot of aha moments for people. When would you say your passion or commitment to writing started? Like, was it something? Was it a message for you, or how did it all start? I know that you write poems, and obviously you have shared many of your poems throughout the summit that we've recorded and we've been throwing in there. So thank you very much for that. Did you start first with the poems and then get into the novels? Was there a process, or what is it? How did that all work for you?
Well, that was actually part of me accepting myself and awakening towards myself, because writing has been a part of my life always since I was a little girl. But I
Really?
never gave myself the permission to be a writer. And so I would write stories and was always interested in writing fictional stories. Wrote short stories, but they didn't go anywhere. I didn't show them to anyone. I didn't tell anyone that I was doing it. And when I started recognizing that really my happiness was in being who I am, and who I am as a writer, and sharing my voice through writing, that all kind of came together. So writing and my spiritual awakening all happened around the same time in a way that I did not expect, because I didn't set out to be a writer. I sort of had given up on the idea when I was a child and thought, this is just not something I'm going to pursue. And how that began for me was a quest to connect with my intuition, because I'd heard people say, and follow your intuition never fails you, but I didn't know what that meant. I didn't even know what the word intuition was. And so when I said, okay, I don't know how this is going to happen, but I need to figure out what intuition is and how I'm going to follow it, it all started evolving together. A lot of my intuition and the discovery of it happened through writing. And it wasn't intentional. It wasn't, that I sat down and I said, I'm going to discover it. It was just because I have the habit of writing, that through my writing, I started figuring things out about myself. Even, for instance, the answer to the question is that people often ask, what would you do if, you didn't need to be paid to do it, but it would just give you joy? And that to me was writing. And so that's how it all evolved. And it started right around the time that you and I met. So it was, in fact, a year before then, 2018, because I think you and I met 2019. Right. So it's been recent. Yeah. And I started with writing novels, and then eventually started writing poems. And poems came out through the same way, this practice that I have of writing every day, that I recognized that a lot of my writing was lyrical. And when I started taking them out of sentences into stanzas, I recognized, that's a poem. And once I embraced poetry, then the poetry started flowing on its own.
I love it that you embrace. That's really interesting. So I have to ask you, because it's not been that long, 5 or 6 years, how many books have you put out since then? I
5.
feel like you have been a writing machine, because these are significant award-winning books.
They are, and I've been blessed in that sense that I've published 5 books, not one per year. And I think 1 year I ended up publishing 3, and that's a lot of it ended up happening during COVID, because of the lockdowns. It was sort of prime time when I didn't really have very many other distractions, and so I really got a lot of writing out during that time. And so from COVID, I think I ended up with 3 poetry books, which is what I shared over the last few days, some of the poems from those books.
Wow, that's really beautiful. So one of the things that I'll share with you is, when we were putting together the summit, we went with Spirituality Explained, really feeling that a lot of people are awakening or becoming more aware, definitely becoming more curious, and having a lot of questions. So it seemed to make sense to bring together, I'll call it an eclectic group of people with different information versus just sticking to one topic and talking about that for 3 days, to expose people to what's out there, because what speaks to one obviously doesn't speak to the other a lot of times. But what was interesting retrospectively, as I was talking to the presenters and getting the commitments, was intuition came up with every single one of you guys. All 17 of you talked about intuition and somehow wanted to infuse intuition into the work. And it was almost like, did I not get the message right? I feel like I got the message right enough, but it fascinates me. And here we are with you being closing this down, so to speak, this energy that's out there in a way. And again, we're back to intuition. I just wanted to share that because that's fascinating to me, that intuition ended up being such a significant part of that. And that being said, it's something to pay attention to. And it's really, for me, it's something to pay attention to as I'm putting myself out there publicly, providing offerings to different people that are available, that there's a big thing with intuition at this particular point in time. So I think I'm talking to myself when I say pay attention to that. That being said, I know you've been writing a lot, but I feel like you've been traveling a lot also the last 5 years. Has that been connected to your spiritual journey or what that's all about? And Thailand? You've been in Thailand?
I have. Yeah. So the interesting thing with my spiritual journey is part of it has been seeking a place for me to settle. So when the lockdown started with COVID, I was living in Charleston, South Carolina, and I ended up having to move to Idaho to be with my parents during the time of the lockdowns. And I knew I didn't want to stay in Idaho. And so it was, I had this open question of where should I live in the world? And so I've done a lot of exploration and have been traveling quite a bit. I have been looking at places close to the ocean because that's where I find my tranquility and my healing. And so Thailand is where I've ended up this year, although I don't know if I'm going to stay. I don't know if that's it. But the answers as to, where I go or what direction to travel in have been through my intuition. And all of it has been through asking, where do I go next? And what am I meant to do here? And what was interesting with Thailand in particular is that I knew that it was a stepping stone. I didn't know why. But it's ended up being a really good place to kind of solidify a lot of the projects that I was working on that have been sort of up in the air, that I've been able to ground. And for me personally, has been just a very healing place.
Oh, nice. That's beautiful, and it's important. I think that there is a lot of healing going on the planet right now. Some of it unconscious, some of it consciously, but and I think that some of the curiosity with the spirituality is that people are looking, they don't know why, but they're looking for some level of healing, and sometimes they don't honestly even know what they're healing as they're being seekers. So that's interesting. The other thing that I'll say to you, Sony, is, and I'll say this has been since probably January of this year, one of the consistent things that have been coming up in the podcast shows that I do, the happy hour for the spiritually curious, to the point where I started just adding it as a question here and there, is nature and the importance of nature with a lot of the energetic things that are happening with this shift. And what I'll say to you is some of the most spiritual people I know, if you even want to term that, whatever that means, right? Mm-hmm. Water is so significant. I feel like water, they're all drawn to the water. I hear the exact same thing that you say, and that there's something that brings them there. And, water is one of the elements, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which someone told me wasn't native to the earth because it didn't have any carbon, but that's a whole different conversation. But it does, as this is where my mind goes in any conversation, as I'm thinking that really it seems like high vibrational people are in their high vibrational moments of life,
Mm-hmm.
really get drawn to the water. But I will tell you, all of the conversations, I would say all, have gone back to nature and the importance of nature and how people on their journey are really leveraging nature to manage through a lot of what's happening right now.
Absolutely. And the interesting thing is, I was going to say nature is one of the reasons I was drawn to Thailand. But really, in terms of connecting with your intuition and having a particularly grounded spiritual practice, and by that I mean just understanding that our spirituality is part of who we are, is part of our day-to-day. It doesn't have to be, reserved for those sacred moments or sacred spaces, but it is something that is inherent in all of us. It's just, do we decide to give it the attention that we want to give it? But nature is a beautiful way to connect with spirituality. Something as simple as, where I am in Thailand, there's a whole bunch of birds. I wake up every morning hearing birds chirping, and that in and of itself is so relaxing. Just the sound of the waves is also just, it takes you, it sort of helps you transcend to a different level. And it's effortless, right? If you're in nature, you don't really have to do anything, quote unquote, other than be in it. And immerse yourself in that environment. And it's so vital to healing, to our vitality, to our connection, and to realize that we're just a small part of the cosmos. And that really, the more connected we feel to nature and to the planet, the more connected we are to each other.
Yeah, that oneness. And the oneness isn't just humans.
Mm-hmm.
So I would agree. So you mentioned the grounded spirituality. Do you have other practices, or can you talk a little bit more about grounded spirituality?
Absolutely. So grounded spirituality, for me, it's just understanding that, and this wasn't something that I learned from the get-go. It took time to get to this point where it used to be that I would only get messages from spirit or the universe or source or whatever you want to call it when I was still, when I had my moments of stillness, when I was meditating, when I was praying, when I was doing special either rituals or things like this. And it has evolved to a place where I don't necessarily need them. I can see connections, and these connections are open to all of us. It's not just me. It's not, I don't have this unique ability. And it can be something as simple as, seeing numbers, repeating numbers. Those are ways that the universe is telling us they're connecting and they're sending a message to us. Seeing animals, particular animals, and especially if you run into them over a period of time, or if it's something that you see once in a blue moon kind of thing. The moon, the phases of the moon, the cycles that the earth goes through, even conversations that you can have with people. Like you think like, oh, it's a coincidence that somebody mentioned this topic and I was thinking about it. Well, no, it's not a coincidence. It's the way that universe is connecting with you or communicating with you. And if you're present and in that moment grounded, you will see it and you will recognize it and you'll say, oh, so you're just telling me that, reinforcing the thought that I've already had. And where intuition that you were saying that has come up a lot is that it's up to you and your intuition to interpret that message. It could be just something, let's say we were talking about dogs and somebody else comes up and starts talking about dogs. It could mean that the universe is telling you, yes, go, get a dog, or it could just be that the universe is saying to you, I'm here, I'm paying attention, so connect with me in a deeper level. But you only know that based on what your intuition is telling you that message represents. It's not, a universal sort of understanding of it. It's an individual understanding.
So it's very personalized. Universe personalizes things for us for our unique expression that we are as humans.
Yeah, and the key to it is the intuition, and that's why I think it's such an important component of any kind of spiritual practice, because that's how we know our individual interpretation of whatever the circumstances are, the messages, or whatever it is that the universe is trying to communicate to us.
I love it. You mentioned this. We were gifted to have you talk about oracle cards on day one, Thursday. And I did want to comment on it. Your tagline that you use on your website and your emails, trust in your soul.
Trust in your soul.
Like, that so caught my attention.
Yes.
When I've looked at your website and your emails. So now that I get to talk to you, I love it. What does trust in your soul mean to you?
Trust in your soul is how I summarize my spiritual journey, and in fact my journey through life, because our journey through life is a spiritual journey, whether we want to accept it or not. And it's part of what we started our conversation with, which is learning to be yourself. And the way that you learn to be yourself is to communicate with your soul and to honor its guidance, honor where it's taking you. Honor that you're not just a body in this existence, but you have a bigger purpose, and that is the only way that you're infinite is through your soul. The only way that you're expansive, the only way that you are able to never cease to be is through your soul. And so, if you trust in your soul, you know that you're headed in the right direction, even though you don't know what the ultimate destination is.
Being in the flow, that's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. That it just really strikes me every time I see it. So I'll say nicely done. Because I'm guessing I'm not the only one that it grabs their attention. So throughout the summit, we talked a lot about 100% service to others is equally as important as 100% service to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say with you, as with honestly every presenter who gave of themselves to be here for the last 3 days to, put themselves out there and help people. I think that we all do well with 100% service to others, like really well, but perhaps a bit of an imbalance for many of us, not all of us, but I can say for me personally. What would you say? Can you talk a little bit about what 100% service to yourself looks like or would look like?
Well, that is, I will be honest, something that I struggle with a lot. I tend to prioritize others over myself, and definitely prioritize giving to others versus giving to myself. And this is one of the ways where a grounded spiritual practice definitely helps, because another way that spirit communicates to us is through our body. The sensations in our body, aches, illnesses, ailments, feelings, emotions, which some people say are through our body. They may or they may not be, but definitely if you don't allow the emotions to come out, they will sit in your body. So eventually it becomes about your body. And so one of the things that I have started to do, which I'm getting better at, is asking my body, what do you need? What do I need to do for you? And I'll be honest, I've had this practice, in fact, for a while. What was missing for me, which is what I have started doing, is actually acknowledging it and doing it. So for instance, if I was tired and really felt like I needed a nap, I would forget it. I'd just drink a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and just kind of push forward. And now I've started saying, well, if I am not here for myself, or if I am not here in a way where I am healthy, I will not be there for other people. And so that's been a huge change that I have actually been able to do since I've been in Thailand. I wouldn't have said that I was very successful before then. But in that space, in that environment, and perhaps it's because it's so different from where I had been before, that I have become more open to it. But yeah, self-care for me, or serving myself, is actually following what my body's telling me to do.
Good for you. Yeah, that whole idea of like, oh, yeah, you are tired. You're allowed to take a nap. You're allowed to rest. It just, as you were talking, I was like, it's so logical and it makes sense. And certainly that would be what we would be telling the people we serve. But when it comes to ourselves, it seems just so foreign. So I'm gonna heed your words, because I'm guessing they were words that I also needed to hear. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you. And that, the one thing was interesting is that somebody asked me once, when was the last time you took a nap and didn't set an alarm? And I was like,
wow, that's
oh.
We're going to talk about spiritual exploration challenges in a little later. But I'm thinking that would be a nice spiritual exploration challenge for the audience that's listening when we talk about 100% service to ourselves. So I'll let you throw that out there to the viewers.
I will, because that ended up being a very big challenge for me.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think that it would be a big challenge for a lot of people.
Yep. Especially with our society being so driven by doing, yes. And feeling that if we don't do, or if we don't accomplish, or if we don't tick things off the list, then we're not, performing, or we're not enough, or we're not worthy, or whatever it is. To actually just allow yourself to sleep for as long as your body needs to sleep.
I feel like this is going to be incorporated in a novel that lets you be yourself, right? And not all the messaging that you get from other people. Sorry, I couldn't help myself with that. But it very well could be, right?
It very well could be.
That being said, what is Sony Singh up to these days, and what's next on the horizon for you?
Well,
I know that's a big question, I think.
It is. And we had our session earlier with the Oracle deck that is coming up in the next few weeks. So it hasn't been launched yet, but it's a beautiful project. It's called Daily Divine. It's reflections to connect within. And so it's 77 cards that help you they have a message, they have a reflection, and also a prompt to either contemplate, journal, meditate, whatever it is that you feel like doing. And so that should be coming up in the next few weeks. But after that, I have more poetry that's coming. So I've completed the next set of poetry books. I don't have release dates for them yet because we're still going through the whole process that needs to go through publishing, but hopefully I will have more information on that soon.
So is it going to be another series of 3, and is there a theme with each one, or is there a theme with the set, or?
So at the moment, so the thing with the series of 3, which are the books that are sitting actually right there, those were quite thick poetry books. A poetry book is normally, one would say, around 50 poems, and those have about 100 poems each. So they're quite
I have some. They have beautiful artwork in them also. Beautiful poems and beautiful artwork. They're
yes.
Nice books.
Yes, they're beautiful books, actually. The illustrator did a really good job with.
So did the author.
Thank you. And so these that are upcoming are going to be simpler in the sense that each book is probably less than 50 poems. And they follow my most recent journey. So the way that I explain my writing is my novels are about my fictional characters, and my poetry is myself. So that's where I express either my own healing, my own thoughts, my own experiences. And this set, it's called Renaissance. And it's part of a rediscovery of myself, because even though, we've been talking about going on a personal journey and trusting in your soul, it's also embracing the fact that the soul is evolving and changing, and that even if you think you're going in one direction, that direction can shift, and that is okay. And so that's that exploration of me, starting with searching for a home. So again, what we talked about earlier with my travels, but how it evolved into so much more, because it was a journey also of finding a deeper layer of myself, love, forgiveness, health, strength, the ability to manifest, and then eventually to transcend and get to a higher place, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word, but definitely a different level of existence for me.
I really love that you use the word Renaissance, and that's such a great way to describe what you've gone through. And more recently, what's interesting to me is when you talk about pay attention to your intuition, is it a coincidence and it not, is I've really been looking at, with this shift globally, that we're going through a huge renaissance, both with countries, the US, the European Alliance, all of the continents, with technology, well, like with everything. I feel like everything that has to do with this earth plane is going through a huge renaissance. So it's interesting to me, if the greater is going through the renaissance, then the micro is going to go through a renaissance, right?
Absolutely. And that's a thing when, talking about connection and oneness, is that we think we are alone in our journey, or we think we're the only person going through this, or we think that, a country is a unique scenario, but we're all sort of in this together. It's just, it takes a different aspect, or it presents itself or manifests itself in a different way. And so your journey of Renaissance is different from mine, is different from the next person, but everybody's going through a similar process.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thank you for being authentic and putting yourself out there with that.
Well, it'll be even more so when the poems come out, because there's some deep exploration there, even in myself and in my own healing, and things have been holding me back, including, things that we all have, negative self-thoughts and,
Sure.
That self-limiting beliefs, all these things, So
you have the oracle cards, you have the books.
Mm-hmm.
That all seems pretty tied up, other than, you've just got to put the bow on it, pretty much. Right. So what's next?
So I am starting to work on a novel. So funny what you said could actually make it in there, because the spiritual aspect is always a component in my novels. And I always try to explore something spiritual that the person or the character, the protagonist, is going through. Whether, it's a part of a discovery of themselves, but they each take a different journey. And so one of the questions that always comes up for me when I'm looking at a novel is, what path is this person going to take? And what are the avenues or the tools or the resources or the people that are going to present themselves? So you never know. This might actually be there.
Well, there you go. How cool will that be?
Yeah.
I love it. So needless to say, you've kept yourself busy, both professionally and personally, with things intertwining. Yes. Good for you. And I'm really eager to hear where you end up next.
Yeah, me too. I don't know.
You do make your way around the globe, which I think is a beautiful thing, personally.
Yeah, I'm fortunate in that way, that I do have the ability to do that. So I'm grateful.
Okay. So we talked a little bit about this spiritual exploration challenge. Do you have a spiritual exploration challenge for the viewers?
So, as you've mentioned, trust in your soul is the tagline that I always use. And so my spiritual exploration challenge for the viewers would be, what is your soul calling you to do?
I like that. And some thoughts. So someone's at home, they're listening to it, and they're like, oh man, that's beautiful, I'm going to do that. And then they click off and they're like, I don't know how to do that. Some thoughts to help. Well, because that's what happens, right?
It is true. Absolutely.
I'm that person, I'll be honest with you, where I'm like, I'm all in, that sounds really great. And then I sit down and think about how I'm going to action it. And then I'm like, did I actually understand what I thought was really good? And how do I action that? So some help with people with that?
So one of the things that I end up doing, and because writing is such a big thing for me, is I start writing about it, just seeing what comes up. And I don't judge the writing. I don't limit myself. I don't sit around and think like, oh, okay, I'm going to talk about, what is my soul calling? Let's just say it's saying travel. And so I don't think travel, where should I travel to? I just start writing about travel. And it doesn't matter if what comes out is complete entire gibberish, because the purpose is not to come up with something coherent, but the purpose is for you to get out of the way so that your soul comes through and the message from your soul comes through. And if you just sort of say, okay, well, I'm going to travel, but what is the first thing that I want to do? I have no idea what the first thing is that I have to do. I think this is silly, but it maybe if I continue writing, it'll come up. And you just sort of let yourself be in that moment and in that space. Your next action step will become clearer, or at least a direction will become a lot more clearer once you finish with the exercise. And if you don't know how long to write for, you can set a timer for 20 minutes and just stream of conscious for 20 minutes and see whatever comes out. And if today you didn't get an answer, try it again tomorrow and do another 20 minutes until you get to that space.
Okay, I like that. That makes sense. So it would be not, and because we feel this way, I think a lot because, this is sort of how we've been programmed. We don't have to pick. So a lot of times we're picking and forcing the universe. So maybe I'm not a good picker. And we can force the universe into giving us something that may or not have been in our best interest or the best choice, versus your method that you just talked about opens a portal or a conduit or whatever word we want to use to allow the energy of the divine, the unseen, the all it is, however you want to language it, to assist with the process. Because we always feel like we have to do it, right?
Exactly.
I have to come up with the outcome and I have to figure out how that outcome comes. Like I have to figure out all the how-tos with my grand thing that I've manifested, which I think that would be in my best interest. But is it in your best interest? It's like I want to win the lottery. But then you read about all these people who run the lottery and it wasn't such a good thing for them.
Exactly. And that's a thing that you hit the nail on the head, that we think that we have to figure it out and that we have to come up with the how. So, okay, I'm going to travel. And so what is the next step? Let me try to figure out where I'm going to go and find the flights and get the hotels or whatever it is that you need to do and start sort of listing things so that you can take things off. But maybe the question isn't that. Maybe the question is, explore, talk to other people. Maybe, an opportunity will present itself that you are not open to and that you may not be open to because you're so focused on getting your structure done or your plan or your outcome that you ignored the bigger message, which was perhaps you're meant to be part of a tour. Perhaps somebody will come up to you and say, hey, how about we go on a road trip? Something else might come up that you may have otherwise dismissed, but because now you're open and you're exploring, you'll allow for this opportunity to present itself.
Okay. So I'm just going to throw this out there. Maybe it's a little off tangent. Maybe it's not. So we met traveling on a tour group. And what was interesting is as people got to know each other, most of the people traveled alone. And most of the people had a really unique story about how it came on their plate and they ended up there. And most of the people on that tour still are connected. And it was almost a reconnection. Within the first 2 or 3 days, it was like some people clued in a lot quicker than I did. But it was almost like, oh, this is actually a reconnection. It was just, it's interesting how that works out. And I believe that the universe brought us all together. And very random, because it was very random how many of us ended up there. And it was a life-changing experience, I think, for all of us.
Yeah, I would agree. And at least for me, I had intended at some point in my life to go to Egypt. I didn't think that it was going to happen in that way. And it was this openness of, I started seeing pyramids in meditations, advertisements. Sometimes I'd draw cards and I'd see a pyramid and kept on thinking like, am I going to go to Egypt? Like, that's so weird. And and because I'd connected with Sarah Wiseman, who was one of the people in the summit whom you've had, it was through her that the opportunity came up, and I signed up for it without even understanding what I was signing up for. And in fact, it wasn't until I got there that I understood what I signed up for. And perhaps I didn't. I actually don't think I did. I think I got there and was like, what the heck is happening here?
Well, so I did an episode with one of the other people with it, and I shared at the beginning of the episode, I was like, I texted a friend of mine and I was like, this is really cool. There's a lot of special people here. These people have like some really unique gifts. Like, I don't know how I fit in. Like my first 2 days, these were my texts back to my friend, over in the States, because I was living in the Middle East at the time. And then, a lot of stuff started happening. And, I don't even know by the end it was clear. It took me a while. I'm not going to lie. It took me a while to process that trip.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, I just did the show in January. And that was because a lot of people kept asking, you reference this a lot, but like you talk a lot about anything, but this is one thing that like you won't talk about. And I thought, okay, at some point I felt like I was ready. And even doing the show helped me process some more things.
Mm-hmm.
So when, the reason I bring it up is that as you were talking about using your intuition and waiting and sort of seeing what's going to happen, for me, that and because it was a shared experience with the two of us, that I think is continued shared experience,
Mm-hmm.
especially after that card you pulled with your oracle presentation. This is really how it works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it may sound like out in left field to some people who are newer to this, but I mean, that's how, I'm that person,
Mm-hmm.
but I get things on a whole different level now. So that's the other thing I would put out there, perhaps, and you've said it a lot of different ways, is, be patient with yourself,
Mm-hmm.
Give yourself some grace.
You don't have to have it all figured out, because that's not what it's about.
No, that's not why we're here.
No.
And honestly, it's so much easier when you don't. I'm not going to say that it's like, you want me to do what? I still have those moments, but it's so much easier, honestly, when I'm not controlling it. Although in the beginning, I may be like, yeah, this isn't resonating with me, but okay, I'll give it a try. And the next thing you know, I just told you that I'm on some bizarre like life path here. Like, didn't see that coming.
Yeah. Or I'm living in Thailand this year.
Well, that's when you said that. I was like, oh, I wonder when she ended up in Thailand. I'll have to ask her about that.
Yes. It's when you start paying attention and just trusting. Which is such a hard thing to do.
I get that word all the time. Trust, 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 trust.
Yes.
Which I know, but I don't put it into practice, right? Or that. And as you said, a lot of it is then take action.
Yeah.
It's really important to take action. So, Sony, if someone wants to connect with you, I know you have the angel cards out there. I know you have the books out there. I'm not exactly sure what other things that you're doing, but I think that there might be some people here who are listening to you and that will be listening to this in the future who might want to reach out to you. How would they do that? What does it look like?
You have a website. It's sonysing.com. I have an email. It's very easy. Sony@sonysing.com. You can reach out to me. I love to hear from people. And I'm also on social media. My handle is @sonysingauthor.com. I mean, not .com, @sonysingauthor.
Yeah, you keep it very simple. I love it.
Yeah. It makes it easier to remember.
Yeah. Anything else that you want to put out there as we're truly like not just finishing this up, but finishing up 3 incredibly special days that have been special on many, many levels?
I think reinforcing the idea that nothing happens as a coincidence. And so if somebody has been a part of this and has been listening, trust it as a message, trust it as spirit and universe asking you to be here at this time, and then take time to reflect and come up with some action that you want to take based on what you have listened, what you've integrated from all of the sessions. And, it doesn't have to be big. It can be something really small and simple, but do make sure that you take that action.
So I don't know that if you have it where you're at right now. You pulled a card for me.
Mm-hmm. I do.
And I think it sort of fits in with the last message that you left for some people. And it was really interesting because it was a title that I used when I had Sony on the Happy Hour for the Spiritually Curious podcast in its infancy way back when. So when you pulled the card, it was like,
there you go.
So I think that goes right with the message that you just left people. Sometimes, we still get caught up in our third dimensional self, and there can be some fear there.
Mm-hmm.
Feel it. It can be a positive thing.
Yes.
And maybe as you were talking, and I thought maybe that was, there was many reasons for that card with messages between Sony and I.
Yes.
But at the end, I think that it may be the ending message for people also. So thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate you. I appreciate all that you're doing. I really look forward to our continued work together. The last thing that I'll throw out there is if people have been following the summit for the past 3 days, they know that you have gifted us with some pre-recorded poems that you have put out there. And I felt intuitively, extremely strongly that the way to end the summit was with a special poem that you picked out. So as we finish up, I'll let everyone know that, we're going to do a very brief wrap up and we're just going to close this out with a poem. So thank you.
Well, thank you for allowing me to have the space and time and to share some of my words with people.
Thanks. Until next time. Wow. It is truly hard to believe that it has been 3 days and that we are at the end of the summit. A quick wrap up. I know for me, there has been a lot of insights, peace, revitalization, a few aha moments. I do want to give a quick shout out to Melissa and Charlotte Abel, who started the day off today, day 3, with information from the guides on the current state of transition that we're in right now, and great information on astrology. And I love that the information on the evolving of astrology. I also want to give a big shout out to Mark Robinson, Linda Ellie, Sarah Weissman, Catherine Troyer, and Sony Singh, who were all really amazing, who shared meaningful, actionable information. The replay link will be available on the website. I know that I'll be listening to these because there was so much information over the last 3 days. And there was a lot of messages also in that information. I do want to share that also I'll get the presentation, the presenter information out in the YouTube descriptions, as well as there was some offers that were made by Heather Leigh and Linda, and I'll make sure that I get those offers up on the website as well into the YouTube. Much gratitude to everyone who helped on the back end, for all of the people who took time out to be part of this and share themselves with it. I truly am very grateful that the viewers, listeners, that you all took time out of your day to join us with us. I do have to give one more plug for the Park Bench Project. I do feel just so strongly about it and feel very passionate about it. If it speaks to you, sign up, get the links. I assure you that it is truly free, just like the summit. With that being said, I will close this event out with a poem from Sony. And I want you to remember, be the light, embrace that wild soul, and until next time, much gratitude. Hello, Dr. Sandra Marie here. Take a moment to pause and enjoy these series of poems from the Doctor of Divinity, an award-winning author, Sony Singh.
Hi, my name is Sony. I'm going to read a poem from my book, Emboldened, to close off the summit. It is a short poem, but I believe it encompasses a lot of what has been shared in the summit, information about who we are as individuals and how we're connected to a bigger whole. It's called Existence. Do I cease to exist because the universe ceases? Do I exist because the universe does? Does a drop in the ocean make it? Does the ocean dry because it is missing a drop? Does a tree die because a leaf falls? Does a bird ground because a feather drops? Without all its feathers, a bird can't fly. Without all its leaves, a tree decays. Without all its drops, an ocean wouldn't be. I exist because the universe does. The universe exists because I do. An individual may not matter. The collective does. The collective is made up of individuals. As an individual, I do matter. I hope you've enjoyed this so much. Thank you for listening.
Hello, Dr. Sandra Marie here. Take a moment to
beautiful
pause and
souls,
enjoy
Dr.
these.
Sandra
Marie here. I wanted to take this time to promote Jim Sells from Mastering Alchemy's Project Park Bench. We frequently discuss how there's so many different paths, so many different roads to get to consciousness, and Mastering Alchemy has been one of mine. I'm feeling really passionate about this project of world service. It is free, and it's our opportunity to be a creator in moving humanity forward. I've engaged in previous park bench projects with Mastering Alchemy. If you're not able to attend the live sessions, they're all recorded for your convenience, and the recordings are just as powerful. It's our opportunity to influence and make a difference. Enjoy this promotional video. See you on the other side. A physical park bench is optional.
The world is changing. It is transitioning. The game of domination and greed of the few, creating isolation, loneliness, fear, and lack for the many, is coming to an end. It appears to be getting worse, but it is coming to a completion. And simultaneously, a new light, a new realm of consciousness, a realm unlike that which is falling away, is now appearing. A new world built upon agreement, opportunity, oneness, respect, is now coming into form. Not as hope, but as a physical experience of possibility. This creation is about you, about each of us. This is why we came here. This is why you are here at this time. We as spiritual beings came to bring into physical consciousness a new architecture. One without fear, one that has been dreamt for many, many eons of time. A landscape that is built upon respect, appreciation, laughter, co-creation, and well-being. We're inviting you to join us to sit with thousands of others once again on the park bench, all in agreement, not as a hopeful meditation, but as an intentional, conscious co-creation. No longer as just a thought, but as a tangible experience that we all have always known is possible. So please, come create with us in this project, where two or more are gathered in service to humanity and the earth.